Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello, how are you today? We're testing sound system from SEAMEO RETRAC. It is the 12th International Conference on TESOL 2021. Hello, can you hear me well? Is there any echo now? Okay, thank you very much.
The Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, SEAMEO, is a regional intergovernmental organization established in 1965 amongst the governments of Southeast Asian countries to promote regional cooperation in education, science, and culture. Vietnam, readmitted as a SEAMEO member state in 1992, hosts the SEAMEO Regional Training Center, SEAMEO RETRAC, in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. SEAMEO RETRAC is mission-driven to assist SEAMEO member countries in identifying and addressing issues of education and educational leadership and management. The SEAMEO RETRAC Governing Board is the main policy-making body of the center. The Governing Board consists of one representative from each of the 11 SEAMEO member countries. The center is headed by the director, who is nominated by the Minister of Education and Training of Vietnam, approved by the SEAMEO RETRAC Governing Board, and officially appointed by the SEAMEO Council President. The center is staffed by qualified academic, administrative, and service personnel. In October 1996, SEAMEO RETRAC started operation with only 6 employees. But over the past 25 years, the center's staff has continuously increased to better meet the organization's growth. The center's leadership and staff follow our core values of excellence, professionalism, integrity and commitment, collaboration and partnership, flexibility, creativity and innovation, and social responsibilities. SEAMEO RETRAC envisions to become a regional center of excellence in the field of education and educational leadership and management in Southeast Asia and beyond. SEAMEO RETRAC provides SEAMEO member countries, especially Cambodia, Laos PDR, Myanmar, and Vietnam, with relevant programs of excellence, such as research, training, consultancy, information dissemination, networking, and partnerships. In addition, SEAMEO RETRAC offers language training, teacher training, information and communication technology, and other training programs customized for the region's needs. SEAMEO RETRAC's strategy is to become a regional center of excellence, focusing on 3 key result areas: regional leadership, regional visibility, and establishing a solid resource base. Towards regional leadership, SEAMEO RETRAC leads programs in educational leadership and management, language instruction and assessment, integration of ICT for teaching and learning, teacher professional development, research and project development, corporate trainings, overseas studies consultancy. Towards regional visibility, SEAMEO RETRAC leads activities in international cooperation, inter-center collaboration, internship and staff exchange, and community outreach. Towards establishing a solid resource base, SEAMEO RETRAC is committed to human resource development, infrastructure development, financial visibility and effective management. To build trust and transparency, in 2017, SEAMEO RETRAC was certified under the ISO 9001-2015 Organization Accreditation. In recognition of our efforts and achievements, in 2016, SEAMEO RETRAC was awarded the Achievement Medal by the Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, and the second-class labor honor granted by the President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. The year of 2021 witnesses the 25 years of the center's establishment and development. It's both a time for celebration and a chance to renew our mission to meet SEAMEO member countries' increasing demand for quality training programs in our priority areas: educational leadership and management, language education, educational technology, educational quality, equity, and inclusiveness, quality assurance and accreditation for education, technical and vocational education and training, life skills and 21st century skills. In pursuit of these priorities, SEAMEO RETRAC will develop regional curriculums, pilot cross-regional online trainings, facilitate workshops, convene conferences and forums, conduct research, organize overseas trainings, and share our lessons learned in reports and journals. With our history, vision, expertise, and ambitions in mind, we thank you for your interest in SEAMEO RETRAC. Through collaboration, we can reach our shared aims in education, science, and culture in Southeast Asia and beyond. The Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, SEAMEO, is a regional intergovernmental organization established in 1965 amongst the governments of Southeast Asian countries to promote regional cooperation in education, science, and culture. Vietnam, readmitted as a SEAMEO member state in 1992, hosts the SEAMEO Regional Training Center, SEAMEO RETRAC, in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. SEAMEO RETRAC is mission-driven to assist SEAMEO member countries in identifying and addressing issues of education and educational leadership and management. The SEAMEO RETRAC Governing Board is the main policy-making body of the Center. The Governing Board consists of one representative from each of the 11 SEAMEO member countries. The Center is headed by the Director, who is nominated by the Minister of Education and Training of Vietnam, approved by the SEAMEO RETRAC Governing Board, and officially appointed by the SEAMEO Council President. The Center is staffed by qualified academic, administrative, and service personnel. In October 1996, SEAMEO RETRAC started operation with only 6 employees. But over the past 25 years, the Center staff has continuously increased to better meet the organization's growth. The Center's leadership and staff follow our core values of excellence, professionalism, integrity and commitment, collaboration and partnership, flexibility, creativity and innovation, and social responsibilities. SEAMEO RETRAC envisions to become a regional center of excellence in the field of education and educational leadership and management in Southeast Asia and beyond. SEAMEO RETRAC provides SEAMEO member countries, especially Cambodia, Laos PDR, Myanmar, and Vietnam, with relevant programs of excellence, such as research, training, consultancy, information dissemination, networking, and partnerships. In addition, SEAMEO RETRAC offers language training, teacher training, information and communication technology, and other training programs customized for the region's needs. SEAMEO RETRAC's strategy is to become a regional center of excellence, focusing on 3 key result areas: regional leadership, regional visibility, and establishing a solid resource base. Towards regional leadership, SEAMEO RETRAC leads programs in educational leadership and management, language instruction and assessment, integration of ICT for teaching and learning, teacher professional development, research and project development, corporate trainings, overseas studies consultancy. Towards regional visibility, SEAMEO RETRAC leads activities in international cooperation, inter-center collaboration, internship and staff exchange, and community outreach. Towards establishing a solid resource base, SEAMEO RETRAC is committed to human resource development, infrastructure development, financial visibility, and effective management. To build trust and transparency. In 2017, SEAMEO RETRAC was certified under the ISO 9001-2015 organization accreditation. In recognition of our efforts and achievements, in 2016, SEAMEO RETRAC was awarded the Achievement Medal by the Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam and the second-class labor honor granted by the President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. The year of 2021 witnesses the 25 years of the Center's establishment and development. It's both a time for celebration and a chance to renew our mission to meet SEAMEO member countries' increasing demand for quality training programs in our priority areas: educational leadership and management, language education, educational technology, educational quality, equity, and inclusiveness, quality, assurance, and accreditation for education, technical and vocational education and training, life skills, and 21st century skills. In pursuit of these priorities, SEAMEO RETRAC will develop regional curriculums, pilot cross-regional online trainings, facilitate workshops, convene conferences and forums, conduct research, organize overseas trainings, and share our lessons learned in reports and journals. With our history, vision, expertise, and ambitions in mind, we thank you for your interest in SEAMEO RETRAC. Through collaboration, we can reach our shared aims in education, science, and culture in Southeast Asia and beyond.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bích Hảo from the Division of Foreign Study at SEAMEO RETRAC. I will be the MC for the International Conference on TESOL 2021. Before the 12th International Conference on TESOL 2021 begins, I would like to check if you all can hear me well. Yes, please put a thumb up or type yes in the chat box. Thank you very much. I think we're all good to start. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 12th International Conference on TESOL 2021, English Language Teaching in the New Era, Empowering Teachers and Students, jointly organized by SEAMEO Regional Training Center in Vietnam, SEAMEO RETRAC, and Curtin University, Australia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this year, 2021, the International Conference on TESOL marks its 12th-year route on the road of providing an excellent venue for academics, researchers, students, and professionals in the field of English language teaching to share their research findings, experiences, and practical and theoretical issues related to the teaching of English to learners of different backgrounds, levels, interests, and motives. 2021 is also the year that we held this conference virtually the second time due to the restriction caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. For that reason, we appreciate your presence and your contribution to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the opening ceremony, I would like to have some notes for all the participants joining both Zoom webinar and YouTube Live. The conference agenda has been posted on our conference webpage, including the presenters' bios and their presentation abstracts. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them in the Q&A box and provide your name, your organization, and countries. Our team will take note and monitor Zoom webinar, YouTube comments, and questions. After the conference, please kindly complete the evaluation form. If you are fully attending the conference and completing the evaluation form, you will receive an e-certificate of participation via email in a month. Now, ladies and gentlemen, attending the 12th International Conference on TESOL 2021, English Language Teaching in the New Era, Empowering Teachers and Students, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Hồ Thanh Mỹ Phương, Director, SEAMEO Regional Training Center, SEAMEO RETRAC, Vietnam. Professor Rhonda Oliver, Head of School of Education, Curtin University, Australia. I am also delighted to introduce to you the keynote speakers of the virtual conference today, Dr. Sandra Dovchin, Senior Research Fellow, Curtin University. Dr. Lê Hoàng Dũng, Vice President, University of Social Sciences and Humanities, Vietnam National University, Ho Chi Minh City. Please join me to welcome our distinguished speakers and attendees from different countries, including Australia, Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, the United States, Vietnam, and many other countries to register for the virtual conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, our working agenda will include the welcome remarks by Dr. Hồ Thanh Mỹ Phương, SEAMEO RETRAC's Director. The opening remarks by Professor Rhonda Oliver, Head of School of Education, Curtin University, Conference Co-Organizer. Keynote speeches and plenary presentations. The conference will be divided into the morning session and the afternoon session, and is estimated to last until 5 p.m. Vietnam time. We really hope that you all will stay with us until then. To begin, ladies and gentlemen, May I now call upon Dr. Hồ Thanh Mỹ Phương to give her welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hảo. Professor Rhonda Oliver, Head of the School of Education, Curtin University, Australia, distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure and honor on behalf of SEAMEO Regional Training Center, SEAMEO RETRAC, to welcome all of you to the 12th International Virtual Conference on TESOL this year. The conference this year is on English language teaching in the new year, empowering teachers and students. This international conference was co-organized by SEAMEO RETRAC and Curtin University in Australia. The increasing needs and diverse use of English has created numerous favorable conditions as well as challenges in both teachers and learners. The levels of achievements differ from learners to learners depending on their certain economic and social background, their learning environment, engagement, motivation, practical language use, teaching and learning approaches, etc. And to address the issue regarding the challenges and innovation in language teaching, the theme of the conference this year focuses on English language teaching in the new year, empowering teachers and students. Since early 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has strongly impacted on the educational system of all countries. Online teaching has been used to replace face-to-face teaching, and the role of teaching of instructional technology in teaching and learning language has become more and more important than ever. Empowering teachers and students has become urgent to make them ready for the new year of teaching and learning English. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference on TESOL is the annual event organized by SEAMEO RETRAC. This year, the traveling restriction because of the COVID-19 pandemic has prevented the speaker and participants to travel to SEAMEO RETRAC in Ho Chi Minh City for this annual conference. Therefore, the conference this year once again adopt the virtual mode as you see today. The virtual conference provides opportunity for participants to join from everywhere at their own places. I am very impressed to see the registration of more than 500 participants from different countries to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers and presenters, with your expertise, experience, dedication, I strongly believe that you will make the conference an interesting, informative, and productive event. Your sharing of insights, experience, research findings are of great significance in addressing various burning issues in English teaching and learning, especially in empowering teachers and students. On this occasion, I would like to express my sincerest thanks to Professor Rhonda Oliver, Head of the School of Education at Curtin University, for her constant support and co-organizing this annual event. I highly appreciate the cooperation of in academic and conference activities offered by Curtin University. My highest appreciation goes to all of our keynote speakers, presenters, moderators, and especially the participants from all places in Southeast Asia and beyond who has spent time to prepare the papers to present at the conference and to attend at this virtual conference. Last but not least, I'd like to thank all the members of the organizing committee, SEAMEO RETRAC officers and staff who have worked very hard many months in advance in order to prepare for this conference. I hope you will enjoy the conference and find it a very productive and interesting event. Thank you all very, very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Phương, for the warm welcome. With my great pleasure, may I invite Professor Rhonda Oliver, Head of School of Education, Curtin University, to give her opening remarks.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Dr. Fung in particular for her kind words. It has been my honour and pleasure to be involved in these conferences, not for the 12 years, but for 11. And the only reason that I missed the first was I wasn't working at Curtin University then. And had I have been, I most definitely would have made all 12. I'd like to begin first by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land where I am today, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Our Indigenous people of Australia are very important to us, and there has been a real shift culturally in our appreciation of what they've brought to our society. To all of SEAMEO RETRAC staff, can I express my enormous gratitude for all the work that you do in organising what I believe to be a really important conference in Southeast Asia. And I'm thrilled to hear, as Dr. Fung said, how many participants there are this year. I know COVID has impacted us all very much, but one thing that it has changed is the ability for us to provide online and hybrid conferences, enabling more people to participate in conferences such as this, which I think is so important for teachers and academics to be involved. So I really value the opportunity to continue to be involved in the years to come. And I hope very much that in the future we will be able to visit Ho Chi Minh, one of my most favourite cities in the world. My family and I can't wait to return there. And I was speaking to Professor Rod Ellis just this week, and he is desperate to return to be teaching into our master's program there. And I'm sure with not too much effort, I'll be able to twist his arm, an Australian expression, to get him to come to the conference yet again in the future. So it's my absolute pleasure to again participate in this conference. I want to thank all the people who have submitted abstracts who are presenting today, and particularly to our keynote speakers. It's the provision of input that they give that make this such a successful conference. So on behalf of Curtin University and the staff who work here in the TESOL and Applied Linguistics area, welcome to our joint conference. Thank you again to Dr. Fung and all the staff at SEAMEO RETRAC. I hope you all enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rhonda Oliver. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for us to get a little bit closer by taking a group photo. Dear panelists, could you please turn on your cameras? All right, me, are you ready? All right, on my count, 3, 2, 1. And one more, 1, 2, 3. Wonderful, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the first keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Sandra Dovchin, Senior Research Fellow, Curtin University. And the moderator for this keynote speech, Dr. Nguyễn Thị Thúy Loan, VASS College of Vocational Education, Australia. Over to you, Dr. Loan.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so good afternoon from Australia to you all. It's the afternoon here. Welcome you on to our morning keynote session by Dr. Sander Dogin. And I know that we are joining this conference from many different countries with different time zones. And most of us here are English teachers from the countries where English is taught and learned as a second or a foreign language. This is why I'm wondering about how many of us here are familiar with the term strand languaging, and how many of us here have already applied strand languaging as a teaching approach in our own teaching context. Honestly, this topic is relatively new to me. This is why I'm eagerly waiting for to be educated more about the topic. And I would especially like to know how strand languaging can encourage and promote linguistic ability of the language learners in and beyond the classroom. So before our keynote speaker start, let me do a brief introduction about her. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Sander Dogin. She's a senior research fellow at the School of Education, Curtin University in Australia. And she's also an editor-in-chief of the journal Australian Reviews of Applied Linguistics. She completed her master and doctoral degrees in language education from the University of Technology in Sydney, Australia. Before she moved to Australia, she was an associate professor at the Center for Language Research, the University of Aishu in Japan. And beside her several prestigious academic awards and research runs by many Australian and Japanese educational organizations, Dr. Dogin published several books and research articles which really contribute to the second language education of the young generation who live in the peripheral countries. And her publication also accommodate the multiple coexistencies of linguistic diversity in the globalized world nowadays. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sander Dogin to our 12th International Conference on TESOL to deliver her keynote on the topic strand languaging in TESOL practices in the 21st century. And for your information, Dr. Dogin will deliver her speech in about 35 minutes. And in the last 10 minutes of her session, she will address your question. So if you have any question for her during her talk, please feel free to type your question in the chat of our Zoom meeting, and I will present them to her in the Q&A section at the end. So Dr. Sander Dogin, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Oh, yes. The floor is now is yours, Dr.
Okay,
Dogin.
all right. Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for inviting me as a keynote. I'm very privileged to be here today, everyone. Before I start my keynote, I would like to acknowledge the sovereign lands of the Whadjuk Noongar people, and I would like to pay our respects to our elders, past, present, and future. So today I will talk about how translanguaging can be a powerful sort of, tool in TESOL practices in the 21st century. So let me start my keynote presentation. Okay. So, in traditional and mainstream approaches in TESOL practices have always given privileges to pedagogical approaches of one language only and one language at a time in the context of teaching and English, in the context of teaching and learning English. And many of us teachers and educators believe that, English class time should be used to maximize the input of the target language, and any use of first language should be sort of limited, or any other language for that matter. We should reduce the input and have a negative effect on the learner. So teachers in foreign language or English language teaching contexts may have particularly strong opinions about this issue because of the limited access to English that our students have. So we would like to encourage only English in the classroom or one language at a time. So that has been a very much the traditional and mainstream approaches. So the impact of such perspective is frequently interpreted as only one appropriate language per context, thereby rendering most crossing of the standard borders of language use and other communicative strategies. So another sort of traditional mainstream approaches in TESOL practices also, we as English teachers and educators, we have been focusing on separate communicative English competencies in the classroom. So when we start teaching English, for example, we kind of separate all 4 skills. Now, today we're going to teach grammar, English grammar. And tomorrow we're going to teach English, reading, or speaking, listening. So we kind of separate all these English skills in the classroom. We tend to focus on the grammar of English a lot, or writing of the English a lot in the classroom. So our idea about teaching English is we must teach more English grammar, then our students will be really good in English, or we must teach more writing, then our students will be really good in English. We kind of separate all these competencies in the classroom. So that has been one of the traditional approaches of teaching English in the classroom. However, we in recent studies in applied linguistics or in TESOL studies, there have been some criticism against these traditional approaches, and they sort of argue these new approaches argue that these traditional approaches tend to suppress the hybrid and creative linguistic and communicative possibilities of English learners in the classroom, while restricting the integration of other potential linguistic, semiotic, and multimodal resources and repertoires in the classroom.
Excuse me, Dr. Dochin, for interrupting you. Your slide doesn't, your slide do not move at all. Could you please move the slide for the participant?
Yeah, I'm moving. Is it not working?
But on the Zoom screen, they do not move at all. It's just on the first slide.
So it's just the first slide?
Still on the first slide. So
oh my God, okay. So what shall we do? So I will stop sharing and I will share it back.
Yeah. Yeah, can you share it again?
Okay.
And can you click the next slide to check whether it's works? Oh, I think it works now.
Is it working now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Oh, I'm really sorry because I have been changing my slides here. Okay. Okay, so I was talking about the one language only in the classroom. So only English speaking Zoom in the classroom. Please speak English always in the classroom. Or maybe if you're learning Chinese as the second language, you're also seeing here, you are now entering the Chinese language only zone. So I was talking about one language only in this slide. And then I'm changing to my next slide. Can you see? Okay, so I was also talking about the separate communicative English competencies in the classroom. So we're teaching only English grammar, or English reading, writing in separate way in the classroom. So that was my slide here. I'm really sorry. And then I started talking about the criticism against these traditional approaches, just using only target language or only using English only because it restricts the integration of other potential resources, linguistic resources and repertoires. So also we need to understand, we need to remember our goal as English teacher or as English educators, because we have to remind ourselves of our goal. what is the objective or purpose of teaching and learning of English as a foreign language for our students? Is it to get our learners to become another monolingual speaker in English only? Well, for us, the answer is clearly no, because we will never be able, nor should we want to, become a monolingual in a different language and completely and entirely forget, for example, our first language. And the goal of TESOL or any second language education is not to replace the first language or our mother tongue, but rather we want to encourage our students to become bilingual students, right? So rather we want our students to be multilingual. We want our students to learn English. So just sort of forbidding to use mother tongue and first language in the classroom is sort of like, you know, we are basically forbidding our students to use the communicative competence, which involves not just English, but it also involves their first language. And students' language proficiency is very much multidimensional, and it entails linguistic and cognitive and other sociocultural factors. So our goal is basically to encourage our students to speak English, but we rarely let other languages or even the mother tongue to come into the English classroom. So we have to remember our goal here again. And then together with that, we have this new trend is coming out and emerging in applied linguistics. I hope my slide is changing. So we have a emerging sort of research trend that is coming out in applied linguistics that I call post-bi-multilingualism. Some researchers call it trans-perspectives, or some researchers call it post-structuralist perspectives. So in this tree of life, you can see all these new emerging terms. You can see translanguaging, transidioma, translingualism, metrolingualism, polylanguaging, transcripting, even transgrammaring, and the terms are also emerging and increasing a lot. So in this slide, I would like to say that what is this post-bi-multilingualism is questioning in terms of TESOL practices. So their main question is, what would language education look like if we no longer posited the artificial existence of separate languages? What about if we allowed our students to use whatever linguistic resources in the classroom to build knowledge? So these are the critical questions that this post-bi-multilingual research trend is asking. So in terms of post-bi-multilingual research trend, one of the main terms, especially in terms of TESOL context, is, as we all know, translanguaging. But I would like to here explain what is really translanguaging. What do we mean by translanguaging? So in order to define the concept, we really need to sort of go back to our traditional research trend that we call bilingual norm or multilingual norm. So let me revisit the traditional approach of bilingualism and multilingualism. So bi-multilingualism norm is basically person who command 2 or more languages use one and other additional language. And they use each of the languages in a way that does not in principle differ from the way in which monolinguals use that same language. So if the person is, say, like multilingual, who speaks English, Mongolian, Chinese, or Japanese, he's called, for example, here in this diagram, you can see he's called multilingual person. But when he speaks those languages, his brain works separately, you know. So when he speaks English, it's completely monolingual English. When he speaks, for example, Vietnamese, it's completely monolingual in Vietnamese. Or if he speaks Mongolian, it's completely monolingual Mongolian. So even though we call those person like bilingual person or multilingual person, actually the person is speaking still monolingual norm. So any language is spoken from this bilingual or multilingual person should be spoken purely and fluently. It shouldn't be mixed, you know? And the norm is to try to count the number of language or linguistic codes. So the enumerative strategy of counting languages in singular entities. For example, when we talk about multilingual person, we're now counting this. Okay, language 1, language 2, language 3, language 1, 2, 3, 4, language 2, yellow is Japanese, language 4, green is Chinese. So we're counting the languages, but it's still monolingual. It's still monolingual norm. And one of the main trends of the bi-multilingualism is code switching, as we all know. But code switching is also very much ideological. Speakers of more than one language, especially bi-multilinguals, are known for their ability to code switch or mix their languages during communication. But code switching is also about switching between one language to another. So, for example, if the person is bilingual, he's first using English in a monolingual way, and then switching to another code to Vietnamese, and then using in a monolingual way. So that's the code switching norm. However, in recent studies in applied linguistics, I've put here some of the main, I represent some of the main researchers' works here. They started really criticizing this trend. They say that, you know, focusing only on language and counting the language rather than linguistic resources, you know, it doesn't work for this late modern, globalized, diverse language use, especially in terms of transnational context. Because, you know, when people speak languages, they don't necessarily have to be, you know, purely monolingual in that language. They don't necessarily, for example, if the person is bilingual and speaking English and Vietnamese, they don't have to be purely fluent in English. So that's the bilingual norm, because that person who is using English in their repertoires, they don't necessarily need to be a really good speaker of English. So it makes really little sense to classify this kind of exchange as belonging to one or other language. So people are unlike to use pure language. People are actually using linguistic features and resources is made by a given speaker under given circumstances. So it makes really no sense to just count languages and then just, you know, sort of like indexing that person as bi-multilingualism. So that's one of the main sort of criticism against bi-multilingualism. And also the other sort of argument is, for example, English learners, our students, we need to remember that they're not two multilinguals in one brain. You know, their brain doesn't work, for example, like, okay, today is my English brain, tomorrow is my Vietnamese brain. So I'm going to separate my two separate monolingual brain. But human brain, actually, psycholinguists argue that human brain consists of different linguistic repertoires together, different linguistic resources together. When all these different linguistic repertoires and resources are combined together, then the person's brain is really active. They are eager to learn. They're very much motivated. They can learn actually the foreign language. So also English learners, they also use paralinguistic resources such as gestures, you know, moods and attention, memory in learning languages as part of their everyday conversation. So it really doesn't make sense if we're just trying to concentrate on one language at a time, bilingual norm or multilingual norm. So this is, my argument is also in my books, if you're more interested about these criticisms against bi-multilingualism. But the main idea of basically post-bi-multilingualism and translanguaging is human display decides that they are not actually competent, or at least competent only to a limited degree in the various languages they borrow, switch, or mix. And actually, English learners use available linguistic resources using technology, media, movie, other educational resources, ideologies from their friends, and communication patterns. They have more dynamic patterns, because we are living in this transcultural, technology-oriented world, and it's becoming more and more dynamic, mobile, and complex. For example, we're using a lot of social media words in our everyday communication, but we can't necessarily categorize it as English, for example. And people from a greater range of territories come into contact. So do they communicate repertoires. And this entails that language users may know and use the fact that some of the features are perceived by some speakers as not belonging together. And language users are employing whatever linguistic features at their disposal to achieve their communicative aims. And that's what really helps them to learn a new language, to learn the second language. So the main ethos of the translanguaging is basically multilingual communication starts not from the linguistic code, but from the speaker. And it's all about the identity construction, performance, and negotiation of that person. And communicative resources constitute identity repertoires, which afford adaptation to the contingency of social life. So basically, what is translanguaging is the typical way that bilingual use language as they communicate in their communities. So I would like to show here some of the examples, and these examples are taken from Angela Chris and Adrian Blackledge's study, Translanguaging in the Bilingual Classroom. So you can see here, two languages are being used in the classroom. So the one language is Gujarati and the other one is English. And both languages are used by teacher and students in the classroom to establish and clarify the pedagogic tasks. And the task involves getting students to discuss topics such as daily routines and what they would be like in the future. As you can see here, the phrase "married dincharya," its daily routine, occurs twice early on the extract, and shows the teacher using both languages to focus the students on one of the assigned topics. And both languages are also used to establish sort of knowledge about the task with discussion and decide, because they are repeated multiple times in English. Whereas the focus on the speaking skill is given in Gujarati. So both languages are needed to understand what is expected from the tasks. And the students ask the teacher to clarify the tasks in both languages. And once the students are working in pairs, they started playing around and joking and teasing each other. So as you can see in this example, it is the combination of both languages that keeps the task moving forward. It makes the student more motivated. So I suggest here that the teacher and students are finally naturally tuned to the normative pattern of this classroom ecology. And that is, they sense the limits of what is acceptable in terms of the use of one language in relation to the other. So the students are also aware of the teacher's expectations and identity positions here. So also the teacher is willing to accept the student's English as long as the task is completed using translanguaging. And at each turns, the teacher is returning to Gujarati, and the combination of these two languages making these tasks to happen very much successfully. Here is another example you can see. In this example also, we can see students are also using Gujarati and English. And here the interactional pattern of the teacher and English is pretty much, co-constructing each other. It makes the task moving forward. And also they're usually sort of, if you can see here, these sort of repertoires are not really much like code switching or bilingual, multilingual norm. It's rather co-constructing the communication, and then it's sort of these linguistic resources that constructing each other, and they are likely to reflect the linguistic practices in the classroom, indexing other language ecologies. So To summarize, the translanguaging is very much dynamic, complex, and sensitive to the context. Translanguaging is also about using very much diverse semiotic resources in the classroom, and it gives the opportunity for our students to truly engage with their teachers. Because students, by using translanguaging, we can see our students' different lives. We can see our students' different desires and identities and aspirations. We can see our students' multiple way of speaking, multiple ways of being, and multiple ways of learning English. So translanguaging gives us this opportunity to really naturally engage with our students. Translanguaging is also giving us the opportunity to look at English language learning TESOL practice in a very much kaleidoscopic ways. We can also see our students through our students' eyes and views. And also translanguaging gives us our students to see the same world differently, critically, just instead of treating English learning just as an object glued to the textbook, or just they're treating English just an object as grammar. But if we sort of integrate translanguaging in the classroom would look like this kaleidoscopic way of learning English, and they would give our students more critical way of thinking, but also meta-linguistic and cultural awareness, skills and competence in the classroom. And also, it would also give both students and teachers to understand that language learning is not necessarily fit into clear bounded linguistic categories or entities, because all languages are needed for meanings to be conveyed and negotiated. So how do we encourage translanguaging at school or in the classroom? So say like if translanguaging is not allowed in the schools or in the classroom, perhaps we are and bilingual students are students who linguistic practices are not standard, are placed at a disadvantage because they are assessed on only a portion of their linguistic repertoires and are taught in ways that do not fully leverage their language resources. In other words, if we don't allow translanguaging in the classroom, we are very much limiting our students' full linguistic repertoires in the classroom. Translanguaging in the classroom gives our students the opportunity to deploy their full linguistic repertoires, not just particular practices that are officially used for instructional purposes in that space. So how do we empower our students and teachers through translanguaging in the classroom? How do we transform learning with translanguaging? So what question is, we can mobilize multiple languages to process contents, and we can communicate using multiple languages in the same sentence. We can use words and phrases or sentences from languages to communicate. And why? Because we want to support our students to be bilingual. We want to support our students to learn English, and we want to increase our students' comprehension. We want to empower our students to participate in the classroom. And how? We want to invite our students to read and view home language resources, and we want to encourage and empower our students to collaborate using their home languages and display home languages alongside English, and ask their families to read or tell stories in their home languages. That's how translanguaging can help to transform English language teaching and learning. And ways to allow our students to translanguages to present information using the target or standard language, or have our students to discuss using their own linguistic repertoires, have them answer some questions, also using their linguistic repertoires and resources, and have them write more detailed pieces in the target or standard languages, and basically to empower our students to use their linguistic identities and performances, and encourage our students to learn English in the classroom in a more natural and empowering way. So this is what I argue also in my latest two books about how to encourage our students and teachers in the classroom through translanguaging. So thank you very much. This is the end of my keynote.
Wow. Hello. Thank you so much, Dr. Sander Dojing, for educating us about strength languages as a pedagogy and its position in relation to other pedagogical approaches and how to transform learning with strength languaging. And I think the audience would love to know more about the topic by asking a lot of questions. So would you like to answer their question? I would love to share the screen with the questions for you to answer. Dr. Dojin, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm ready to take questions now.
Did you see my screen?
Sorry?
The screen, yeah, I think I'm sharing the screen with the question. Would you love me to read the question to you?
I can look at, yes, I can look at the, but I can't see the question. Maybe it's better if you read.
Okay, actually the questions are collected from both the YouTube live channel and also from the Zoom meeting. So that's why. So I think it's better for me and to save time to read the question to you. So the first question is that, is strength languaging similar to code switching?
Is translanguaging similar to code switching? Is that the question? Okay, so in order to answer, can you see my slides or you can't see anymore?
No,
it's okay. I will explain. It's different. It's different because code switching is basically switching between two different codes, right? So say like if you're a bilingual speaker of English and Vietnamese and you are code switching, it means that you are just speaking English monolingually and switching to Vietnamese monolingually. So it's just switching between two languages. So it's pretty much practicing monolingualism in multiple, in double normal way, because when you're code switching, you're speaking English, and right now I'm going to switch to Mongolian. So that was code switching. I was speaking English and then I switched to Mongolian and you didn't understand anything what I said in Mongolian, right? But translanguaging is different because translanguaging is now I'm speaking English, but then I could use a little bit of words here and there from Mongolian or from Japanese or from Facebook. Translanguaging is basically using all available linguistic resources you have, and that's how people talk. That's how bilingual speakers talk. So translanguaging is basically using everything we have. We are not code switching here. I hope the answer is clear.
I hope so too. And yeah. I think another question I think is interesting because the teacher from many countries would like to know. So they say that some scholars define strength languaging as the practices of bilinguals or multilinguals in order to make sense of their bi or multilingual works. So the question here for you is that, is strength languaging practical and applicable in the teaching context like Indonesia, Thailand, or Vietnam, where students learn English as a foreign language and they share the same first language identity?
I think in the context of Indonesia and all other countries, translanguaging would be really, I think, very useful and helpful because, as you know, these countries have a lot of multiple different languages and linguistic dialects and linguistic varieties that they use. These countries are very much multicultural, multicultural contexts. So if you're going to bring your students all available linguistic resources, say like Mandarin, English, Indonesian, Malaysian, Vietnamese in the classroom, and you try to talk to your students and you try to teach English, for example, you try to teach English in a critical way, you will see the difference because you are empowering your student to be themselves. You are empowering your student to perform their identities in the classroom. And if the students are pretty much, empowered, they can speak up more, they can be themselves, and they can be very proud about what languages they can speak in the classroom, So that can be a very much empowering way to actually apply it in the classroom. You try and see how it works.
Yeah, but many ELT teachers still believe that one language at a time or one language only in their language class. So how do you respond? How do you respond to that belief?
I would respond to that is in recent applied linguistic research overall, there is a huge trend of post-biomultilingualism. I call it post-biomultilingualism, but you saw the tree of life with all these different terms. All these researchers and theorists argue that translanguaging really works in the classroom because the world is becoming more and more globalized. The world is becoming more and more connected to each other through technology, through social media, through information technology. And if we are just stuck with our very traditional way of teaching English in the classroom, it's probably why our students' English are not improving, So I would say to the practitioners and the educators and language teachers to really have a look at this latest research, because these latest research are all based on evidence and all based on incredible classroom data, right? It based on very accurate data analysis. And if you look at all these classroom translanguaging research context, you'll get the grip. That would be my advice.
So
teaching should be based on research and
But some audience also have a question like, if the students are already at the advanced level of the language proficiency, so how translanguaging can help them?
Well, if the students' English is really, really good and fluent, right, that's good because student can still speak English, but you don't really have to limit the students, for example, first language resource, If the student is really good in English and then his or her first language mother tongue is Vietnamese, why would we limit his use of Vietnamese in the classroom? How about, we allow the student to bring the other, linguistic resource or linguistic skill in the classroom, and you will see a more empowered student, We have to understand that, learning second language, learning English is very much related to the first language. If you are really good at your first language, if you're really fluent in your first language, that means that you can really prosper in learning English, second language too, So you can't really separate these languages as boundaries and categories because they always work together. That's the argument.
Okay, yes. So now comes with the question from the audience who has the kind of little bit opposite from the previous question, because here they talk about a student with a low level. So they say that what if students use a word in their native language because they don't know the equivalent words in the second or the target language and cannot explain it? So what should teacher do?
I would say that especially with students with low English proficiency, translanguaging works really well. I was sort of an English teacher in Japan in my before I moved to Australia, and I was told that I only need to use English in the classroom. And my Japanese students are English not very well. They don't really. I would say the low proficiency of English. And then I was told to speak just English. I can see the classroom is getting really boring. Students don't understand what I'm saying. And then I start getting very embarrassed. My motivation and self-confidence is going really low. And I was told not to use any Japanese, right? But then one day I decided to take control because the classroom was not working really well, because I can see Japanese students are very shy. And if their English is not very well, they don't speak in the classroom. So I have to be the performer in the classroom, there is no cooperation between student and teacher. And then one day I decided to take control. And then And then I started giving instructions in English and everything. Students have blank face. And then I said the instructions in Japanese. And then they started speaking in Japanese, and then Japanese becomes English, and then English becomes Japanese. The classroom becomes really more, vibrant. So I finally understood why translanguaging was so important, because I really sort of experienced it in my personal life, in my personal teaching. And then why I started looking at translanguaging from researchers' perspectives. I started audio recording translanguaging interaction in the classroom, also out of the classroom. I started looking into translanguaging in social media. I started doing a very accurate data analysis. And I found that, students are very much empowered. English language learners are very much empowered when they actually have the opportunity to use the available linguistic resources they have. Otherwise, there is a really big communication barrier.
Thank you so much for your real experience with the strength teaching. So now let's come with the next question. So our audience would like to know, what linguistics area do you think get most benefit by using strength languaging in the language classrooms? What linguistics area do you think get most benefit by using strength languaging approach in our language classroom?
So I think some of the researchers in applied linguists argue that, we should encourage our students to use translanguaging in the classroom, but teachers need to be more careful what kind of languages they should use. Teachers should be really metalinguistically conscious or aware what kind of languages they're using in the classroom. But, you also need to empower your students to use translanguaging more. But I kind of don't agree with that, because teachers and students, they are both sort of co-communicators. They are making meaning by communicating with each other. And if you're going to completely limit the teacher's way of speaking in the classroom, there's a huge communication barrier as well. So I would say that translanguaging is useful for teachers, for every participant in the classroom. Did I understand the question?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a couple of more minutes. So let me come to this question. So the question is that, what are the potentials of mobile technology in enhancing in the strength languaging trend in ELT?
Yeah. I think that's a really good question, because in my research, I look at translanguaging beyond classroom, out of classroom context as well. So what I did in my research was I was working with students who are learning English as a foreign language. So I became friends on social media with them, so I followed them on Twitter. I became friends on their Facebook, Instagram, and then I started following them, what kind of, language they use in social media. And remember, they're all English as foreign language learners, right? So when I looked at my students, it was both Mongolian and Japanese students. They use English a lot in the social media. Actually, the usage of English was amazing. In the classroom, they wouldn't use that kind of English, but beyond classroom, they are so confident, and they're using all these very new terms, very new English phrases and expressions, but it would be pretty much the translanguaging, because they also use the first language. They also use some words from Japanese drama or Korean soap opera, or, Korean boy bands, or they even use some words and expressions from, from French movies and things like that. So they're basically using all their available linguistic resources in the social media using mobile technology, So bringing mobile technology and translanguaging, they co-construct each other. They are very much related to each other. So if you want to empower your students in the classroom, it's very good idea to bring their out of classroom context back in the classroom. So for example, you say, okay, this is how you speak outside classroom through social media, mobile technology, right? But why are you not using this in the classroom? Shall we start using it together, using as a task-based activity, teaching and learning? That's also the part of the task-based language and teaching. So yes, so my answer is they're very much related.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Dr. Do-Jin. Actually, we have a lot of questions for you. It means that the audience are very interested in your topic. And I know we are running out of time, but I think in relation to your answer to the previous question, I would like to have you one more question, okay? So the teacher, the audience would like to know where they can have the resources for strength languaging when they teach students of different levels. Or maybe, where can we have the resources for follow this strategy?
Yes, so translanguaging is, as I said, it's quite an emerging research trend, but it's becoming very popular. It's becoming very popular. So the first resource is, of course, we need to check our journals, right? So we have journals like Applied Linguistics, TESOL Quarterly, one of the leading journals. They are publishing a lot about translanguaging in the classroom. So if you just go to your library, and if you look at these journals and just, just insert the keywords like translanguaging, classroom, you will see so many, research and studies. So once you read those articles and resources and you have the clear idea what these researchers are saying about translanguaging, right? You can actually, as teachers and educators, try to apply that in the classroom, right? So in terms of teaching practical translanguaging resources, I think it's basically the teachers and educators, they share their own experiences and so forth. But the first direct way to go is just, deal with all these papers that were written, especially TESOL Quarterly is written very much for practitioners and English language teachers. So I would say TESOL Quarterly is a good journal for that.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Do-Jin. Before we close the session, so everyone please join me to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Sandra Do-Jin, for educating us on the topic, for her informative, inspiring sharing on the cutting-edge topic, I can say, of strength languaging. So in expressing our appreciation to your contribution to the conference, Dr. Do-Jin, the conference organizer, will present you with a token of appreciation after the conference. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Do-Jin, and thank you everyone for participating in this keynote section. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's been my privilege to share about my knowledge and research about translanguaging, and I'm always available through emails. If you have any questions about translanguaging or anything, just send me an email, and I'm very much, quick with my emails. So thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, a lot of questions will come to your email from the organizer. They're collected from the participant. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Do-Jin.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good luck, everyone, with your presentations and sessions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandra Do-Jin, for your presentation, and thank you, Dr. Lam, for moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break now. After the break, we will continue our program with the first plenary session. Enjoy your coffee break and please get back at 9:40. See you then. Good morning and welcome back with the 12th International Conference on TESOL 2021, English Language Teaching in the New Era, Empowering Teachers and Students. We are now in the first plenary session of the conference, Innovative Approaches and Methods in English Language Teaching. In this session, we will meet again Dr. Sandra Dovchin, Senior Research Fellow, Curtin University, as the moderator. Dr. Sandra Dovchin, are you ready?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yes, the session is yours now.
Okay. So I'm very happy to introduce today's session. In our session today, we will be concentrating on, we will have 6 presenters, and every presentation will last about 20 minutes, and we will have the 10-minute question and answer session after 3 presentations. So we will start our presentation now. So the first presentation is Dr. Nguyen Thi Pyongnam, lecturer at the Trung Nguyen University. Her topic is effects of focus-free writing and T-chart as pre-writing practices on English as a foreign language argumentative writing. So let's welcome Dr. Nguyen, everyone. Nguyen, Dr. Nguyen?
I am here. Thank you.
Okay. So let's welcome Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Yeah. My name is Phương Nam, and before I talk about my research, I want to say thank you to you, Dr. Dovchin, for your inspiring keynote. Why is that? Because I found from research and from practitioner like me, I teach writing for university students. I found that researcher and practitioner have one common goal. Our goal is student engagement in classroom, student self-reflection in the classroom for a more fruitful classroom. So thank you for that, for showing it the result of your research. Now I start my presentation. I do a small-scale research in pre-writing practices in argumentative writing. I want to, together with my colleagues in our research lab, I want to check whether in preparation for writing, what happens if teacher help students with more tools for their idea generation. Because in reality, as a writing teacher, I found that students face writer block. They they delay their writing to the last minute, and they express their problem in, I don't have any idea to write. So from that, we want to target first in the preparation for writing, exactly for idea generation, because writing is divided into 3 main stages: preparation for idea, and then writing, and then revision. So in this paper, I focus on the first stage, rewriting. I want to check whether free writing as a tool and T-chart as a tool to encourage student idea generation. And from that, they are more confident, they are more engaged in their writing. Because writing in English is a challenge for them. The challenges we found in EFL writing literature review, researchers talk about 3 main challenges. The first one, that's a problem for EFL student in convention of rhetorical structure. Because in Vietnamese, we don't have argumentative genre, except for professional journalists. They can write some argumentative text in newspaper, in opinion column in newspaper. But for student and for school in Vietnamese, we don't have that kind of genre in academic writing. So the first challenge for EFL student is the convention of rhetorical structure. The second challenge found in literature review is the requirement of original thinking in student writing. A text in English requires student original personal thinking rather than the idea, the thinking prepared by the teacher. And the third challenge for EFL students is their own voice in their writing text, their own personal viewpoint, personal stance. So from the three challenges and from talking with the student, we call that now participant. 80 students in post-intermediate level in English proficiency. We plan to have a course to help them first with preparing idea for writing. And the students are in the first semester of a third year of a 4-year bachelor degree in English study. They are from the southwest of Vietnam, from Mekong Delta. And the students are in the age of 21 and make like their teacher reading book and reading their writing text with them in the schoolyard. The first thing we want to introduce to students is free writing as a pedagogy for idea generation, because it's from research, it will found like helping students to produce more words, the number of words in read. Also more better self-confident about writing was reported with the preparation. And in an empirical study from me and my group on the advantages of preparing students with free writing together with genre analysis, we found 3 findings. The first one, students produce longer free writing text, and students perceive the idea from the free writing text as useful for their main state, their writing state. And when we look at their final composition, their final text, we found a linkage. They use more idea in rewriting stage for their final composition. We are really happy with that. That means preparation student with free writing can encourage more idea, more personal idea in composition, in writing. This time we want to use one more tool, that is TESOL. In theory and in concept, TESOL grams the brain for learning, help students to look at one issue from many different perspectives. It has the function of structuring content in purpose. It's a tool to support student thinking, and it's a tool to help students to explore abstract concepts that require reflection and descriptive analysis. Unfortunately, TESOL were found in concept and in theory as a useful device for encouraging multiple aspects about an issue from students. Unfortunately, we didn't find an empirical study. We didn't find research report about the effect of this in writing. And then we design a small scale study. We want to look at free writing as the first intervention and teacher as the second intervention. And first, we want to look at the number, the quantity of supporting information, how the two devices help students in quantity of information. Second, in variety of evidential support. And third one, in personal voice in writing. And the last one is global quality of student text. From SPSS factor loading, we found that supporting information in writing include factual information, cause, statistics, situation, personal experience, and explanation. And the variety of evidential support is the type of supporting information appearing in the text. And writing voice include personal pronoun and intensifier in a text. Global quality is the holistic rating of text quality. Our research question is, what are the effects of free writing and teacher on student quantity of supporting information, variety of supporting information, writing voice, and text quality in an EFL writing classroom? This is our research design. It's a little bit complicated because we use a switching replication design for testing the two devices. Group 1 include 49 students, Group 2 include 31 students, and MO1 like a pre-test. A student write the first test without teacher intervention. And in panel 1, we introduce free writing for Group 1 and teacher for Group 2. And then student write the second test, measurement occasion second. And then we move to panel 2 when two groups switch their condition. And MO3 is their third writing. We choose the design because with the design, we can test the two devices 2 times. First time with Group 1, like free writing you see here. And second time with Group 2 in panel 2, free writing here. On the other hand, we also want to ensure the equal condition for two groups for the whole writing course. At the end, two groups have the same intervention for idea generation. The topic for student writing is take a lot of time for our choice because topic in writing will influence quality of writing and student engagement in writing. So we think carefully about the topic. As a group of teachers, we assign 4 main topics. Topic 1 is about eating animal for food. Topic 2 is about online learning and traditional learning. Topic 4 is about medical research. And the last one is the art and music classes should be compulsory in school. We think that they are quite equal in terms of student experience in the topic. We measure idea generation with 4 indicators of linguistics. The first one is the number of facts in student text. The second one is the number of evidence of personal observation. And the third one is the number of examples. The last one is analysis, student analysis. They analyze about cause and effect. They analyze by giving definition, by giving compare and contrast. To measure writing voice, we count the personal pronoun and intensifier intensifier like must, have to, absolutely, completely. And to measure the quality of text, we use a measurement scale of Himalayan. We also provide the person who rate the text with a set of anchor text, good text, average text, and low-level text for student, for teacher who rate the text, who check the quality of text. We give that to them like example for them to look at both the rating scale and the set of anchor text. I show you here the first finding about the number of evidence in student text. We found that post-test 1, in post-test 1, the orange color, which is teacher condition, they score higher than the blue color, which is free writing condition in terms of quantity of evidence. And in post-test 2, two groups meet each other. In post-test 2, they are not different anymore. With the increase of free writing condition, when they move to teacher in post-test 2, they increase the quantity of evidence. The second finding we found for this stage is personal voice in writing. In post-test 1, the orange color with the teacher were found to produce quicker personal voice. The blue color, the free writing condition, were found to produce a stronger personal voice in writing, and they are not different in post-test 2. We also found the correlation of construct of an argumentative text in 2 measurement of occasion, post-test 1 and post-test 2. We found significantly strong correlation of number of supporting information, type of supporting information, personal voice, and global quality of text. So that gives us the first picture of what may constitute to a good text. I finished my presentation, and I want to say thank you, SEAMEO RETRAC, for their organization of the conference for researcher and teacher like me and my colleagues have a chance to join in to share with you what we are concerned and what we find from our daily practice. I want to say thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen. Before I move on to our next presentation, I should apologize because I was supposed to introduce Dr. Nguyen, a little bit about background and introduction about Dr. Nguyen's academic background. So I will read it now. My apologies, Dr. Nguyen. So Dr. Nguyen T. from Nam holds a Master of Arts in TESOL from the University of Canberra, Australia, followed by a PhD in the English language and literature from the University of Amsterdam. So she currently works at the School of Foreign Languages, Tram Vinh University, Vietnam. Her research is in the area of second language acquisition and foreign language literature. She is interested in intervention research in language teaching, and her most recent publication is Effects of Rhetorical Text Analysis on Idea Generation and Text Quality. So I apologize again for not introducing before Dr. Nguyen, and thank you very much for your very interesting and enlightening presentation, Dr. Nguyen. So we will have a question and answer session after 3 presentations. So thank you again. That was very interesting and thought-provoking presentation. Now we will move on to our second presentation.
Thank you.
So our second presentation will be So our second presentation will be presented by Miss Dorothy Mai Tang and Miss Fanti Wang Kuhn. Miss Dorothy Mai Tang is a lecturer of intercultural communication at the University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University, Hanoi. She has been working and studying on intercultural communication and cross-cultural communication for over 20 years. Her fields of interest include inter-cross-cultural communication, sociolinguistics, pragmatics with the focus on the relationship between language and sociocultural factors. And Ms. Fanti Wang Kuhn has more than 20 years of experience as a lecturer at the University of Languages and International Studies at Vietnam National University, Hanoi. Her interests concern English language teaching, intercultural communication, and pragmatics. Now, today their presentation is on assessments in culture-related courses for English major students, viewpoints, and practices. However, please kindly note that the speakers for this presentation are not available for their live presentation, so we will be showing the recording instead now.
Hi everyone, welcome to our presentations. Today, we would like to present our papers entitled Empowering Students via Different Formats of Presentation in Content-Based Teaching. We are Dorothy Mai Tang and Fanti Van Nguyen from the University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University, Hanoi. And on behalf of my team, I, Dorothy Mai Tang, will present you these topics. And here, in our presentations, we are going to talk about our teaching activities used in cultural-related courses to promote student creativity and autonomy via their presentation. Here is the outline of our presentation. Ours will be divided into 3 parts. In the first part of this talk, I'm going to provide you the reason why we chose these topics and the backgrounds for our study. And in the second part, we will talk about our action research and the discussion of this. And the last part of our presentations will be the conclusion and the implication for our teachings, intercultural communication courses. First thing first, here's the backgrounds of our studies. Intercultural communication and language, culture, and society courses are culture-related courses provided for English major students at University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University. And the aims of these courses is to equip the future teachers of English, interpreters, translators, linguistic researchers with the social and cultural knowledge to facilitate the further language and culture teaching study. And therefore, our students' English language proficiency is quite good, often upper intermediate, at the upper intermediate level. So their presentation is compulsory activities in our courses. And here, the rationale for our studies. And as we can see, student presentation is widely seen as a teacher's assessment to the students' contributions and the understanding of the lesson in the content teaching courses such as intercultural communication and language, culture, and society, or we say cultural-related courses for short. And that's why it is an important part in our lessons. And however, the success of the students' presentation largely depends on their public speaking abilities, which not many students possess. And this action research concerns how students involved in their presentations and how teachers facilitated their student diversified competencies and their creativities. And from those reasons, we come to the question research, because here facilitating the learners' autonomy and creativities through offering them opportunities to promote student diversity of competencies raises questions. Thus, catering for learners a variety of choices of their most creativity and freedom, improve the quality of student presentations in culture-related lessons in our university. And our studies employs critical participatory action research. I mean, we follow the Premet and Nixon's framework with interpretative modes via the instrument of observation and survey questionnaire. And this action research was conducted at the University of Languages and International Study. And the subject of the study here are third-year English major students. And intercultural communication and language, culture, and society are the content teaching courses which combine both lecture and students' presentation. We introduce multiple presentation formats to the student. The most popular format here is a live presentation. This is a traditional and feasible methods for many students. Students will do the presentations in front of their class member using the essentials equipment like a computer or projectors. And the second format here is a live role plays. Our student can act or have a physical demonstration in front of their class members to illustrate the concepts. Or recorded role play and analysis. The student role play is recorded beforehand and then is shown to the class for discussion and illustration. And the fourth format here is a recorded presentation. Students can make video clips to present their group work results in the forms of animations or shows or slide presentation. So the combination of background music and animated slideshows sometimes attract the audience to watch. Our student can choose the format of presentation as a poster, as using the poster. This can boost their creativity in designing pictures and slides. And in the posters, students can design those using pictures and diagrams to summarize their group work. This could enhance their creativity, imagination, and drawing skill. Or we can also encourage them to change their position. In the teacher-student role swap, the student will play the role as a teacher to deliver their work and explain the concept to the other student. So the role exchange puts the student in the teacher's shoe to build up their confidence and activeness. And finally, we encourage our students to initiate their own formats. They feel free to choose or employ other formats as the most convenience. And here are some examples of our students' work. The first one here is a recorded presentation. As I can show you some examples of this. In this format of presentations, the student actively present
To understand more about what we have mentioned, we will carry out a small-scale survey with the topic student love. Okay, so let's see what the third-year student of you think about it. the results of the survey. Slightly more.
Okay, so using this format, students can present their studies in the vivid and visualized way. And other students find these ways of presentations quite interesting and even amusing. Another format of this is a recorded role plays and analysis. And here, they act the roles as a real people in some non-verbal intercultural misunderstanding situation. And the video clips here were shown to the class for analysis of problems.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
How are you?
bonjour. That's enough. Okay, please come in. So,
We also introduce another kind of format of presentation to the student, and here's one example of their group work. They designed a poster illustrating, summarizing their group work on certain topics. Here's a poster on the language, culture, and society class. And by the end of the course, we designed the survey questionnaires and asked the student to see the effectiveness of using a variety of presentation formats. And here are the questions we use in our survey questionnaire. We asked them what format they chose in the presentation. And in the second questions here, we asked if the format they chose here fully facilitated the group members' competencies. And we also asked them the factors that made them choose the format of presentation. Okay, and here are the results and discussion. First of all, the findings indicated high level of engagement from both presenter and audience. Both presenters and audience find it interesting to watch or to listen to their presentation, their friends' presentations. And these activities here enhance the student autonomy, creativity, flexibility, soft skills, and make the presentation more attractive and easy to understand. Presenters tended to the format recorded presentations. The justifications for this are the facilitation of the student competence and creativity. For example, this could enhance their group leadership, or there are some kind of soft skills like negotiations and discussion, script writing skill. This could they can make use of the group members who has the best language proficiency in the groups, or even the computing skill. And one more reason for choosing this format is the reduction of the psychological pressures. I mean, most of them feel nervous when presenting live in front of the group members or class member. This also enhances the group cooperation. Factors that decide the choice of formats of presentation as the compatibility of the topics and the competencies, the group diversity expressions, and the presentation impressiveness that help them get the high score, because when they think that when their presentation is interesting enough and attractive enough, they will get high score. And the audience was more engaged by being introduced to various presentation formats and richer content. When we introduce different types of format of presentation to the student, the groups students often choose to the formats that can be easily used for their group work. And something more about this one. These kinds, the variety of formats of presentations can help the audience remember their presentation easier. And it's, of course, much easier for them to follow what they are presenting. Despite some drawbacks pointed out by the students, such as unfair groups member contributions and individual assessment to the presentation's outcomes, because here sometimes some members of one group may think that the score here is not fair for all the members because of the different contribution to the group work. By allowing students more choices of the format, we have promoted their autonomy, creativity, diversity of competencies, and engagement in learning. And here are some of our implications. Implications for facilitating student engagement and creativity through the presentation. The first implication here is introduce diversified formats of presenting the student group work result, because culture-related subjects like intercultural communication and language, culture, and society are content-based teaching. Therefore, their studies, their group work here can be reported in different formats. Students are allowed to choose whatever formats and instrument they favor. For example, instead of just only using PowerPoint, they can use Prezi, Office Mix, or Sway. The second implication here is we can use peer comments and peer audience involvements because students are encouraged to promote their classmate interaction in their presentation activity as a part of the score. The class atmosphere seemed to be warm up. And here, the teachers can use individual assessment. In order to have the finance in the group work assessment, students are asked to display their contribution to the completion of their group's presentation to help teachers assess their works as much value as possible. And here's our conclusion. Through the diversification of presentation formats, we enhance the students' autonomy, creativity, and cooperation in learning. And by optimizing the diversified competencies, we get more students' engagement in exploring themselves. And here's the references of our work. And in the
Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation to Ms. Duty Mai Tang and Ms. Phan Thi Van Kyun. We learned a lot from this presentation, so thank you very much. So if you have any questions, we will have Q&A session after our next presenter session. So now I would like to introduce our next presenter, Ms. Angelica Fortuna. Ms. Angelica Fortuna is a lecturer at the Technological University of the Philippines. She believes that successful students emerge into successful adults. This is her 6th year in the Visayas campus of the Technological University of the Philippines, and her 6th year teaching engineering and engineering technology students. So far, her favorite topic to teach is art appreciation and understanding the self. So Mrs. Fortuna was named the 2021 CHED Region 6th champion in the docu-film for teachers' challenges and struggles amidst of the pandemic. Now today, Ms. Angelica's presentation topic is learning styles and English proficiency of Zoomer engineering students. So let's welcome Ms. Angelica Fortuna.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful and thankful for attending this wonderful event, and also would like also to contribute our research and the results in terms of learning styles and English proficiency for our new generation known as Generation Z. So let me go ahead and share with you my PowerPoint presentation here. So with the help of some of my colleagues and other university, my professor, since that they could not also present our research because they have some very important things to attend with. So I'll be the one presenting our research. So learning styles and English proficiency of Zoomer engineering student. This is very new to all of us right now. This is also another thing why we try to study, because it's a new generation kind of learners, a new generation kind of learnings, or a new generation kind of English proficiency that we are having. And we have noticed that most of the time, a lot of students or a kind of research was not really intended for technicals or engineering students. So I would like also to acknowledge our engineer Elizar F. Tanchado, who is also a university curriculum of our university. So this is our background of our study. Gen Z, this is a new member of a 5 generation that is vigorously in our economy today. It is most significant portion of the age of most of the time in the age of United States of America, and of course represent almost like 40% of our population worldwide, according to CARCOS 2020. In the condition of higher education, according to CARCOS, Gen Z has practiced the most modification in a short span of time in the world. According to Learning Abraham 2018, he mentioned that Gen Z has wholly revolutionized the world of their style as well. They are known to them. So this generation that is born between 1995 to 2009 has compromised the children who are true digital natives. There are the children who try to epitomize the definition, what we call tech savvy. Children do not use technology as a tool, but rather a way of their life. And engineers need to possess those abilities to give clear, oral and written instruction to for presentation and engineering, and to those non-engineering audience for them to be a part of professional community, according to Alveson 2004. So this is our study, and that is the reason why we try to come up with this research. So these are some of the statement of the problem and hypothesis. I know that this is all available to everybody. So we try to check what is the dominant learning style of the student when it is taken a whole or group according to the degree program, sex, school of origin, and year level. And then we try to check the level of the proficiency of the student for the aforementioned variables. And if there is a significant really difference in the learning styles according to variables that is mentioned earlier, and if there is a difference in the level of English proficiency when grouped according to aforementioned variables, and what learning styles of the student predict English proficiency. And based on all of the study and result, what development program we may able to propose in the future. So, of course, in the hypothesis, we try to apply the null hypothesis. There is no significant difference, and in terms of different in the dominant learning style according to variables, and there is no significant difference in the level of English proficiency of the student when it is grouped according to mentioned variables. So this is our schematic diagram. This schematic diagram is anchored on the Kolb's experiential learning theory. This theory provides a scrutinize the aspect, the impact of learning styles of individuals. Kolb stated that learning contains an achievement of mental perception that can be applied compliantly in the range of condition. So it is really anchored. So this is our schematic diagram illustrating the conceptual framework of the study. So what is our method or methodology for our study? Of course, the research design is a descriptive research. Second, our respondents of the study is accumulated of 212 Zoomer engineering students. And then our research instruments, we adopted a standardized online questionnaires that is English First Standardized English Test, or known as EFSET. So how we try to collect our data procedure. So of course, on the online survey, we try to use online survey because this is very changing part, because it was March 16, 2020 when our president here in the Philippines declared a lockdown because of COVID-19. So it's a very new for us to collect a data using an online survey and then online test, and then informal and unscheduled interviews and student observations using video chat, FB messengers, emails. And then we try to collect all those data results in a compressed file folder, because of course we could not go out from our own home, so we need to stay home. Even our students need to stay home because of COVID-19. So for data analysis procedure, for problem 1, 2, we try to use mean and standard deviation. And then for problem 3, we try to use a chi-square. And then for problem 4, we try to use t-test, and problem 5 and 6, that is a multiple regression that is used. So here is the data and result. So for the result, for the dominant learning style of the student, majority of the respondents can be seen that they are totally visual and multi-style and auditory learners. And only few of them identified as kinesthetic and then read and write. On the level of English proficiency of the Zoomer engineering students, the level of English proficiency of the student is most of them are advanced. On the other hand, our electronics communication engineering student respondents are all proficient. So based on the data, regardless of the variables, all of the responses exhibited advance. So the narrow depression of responses shows homogeneity under English proficiency. So for the significant differences in the dominant learning styles of the student, chi-square result shows a significant difference in the learning styles of the student when they are grouped according to sex. So it means that the extent of learning style is dependent on the sex, biological aspect of the respondents. So this means that the mechanical engineering student have a dominant learning style, which is visual. So however, when it is grouped according to the degree program, sex, year level, and school origin, the result shows no significant difference in dominant learning styles. So they had a comparable learning styles. So on the difference of the level of the English proficiency, the t-test result shows that there is no significant difference in the level of English proficiency when the respondents are grouped according to degree program, year level, sex, and school of origin. At 0.05 level, or alpha level, it means that the respondent's level of English proficiency does not really vary in terms of the aforementioned variables. So on the dominant learning styles that predict English proficiency, the data shows on the regression value of 0.544, indicating a high level of prediction of learning styles. The regression, which is the coefficient of determination showing the multi-styles, read and write, kinesthetic, and auditory, explain a significant amount of variance in the values of English proficiency of engineering students. And the F ratio in the ANOVA shows that the learning styles significantly predict the English proficiency. So this shows that a particular learning styles of engineering student predicts English proficiency. Moreover, only kinesthetic and multi-styles predict English proficiency of the engineering students. So the analysis shows that only dominant learning style did not significantly predict English proficiency of engineering students. Only that predict is the read and write and auditory, because of course it is really shown already in the data that the majority of the learning style of engineering students are more into visual and multi-styles. So for the conclusion of the studies, the dominant learning styles of the respondents are more into visual learners, regardless of the variables that is mentioned earlier, or if I'll try to mention it again, for the degree program, sex, year level, and school of origin. Since the students are advanced, they have to acquire some skills or develop some skills to make them proficient. At the same time, on the fourth variables, there are more male students who are enrolled in engineering rather than female students. This means only sex was found to influence the learning styles of the students. And number 4, conclusion, there are no major variation in the standard of English skills when the respondents are clustered and correlated with the degree program, year level, school of origin, and sex. And last, kinesthetics and multi-styles did not significantly predict the English proficiency of engineering students. Therefore, the learning style have a significant influence on the English proficiency of the students. So if I try to diagram this one for the conclusion, so the English style and English proficiency of the Zoomer engineering students, for the ECE student, they are proficient. But for our mechanical engineering, the result is advanced. So they have weaknesses in writing and speaking. So they need to undergo an intervention program. And then sex has the most dominant influence in the learning styles. And then kinesthetics and multi-styles did significantly predict the English proficiency of our Zoomer engineering students. So for the recommendations. So the student may use the result of this research to consider the value and the benefits of their prevailing understanding of the learning styles. Second, for our school administrators, we need to help identify the competencies of the student to strengthen their level of English proficiency, to provide support to the necessary intervention program for mechanical engineering students who are advanced in English level and improve their English performance of the student. For English teachers may able to use the result for the study of reference in conducting effective methods. At the same time, for better teaching and therefore to help the student attain in a higher proficiency in English. For the future, for the researcher, this is a proposal of a proficiency program for those engineering students who are advanced in English proficiency to encourage them more to master the English subject until they become proficient in that discipline. And for our future or further researcher may look for other variables which are not included in the study. They can also focus on the areas of study like techniques, learning preferences, English proficiency to deeper investigation or investigate the areas of enhanced English proficiency of our students. So that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angelica, for this really interesting and very creative presentation about your research. I really enjoyed listening and viewing your presentation. I'm sure our participants did too. So this is our three presenters in this panel for today, and I would like to thank all three presenters. Their presentations was really interesting, innovative. Now we will move on to question and answer session. So I will share my screen here, the slides, with the slides. Okay, there you go. So can you see my slides? Okay. All right, so we have a few questions from our participants for today. So we will start with questions from Dr. Nguyen. Dr. Nguyen, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, okay, so we have a first question. Dr. Nguyen, could you please explain the difficulties that students have with rhetorical structure?
I do appreciate the question, and because that's the origin for us to do the study. And thank you for your question. Rhetorical structure will found different between Vietnamese and English. Like in Vietnamese, we don't have that genre. We don't have argumentative writing in our academic writing. And in English, students have to write an argumentative writing text, and with that text, imagine that writing in English is a linear process. Is a very linear process, while writing in Vietnam was found as a circular process. So the way student Vietnamese introduce their theme, introduce their reason in a circular. We don't have very strict structure like topic sentence, supporting sentence. We don't have that kind of very strict structure like that. And when my Vietnamese students have to write in English, they face the problem of very linear structure of thesis statement, topic sentence, supporting sentence, counter argument, confession, and rebuttal, which are basic component of an argumentative text. And for Vietnamese, we don't have that pattern of thought, and that I mean with rhetorical structure, the structure of a text with a specific requirement for a text, and different between our Vietnamese writing and English writing. I hope I'm clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen. You have another question, Dr. Nguyen. In what way do you support your students to improve lexical resources in terms of argumentative writing type?
I also like the question because the question mentioned the foundation of writing, which is vocabulary, idea, grammar, sentence structure. I would say that I will save the micro part. It's basic, but we think that it's micro part. The bigger part is the plan of writing. So I will say that I will save the micro part into the second stage of writing, which is writing and revision.
Okay. Okay, great. That's a really useful answer. Dr. Nguyen, another question. Do you think translation between the mother tongue and English affects students' writing competence?
Thank you for the question. I myself, I am inspired from Dr. Dovchin in a keynote because that is trans language and there are 3 stages of writing and each stage has a purpose. So in the pre-writing stage, students are free to use their mother tongue or English. The key point is the idea. The idea appear in a paper.
Yes, okay. I also agree with that, Dr. Nguyen. Thank you. You have a lot of questions, Dr. Nguyen. Next question, how can we apply these pre-writing practices effectively to low-level class?
I like the question because the participant we have for the study is at post-intermediate, almost in the last day of their university degree. And what happened with low-level class? I think that for low-level class, the genre is more about narration, description, process. So we call that in quotation more similar genre. Maybe teacher and free writing can help, but for the first low-level classes, think about the genre, the more basic genre for the student.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen. So now we have question from Miss Angelica. Fortuna, Angelica, what are the approaches you suggest when giving feedback to students, especially composition writing during these challenging times, as attention span is different and times are always not in favor of us?
Oh, thank you for that wonderful question. Anyway, I still give the discretion to the teacher in regarding about feedback. But in my own experience, what I try to do, I immediately give feedback. You know, I try to use the Zoom since that most of our student right now is staying at home and we're conducting an online class using like Zoom link or maybe a Google Meet or maybe a pencil or maybe a Neo LMS application. So there's a lot of application that we're trying to use. So what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to visualize or doing a on the spot feedback to my student. So what I try to do, I try to use the chat box, or maybe when I'm trying to conduct a discussion, I use the Blackboard or sometimes the annotation and the Zoom. There's a lot of application in the Zoom that we can use. So it seems like we are inside a virtual classroom where the student can really found the correction immediately so that they can see what is the incorrect statement and then the correct statement. because of course we need to consider what type of learner that we have, even though we are using different technology, because of course not of all our students. So what I try to do is that I created like some recorded video, and then I send that directly to our chat group in Facebook Messenger, so that some of my students who are not really visual inclined but rather audio inclined, that really love to listen, so I try to tell them that okay, you cannot watch my video, but rather just listen to it. It seems like a music in your ears while listening. So we need to consider, it's really a very challenging part for all of us as a teachers, that we need to cater different kinds of learners. You know, if you want that our student become a verse in the language and become a master in the language itself, they need to apply that every day. How much more right now that our students using technology as a way of life. It's not anymore like a tool. It's a everyday of their life. So sometimes I try to correct them using like a picture. Okay, do a selfie, and then you try to use a selfie with the correction, and they entertain. While they are having entertainment, but they are learning. So supposed to be learning must be fun. So usually I try to notice that most of the time we try to give fun to our student, if it is elementary years or primary years or under Montessori years, but rather we're forgetting that our college student right now is a new generation, so we have a gap. Imagine if you are a teacher from a boomer year or maybe a millennial. So you need to come up with a different strategy, because what strategy that you learned from your teacher previously, it would not be any more applicable for a new generation kind of learner. So yeah, you may able to use all the type of strategies and technology that you can cater to correct your student, and it's just a matter of how you try to, you know, to say it. If you say it nice and with coolness, of course they will just accept it and change and learn from you as well. So
thank you very much, Angelica. You have one more another two questions, couple of questions. Next question is, are you seeing a change in the importance of gender as societies are changing from traditional cultural beliefs?
Yes, of course, we need to cater different, because the importance of gender is also the importance of the well-being of our students. If you accept them who they are, the more that they enjoy inside the class, because they become who they are. And we need, or they need to understand that. We go back to philosophical perspective of an individuality. And of course, as an individual learner for our student, we need also to understand that our student also a compromise of the garner's psychological or physiological needs, and belongingness is a part of that their needs. So we need to also accept who they are. So if they belong to LGBTQ QA plus, then we need to respect that. As a teacher, we need to be a good role model to them, so that of course their classmates will also respect them who they are, because of course their individuality could not really affect of their learning.
Okay, thank you so much, Angelica. Two more questions, but from same person. How do you think Zoom affect academic subjects? It works for what types of subjects? And the next one is, what do you think about the gender effects on Zoom classroom, especially the male students in your class?
In some effects. Okay, for Zoom, or for our Zoomer generation right now, it still goes back to their interests. the interest of a certain subject. It's just a matter of how we try to cater, strategize, use our methodology to make our class or make our subject interesting.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then,
and do you think the gender effects on Zoom classroom, especially the male students in your class, or?
Yeah, it still differs. It still differs because we could not really generalize that male student become passive while listening in your class. There are some male student still very verbal, still trying to give their interaction immediately. So it still belongs to individuality of the learners. So all we need to do is to identify our learners, what type of learners they are, so that we can cater them by group, by individual, and we can address them immediately.
Okay, thank you so much for your very inspiring presentation and answers. I just have one more question for Dr. Nguyen. Dr. Nguyen, are you there?
I am here, Dr.
Oh, great. So Dr. Nguyen, there was one question here. Do you think that encouraging Vietnamese students to use mind mapping in order to write better would work well?
Thank you for the question. I agree. Mind mapping is a traditional tool and helpful tool for students to encourage thinking, and it could be applied for different genres in writing. In fact, TESOL is a variation of mind mapping, and we choose TESOL for argumentative writing because in TESOL it's two directions. One is the writer own thinking, and the other direction is the writer will imagine that they are the person who disagree with them. They will stand from another side, and they will give the argument different from their own, the counter argument. I may say that if they agree on one issue, they will say, I agree because, and they will think about why other people disagree with the issue, and that teacher. So thank you for the question, and I say yes, and teacher is a variation of mind mapping.
Yes. But that makes sense. Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen. I think we're done with Q&A session, but some people are raising their hands, so I don't know if we should accept them or not. Our MC will tell us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandra Dovchin. I think we'll move on with our next session.
Okay. Thank you very much for everyone for this great panel and session.
Yes, and I would like to say thank you to our speakers, Dr. Phương Nam, Miss Mai Thanh, Miss Vân Quyên, and Miss Angelica.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, our conference is now continuing with the second plenary session, Emerging Technologies and Application for ELT. Moderating this session is a PhD candidate from the University of Newcastle, Australia. Please welcome Mr. Nguyễn Văn Tuyên.
Good afternoon, thank you.
Mr. Tuyên, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, the session is yours now.
Thank you. Thank you, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Australia to you all again. It's time in the afternoon in my location now. Thank you for joining us today in this second plenary session. I'm the chair of this session, and now I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Newcastle in Australia. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the presenters in this session. There will be 3 talks in this session, and your questions will be all welcome too. And now let's welcome the first speech delivered by Dr. Mai Ngọc Khởi, and Missy Khắc Ánh Tuyết, both of them coming from the Vietnam National University in Hanoi. They will talk about the teaching online during the COVID-19 crisis as reflected and shared on Facebook. Dr. Khoi is a lecturer at the Faculty of Language Teacher Education, University of Language and International Study from Vietnam University in Hanoi. His current research interests are EFL teachers' identity, language teaching and assessment, and the use of narrative inquiry in educational research. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Khoi, time is yours now, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tuyên. And hello, everyone. Let me share my screen. So, please let me know if you can see my screen now. I think I'm sorry. I think I need to delete the record first. Okay, please let me know if you can see my screen.
Sorry, not yet, please.
Not yet. Okay, so let me try it again one more time. Does it work now, Mr. Tuyên?
Yeah, it works. So please show your screen. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Excellent.
Better off if you show the full screen. Thank you.
Okay.
Now
we
again.
Try it one more time. Sorry for the technical problem.
Yes, no worry.
Okay, so hello, everyone.
Good,
and
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuyên. And thank you for attending my presentation today. And unfortunately, my colleague, Ms. Anh Tuyết, cannot join us today, so I will be the sole presenter. I would like to start my presentation today with some screen capture from Facebook of some of my colleagues during the online teaching periods. I will read aloud one or two posts and give you some time to read through. As teachers, I think many of you probably have come across similar posts on Facebook. I'll quickly translate this one here for those who don't speak Vietnamese. So the female teacher says at home and does online teaching, marks student papers, complains to student parents about some kids who haven't done their homework or copy the answer from the internet. She cooks 3 times a day, washes the dishes 7 times a day, cleaning the house 5 times a day, and does laundry twice every day. She also needs to settle the arguments of her 2 daughters billions times a day. And when she's too stressful, what would she do? Flower arranging. Once finished, she enjoys for a while before coming back to the routine of teaching, marking, complaining, doing housework, and etc. So the COVID-19 pandemic has presented an urgent need to education system at all levels to find alternative to face-to-face and campus-based education. As a result, online teaching and learning has been deployed by teachers and students worldwide on an unprecedented scale. In Vietnam, all students have had education seriously disrupted by repeated school closure and reopening, and the transition to online learning in between. Online teaching has been conducted as an emergency response whenever social distancing and lockdown were implemented in 2020. On the one hand, many teachers and students are already highly adept in using technological and social media apps, such as Facebook, Instagram, Zalo, which facilitates a similarly smooth implementation of online education platforms such as MS Teams or Google Meet. On the other hand, there are profound differences between classroom teaching and remote instruction. The lack of preparation, the discrepancies between online teaching and face-to-face classroom, and additional technological complexity have put additional stresses and workloads to teachers who are already struggling to balance teaching, research, and other service and personal obligation. So as this figure illustrates, the quality of education provided when teaching from home as the only option is reliant on several major factors. Among them are teacher motivation, new pedagogy for online teaching, support for learners, educators drive to overcome the transition difficulties and other challenges. Online learning in my presentation is defined as learning that is mediated by the internet with the presence of a teacher. Research findings have highlighted that successful online learning involves a diverse array of tools, resources, study materials, such as free access to ebooks, pedagogical approaches, organizational arrangement, new form of interactions, monitoring and support, as well as technical requirements like a stable internet connection or standard account on Zoom. Proficient computer knowledge and clarity of expression are perceived as crucial online teaching skills and techniques. Additional skills in order to manage online teaching process include virtual classroom experience, patience, empathy, proper handling of teaching and learning tools available with user-friendly features. Most importantly, online instruction requires a redesign of learning activities with certain characteristics that are suitable for its purpose. In a report on the impact of the interruption of education due to COVID-19 in Vietnam, the Ministry of Education and Training stated that there are about 1.5 million teachers and 24 million students across the nation suffering from the disruption in education. Teachers like us are at the front line of the implementation of online education, yet they often complain about the lack of sufficient guidance, training, and resources. Apart from the fear of being exposed to the virus that jeopardizes teachers' physical health, there is also fear of losing salaries and benefits. In addition, coping with increased workloads might lead to teacher burnout, resulting in a higher rate of staff turnover in some education institutions. These trends not only affect teacher livelihood, but also the quality of education. Up to the present time, online learning has been applied across 240 higher education institutions in Vietnam, which can be categorized into two groups, those with a learning management system and those without one. The participants in this particular study are those working in an institution without a learning management system. Although some research have been conducted over online teaching and learning and its effectiveness, the difficulties and the challenges in implementing online education, there is still a lack of study which investigate teachers' attitudes toward the shift, especially expressed on social media platforms and in the Vietnamese context. So my two research questions are as follows. What are the EFR teacher perceptions of online teaching learning during the COVID-19 pandemic as reflected and shared on their Facebook pages? And what are the major factors that contribute to teachers' stress and burnout during online teaching? We employ both quantitative and qualitative methods, and data collections started in March 2020. Participants are 56 lecturers working at an EFL teacher training university in Hanoi. The majority of the participants, 82%, are female, and 78% of them are under the age of 40. Among them, 71 have fewer than 10 years of teaching experience. Data were collected from the participant personal Facebook pages. The posts and comments were screen captured. The number of words for each Facebook post ranged between 12 to more than 250 words. Most of them are actually between 20 to 250 words. Most of the Facebook posts, 82% are in Vietnamese and the rest are in English. As a post may well invite further discussion on online teaching from the colleagues and the public. Related comments under the post are also collected in order to enrich and further explain the idea. Unstructured interviews were conducted with participants to provide further insight into their post. Those interviews were conducted informally at the teacher common area in the faculty during break time. The data organized were analyzed using descriptive statistics and also thematic analysis. The posts were coded by researchers before being grouped into emerging themes. Whether the teacher perception towards online teaching are negative or positive are based on the connotation, the words and phrases that the participant use in their Facebook post. For example, words such as demotivating, boring or stressful, detrimental, distracted, which connote negative meanings were grouped under the negative perception category. Complaints and rants will also imply negative perception. To ensure the validity of the coding process, two researchers coded the data separately. Then we compared and discussed and reached an agreement on the emerging category of the theme. So the results showed that most of the posts, 79%, expressed a negative perception of online learning and teaching, with 82 out of 96 Facebook posts voicing teacher burnout over online teaching, while only 14 posts, which about 13% are positive. The lack of classroom dynamics and limited interaction in online classes, both making up for 22%, are claimed by teachers as the main factor that lead to teacher stress. Heavy workloads come next, as shared in 17% of the total Facebook posts. Some teachers also believe that online teaching may negatively affect their physical and mental health and were irritated by certain technical problems, such as the internet speed and software problems, with the former found in 11% and the latter in 9% of the posts. The results show that working from home with family responsibilities sometimes make remote instruction a daunting task for many teachers, as revealed in 4% of the posts. Regarding the positive posts, they focus on the exploration of various strategies for online teaching, as teachers made use of new tools such as Nearpod, Padlet, or Canva, and how they share their use and the tips with other teachers. So the most challenging factor as emerged from the data analysis is that there is a lack of classroom dynamics or even a devoid of classroom nonverbal and verbal communications. Students on Zoom often have the cameras turned off and mobile phones muted, leaving teachers to lecture to the black screen and hence making it hard to engage and connect with them, obviously in a much less personal way. So one teacher explained in a post commented that it feels like I'm talking to myself and to the computer. I want to see the student nodding and smiling when they understand the point or two. I miss the classroom vibe, the setting, the way we dress and we meet one another in person. So this is a sense of pure alienation. The teacher also complained that they frequently did not receive immediate response from students, or there were long pauses. Some mentioned that they felt frustrated and tired of posting a question to the void. Lack of classroom dynamics and limited interaction were both shared by 22% of the participants. So it's difficult to expect online classes to be as interactive and engaging as in-person classes, especially for language learning classes that will very much rely on diverse interaction, group discussion, class presentation, debate, spell, teamwork, role play, and pronunciation practice, etc., to run smoothly. There were technical difficulties as well. So teachers also reported that they had trouble focusing. Bad internet connection, power blackouts, and technical glitches, such as faulty microphones or camera, are among factors that impede enjoyable online teaching and learning. In addition, while at home, teachers, especially female teachers, are surrounded by many distractions, including home comforts, noises, household chores, and other administrative tasks. So one teacher shared that there are pop-ups from students asking to leave class early, reporting the technical problem or asking me to speak louder, which keeps me switching my attention on something else, rather than totally focusing on the lecture. The third major challenge is the additional workload of adopting a new delivery mode. Many do long class sessions between 3 to 4 hours and teach different classes on the same day. One teacher explained about the added workload that some in my department had to stay up to 2 a.m. for several teachers meeting on Zoom to discuss possible techniques for conducting online tests. We had some of our students in the department to join the pilot test. It took a lot of work to adjust test design to suit the online format and a lot of time to try a different technology. I did find the transition stressful. The challenges even may be greater for mothers when kids are also at home due to school closure. Female teachers claim that they have to juggle between teaching and their own students. And for some unexpected time, they have to look after their small children or watch over them who need adult supervision for their own virtual schooling. On the other hand, the picture of online teaching is not always disheartening. As online education has admitted become a new normal for the time being, the teachers have gradually worked out the ways to adapt to the new context. Positive finding is that EFN teachers adapted to the changes by exploring different strategies to teach online. They also shared and made them accessible to colleagues and public on their Facebook pages. For example, the following quote revealed the teacher excitement about the use of whiteboard in his online class. So whenever a whiteboard is required in online class, a number of items can be utilized. This certainly is the most interesting and thought-provoking dimension of online teaching. Teaching that actively employs computer in innovative and fruitful ways may get engrossed in the lesson. Furthermore, there seems to be discernible influence on how we teach and study later. Perhaps the most important finding of the research is that Facebook can function as a platform for teachers to share their voice and opinion like in the community of practice. The transformation.
You have 3 minutes, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. The transformation of the education system that we are witnessing has come in a rather forced manner. Many institutions and teachers did not wish for this transition to online teaching and learning, but there was no better alternative during the lockdown. Online classes, online examination, online small group, or even one-on-one tutoring have been adopted as an urgent solution to make up for the inability to continue conventional education. This fourth nature transition has certainly caused many people off guard because not all institutions and teachers had the same level of preparedness or mastery of modern technology used to assist education activities. This disruption was disastrous, but since the damage is already done and education has migrated to online learning, there is opportunities, I think, for institutions and teachers to complete this transition with a growth mindset and more professionalism. Policymakers and teachers must approach the situation with a more holistic approach, acknowledging that the new situation requires both new knowledge about and skills to conduct online teaching, as well as a new mindset to online education. Teachers like us should strive to embrace technology and benefits that it has to offer so that they can meet the needs of the tech-savvy students and remain lifelong learners, especially in developing skills to use technology in teaching. We believe that teacher e-learning pedagogy must include this flexible and growth mindset. In terms of professional development activities designed to have teachers with transition to online teaching, several webinars have been conducted, and teachers also initiate talks and help with organization, a professional development program, or the creation of online tutorials that they share on Facebook and YouTube. This, we believe, is the opportunities to establish and nurture new and existing community of practice, like the community of MIE, which stands for Microsoft Innovative Educator, which is very popular on Facebook. A successful online course must adopt a student-centered approach, in which the teacher role is shifting from a lecturer to a facilitator. Students are the owner of the learning process and must be autonomous. What makes online learning successful relies heavily on student ability to set goals and avoid distraction. Therefore, teachers should promote peer interactions and assign students to post idea, paper, assignment on interactive web pages. They should also listen to what students say about their experiences, what is working well for them and what is not. In the final remark, the digital transformation created by this pandemic present an opportunity to imagine a different future for our education. Various researchers believe that online teaching should not be taken as an emergency remedy, but as a way of enriching and extending the education possibility open to all universities. Our findings have shown that while the switch over to online class is perhaps temporary, and physical classroom will remain valuable and irreplaceable once the pandemic is over, online education can be made more useful if fully exploited and integrated to facilitate effective teaching and learning. That will be all of my presentation today. So thank you very much for your listening, and I will wait for the question later after the other speaker presentation. And thank you, Mr. Tuyen, as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Khoi, for your sharing your engaging and narrative findings. I like your terminology that you use in your research, namely the ability to control the teaching scenario in this context. It is a good way to the trajectory to empowering our students in the context. Some questions may have been sent to you and it will be addressed later in the Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to introduce to you the next presenter, Ms. Hoàng Thị Minh Nguyệt. She's going to talk to us about English teachers at the University of Language and International Study Middle School at the University of Language and International Study, the National University of Vietnam. Ms. Nguyệt is holding a Bachelor of Art in honor position in English language teaching and education. She has been working as an English teacher at the Ulyss Middle School in Hanoi, and her main research interests include blended learning and online learning, classroom management skills, and innovative approaches and methods in English language teaching. So let's welcome the presenter, Ms. Nguyệt. Time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tuan, for introducing me. And I was so blessed to be here today to talk about about my topic. So I was a little bit overwhelmed with the previous topics, but I hope that I can add something informative information to all the people over here. Okay, so let me share my screen first, and please inform me if you can see my screen or not. Okay, so expect to. I'm not so sure that you can see.
Good.
Yeah. So my presentation is about the implementation of gamification in introducing and revising vocabulary for the student at the secondary level. And there is a case study for my school, UMS, Ulyss Middle School, for the student in grade 7. So before jumping to my presentation, I have a quiz for just a small question for you. Please take a look on my screen, and here I hope that do you know these applications? I expect that there's a kind of like familiar application to you, since we are teaching. We have the like online teaching and learning like at least since 2020. How many applications have you employed? Yes, and I expect that, yeah, we're going to talk about this one in my presentation, and I hope that you can employ some of that information as well. So this is my table of contents of what I'm going to talk about. All right, so let's jump in. So you can see that the educational system of the 21st century, particularly, particularly in the COVID-19 era, has experienced a radical shift, a digital shift with the rise of innovative instructional methodologies. So one of educational technology trends is gamification, which has been developed to facilitate e-learning and also deal with the features of Generation Z, the learners born and nurtured in the digital age. So we have one presentation before that to talk about the features of this generation already. And then in the field of learning and teaching vocabulary, several benefits of gamification's application were the improvements of the student motivation in learning vocabulary, and also the positive effect on the word retentions or vocabulary acquisitions. Okay, so besides, we got some negative effects on students like annoyance or distractions or tediums. Okay, so this situation casts doubts on the benefits of using gamification in learning vocabulary, and also in Vietnam, there has been little research on this implementation for students at secondary school level. So that is the reason why we have this presentation to explore how gamification is implemented to learn vocabulary among the secondary school students. And we got the case study from my school. So the research aims here just to focus on two things. The first one is the benefits of employing gamification in introducing and also revising vocabulary, and also how lexical items were introduced and revised in the lessons. Let me walk you through some terminologies. The first one would be the gamifications. So the gamification is defined in this context as a language learning activity using technological means and or tools for efficiency, motivation, and learning style flexibility. So I really want you to pay attention to three words: efficiencies, motivation, and learning style flexibilities. So this is how you can achieve like all the benefits of the gamifications. And the other one is the student's perception, which is the ability to employ different senses to realize and comprehend things. So this is really important to take a look at, because it will influence on the motivation of the student, also how the student engage in their lessons. All right, so about the methodologies, in this In this topic, we use adopt mixed methods. So the first one we use we approach the students in grade 7 UMS in the academic year 2020-2021. So the students at UMS, they have the English proficiencies at the level between B1 plus to B2 according to CEFR. So it's around intermediate. And we approach it successfully 78 students to join our to take this questionnaire. So in this questionnaire, the researcher used both the closed-ended and open-ended questions, and each closed-ended questions were reflected based on basis of like a scale. So you can see that ranging from 1 strongly disagree to number 4 like strongly agree. So we omitted the option neutral because of its ambiguous nature. And we also analyzed 50 files of vocabulary questions. So we got like the student learned 5 units, and each unit they have 2 lessons focused on the vocabulary, which are the lesson A and lesson B. So we got 10 files of 10 lessons to introduce the lexical items. And at the end of each unit, they have 1 lesson to revise all the lexical items and other parts. So we have 5 lessons, 5 files to revise these lexical items. Okay, so first with the questionnaire. So as you can see on the screen here, we got the mean of all these criteria, like more than 3, which means that it close to the like agree and strongly agree. Most of the students feel like they agree with and strongly agree with all the items we mentioned in the survey. In this questionnaire. Okay, so first is the engagement. So increasing student engagement, this proves that from my student perspective, they believe that using gamification in introducing and revising vocabulary did increase their engagement in the process of learning vocabulary. So the highest is the highest score for the for every item in my questionnaire. Like learning vocabulary using gamification was enjoyable. It's close to 4 in the mean score. So it's like really strongly agree with that one. So in empirical studies examine the use of gamification in English learning, also observe the similar findings such as improving the level of student motivation or engagement as well. And they also and it is also established that this engagement, which can potentially lead to better outcomes as well. So it's really something that you need to take into consideration when you use gamification in introducing and revising the vocabulary. Next part is about the overall perception. So the gaming, you can see that the highest mean here, the one that has highest mean score here is the gamification is suitable for my style of vocabulary learning. So just agree, most of them agree. So this is really suitable with the definition we have mentioned before, which is about the gamification can use as one to have the learning style flexibility. Of course, in the questionnaire, there are some students do prefer with the traditional one, but most of them believe that this one is suitable to their style of learning. So that's a good one. So because it's kind of understandable as well, because they are all students born in the Gen Z and they were familiar with the technology and stuff. Okay, so next part is the usefulness of the gamification. So most of the students also believe that using the gamification have them remember the meaning of English words. They have the mean score more than 3. However, the list score here is, you can see that it's a spoken form. Yeah, this is a spoken form, and we will explain why the spoken form had the least score with the in this one with the when we analyze the 5 letter. Okay, so the first one, how were the lexical items introduced? So after analyzing 10 files of the questionnaire, we concluded that new words were provided in the context, and then students were asked to choose the meaning of the word. So you can see in this picture as an example. So it's kind of parallel with the fact that like it's a good one because most vocabulary is learned from the context, and the teacher here is put it in that context. Yes, and the process is repeated until the provided time is elapsed. So the research, this is called like the repetition effect, and the repetition effects appear to be especially prominent at the earliest stage of learning vocabulary, especially for absolutely new words. So this is real key information because it will affect the way you choose that which application is suitable to gain this one. Because not every application can help you with that, but there are two applications like GameKit and BlueCat. They are the two ones that can help you with like using this, can have this process happen. Okay. Next one would be the how were the lexical item revised. So we got this one. So the first one for the, when you see that when the lexical item introduced, we just test the remembering at the very first stage. But when it comes to the revise, we will ask them to apply higher thinking skill, which is understanding and sometimes applying. So the sentences were provided with the missing words, and then the student would ask to choose or write the words to complete the blanks. So here are some examples. I'm not so sure that you can see it. Maybe you can look at that closely on my slide, I think. Okay, so just one more thing to pay attention to is that the application here allows the teacher to check students' answer right after each question, so that the student will not they would not like too into the games and they forget the content here, which is they need to revise this lexical item. So as I mentioned, not many applications can do that well, but you can use the instructor paste mode or bamboozle. I'm not so sure about the pronunciation, but that one, but yeah. So it will help you to achieve this goal. And this is how the lexical item will revise in class. How about at home? So at home, we just have, we also provide them with some flashcards with definition, example, pronunciation, and they need to complete like the studying task in the applications. The outstanding application here is the Quizlet. It's kind of familiar and the student know how to use this one as well. They can do this one to learn it by themselves well. And these also considered as among the popular apps using the English lecturers at university level, have the student remember vocabulary effectively in less time than the traditional method. And from the questionnaire, we also gained that they mentioned about the application like Anki or MemoStacks is a helpful because they use the spaced repetition, and it will be much more helpful for the student to remember the word rather than the Quizlet. So the teacher can take these into consideration and guide the student to use this one as well. So to conclude, here are some benefits of the using gamification in introducing and revising vocabulary. We have the engagement, we have overall perception, and have usefulness. For the, like we have mentioned about the spoken form of the word would not have the highest score of that one, but yes, that would be the downside of the gamification. So we just want to focus more on about the meaning of that one at first. And about the spoken form, you can look forward to the movie dubbing session in this afternoon by another teacher in my school. Okay, so the implication of this one, the first one would be the back to the basics. Why I use this quote? Because as Smith mentioned, that any well-structured vocabulary lessons need to be proper, the proper mix of the explicit teaching and activities from which incidental learning can occur. So the gamification can only play part of this process that the student learn lexical items. For instance, in the case of my school, after playing the game, the students were required to complete some vocabulary exercises, and then they would encounter these targeted content, these targeted word in either reading text or listening recording. So, and then again in the follow-up questions, again some answers, and then at the end of the lesson, they were encouraged to employ these lexical items to wrap up the lesson or answer some questions related to the topic. So we do not have to have too high expectation of the gamification. Yeah, we acknowledge the benefit and also the downside of that one, so that we can utilize it to achieve the efficiency in the nature of the definition of the gamification. And in order to do so, the teachers should understand the application thoroughly, their function, the instruction, and so on before implementing them in their teaching language, particularly teaching vocabulary. Okay, so I'm so welcome with any questions in the next session after the last presentation. That will be the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, the presenter, Missy Nguyệt. And as many others, really enjoy your sharing of the interesting pedagogical and technological expertise. By the way, I apologize for not having prior information about your co-presenter today, Ms. Van, so that I cannot introduce her. But anyway, I believe that the findings of the research are significantly related to many of us here, and again, emphasize the importance of technology and the use of Quizlet or other technical affordance for teacher teaching of vocabulary. I believe that Quizlet is very important. It was invented by maybe a student from Australia many years ago, and it is now used around the world. Thanks, him. Thank you, everyone. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the next presenter. The third presentation today will be delivered by Ms. Phạm Thị Thanh Thanh. She will be shortly presenting about student engagement in online learning during the COVID-19 epidemic at her school, Newton Grammar School in Hanoi City. Mr. Thanh received her Master of TESOL from Victoria University, Australia. She used to work as an English lecturer at University of Language and International Studies, Vietnam National University in 2016-2018. And now she is an English teacher at Newton Grammar School in Hanoi, and she is a co-founder of Viet Dream English Center in Hanoi. Ms. Nguyệt, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trinh, for the introduction. And
I'm sorry, I'm just a learner.
A PhD candidate. Thank you very much for the introduction, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to be here today and present about my study report. First, please let me share my screen. All right, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me start my study report. The research focused on the student engagement in online learning during the COVID-19 epidemic, a survey at Newton Grammar School in Hanoi City. The report will cover the following parts: the introduction, the literature review, research question, methodology, results, and references. Please let me move on to the very first part, the introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted teaching in a variety of educational institutions, especially in high school and secondary school. Traditional face-to-face classroom has to be suspended to assure the safety of teacher and student. Fortunately, the current technical enable online learning to become the core methods of teaching the curriculum during the COVID-19 social distancing periods. That's not to say online learning is something new. Actually, it's not something new. It has been introduced in many universities. Online learning has been incorporated in the way of teaching to accommodate diverse in learning, according to Artino and Steven 2009. It is often combined with traditional teacher-led approach, it has a lot of benefit. Students are exposed to various instructional and communication methods from online learning, according to Pitach and Lee 2006. Besides, it provides opportunities for all types of learners in distant or disadvantaged location. Hill 1997. Other potential benefits of online learning are increased access, improved quality of learning, better preparation of students for a knowledge-based society, and promoting lifelong learning. Appendix 2008. digital lesson explanation is supposed to be more successful than an actual face-to-face talk-based learning environment, Zhang and Wu 2012. However, online class also have the limitations, poor internet connection or a problem with internet access, and the insufficient digital skill of the respondent may affect the quality of online learning. And students often struggle to utilize various time management, presentation, post-processing, collaboration, and other kinds of tools for personal learning purpose, according to Jonek 2011. The second key point of this study is the student attitude towards computer use in learning language. The definition is learner impressions of participating in e-learning activity through computer uses, according to Sontag, Swinger, Chance, and Year 2008. Learner computer attitude is supposed to play a significant role in the usability of online learning, Hall and Co. 2010. Additionally, a learner motivation, interest, and performance in online learning are affected by learner attitude, according to study by Yang and Lin 2010. And the reason for this is because the learner are given more roles in controlling their learning in the online learning environment instead of following the teacher stage in teacher-center-based form. And there are other aspects affecting the learner attitude, ranging from system characteristic, whether they use Microsoft Team, or they use Zoom, or they use Gathers, or other platform to study. If the platform with the characteristic are friendly to the user, allow them to get access to the material and interact with other user effectively, they will be more willing to use the online learning methods. And also, the previous knowledge of learner regarding computer use can also affect on student attitude when they engage in online environments of studying. And so in this study, 3 aspects of attitude will be approached and put under consideration. They are attitude towards self-paced learning, attitude toward multimedia instruction, and attitude towards teacher as an assisted tutor. And through this study, the researcher's main purpose is to find out high school student perception towards online learning practice. Moreover, the study also aims at investigating the effect of e-learning, the advantage and disadvantage perceived by students. And the last one is attitude, whether the attitude of the learner, whether they have impact on the student involvement in online learning activity. Therefore, I come up with 3 research questions as following. Number 1, what are the student perceptions of online learning? Number 2, what are the advantages and disadvantages of online learning perceived by students? And number 3, what are the impacts of student attitude on involvement in online learning environment? Moving on, the next part, the methodologies. There are 89 students from grade 10, 11, and 12 are invited to enter the survey for this study. The data collection method is the quantitative data collection. The questionnaire was compiled, adapted, and developed by the researcher for the study purpose. The original questionnaires come from the questionnaire designed by Persek and et al. In 2020 in the justifying student perception of online learning. This questionnaire was assessed by the bioethics committee in Poland. And the second part, that is the level of attitude pertaining online environment or effect on student engagement in study, come from the questionnaire of Liu et al. In 2007. The data analysis was conducted with the SPSS version 20. So now please let me move on to the findings and discussion. These are the criteria in the findings of this study: demographic data, student perception of online learning advantages and disadvantages, student perception of learning effectiveness, and impacts of their attitude on involvement in learning process. And the statistical data of demographic information of respondents are displayed in the table. The majority of respondents come from grade 12, with around half of them, which mean that they has been introduced to online learning environment at least twice previously before they are engaged in this study. And the other half come from grade 10 and 11, with a quarter for each group. They are newly introduced to the online learning around a few months before the study. And regarding the IT skills, students justify their IT skill from low to high differently, and the most frequent choice of them is the average level. The next finding is student perception of online learning advantages and disadvantages. The most outstanding advantage observed by students themselves come from the access to online learning material and learning in their own pace, receiving 83.1% of recognition from students, and the ability to stay at home was chosen as the third advantage, together with comfortable surrounding as the third and the fourth one. With the 73% of recognition. The next one is the ability to record a meeting and comfortable surrounding. And the last one is class interactivity. It records the least frequencies of choice. And regarding the disadvantages of online learning, the most frequent disadvantage observed by students were technical problem with 85.4%, so social isolation, reduced interaction with other teachers, and lack of interaction maybe with other students, other learners in the class. And these are four major disadvantages perceived by the student opinion. As it can be seen from the two charts, the student total records of disadvantage of online learning experience proved more recognition from student selection in comparison with the advantage ones. The next part is a comparison between face-to-face and online learning environments regarding in terms of increasing knowledge and social competence. Online learning and face-to-face share not much differentiation in terms of expanding student knowledge. The knowledge increasing for the mean for online learning is 2.76, ranging from 1 to 5. Justification of student, and the means is 2.76, while the means for face-to-face is 2.53, which doesn't report much differentiation in this level. However, regarding the social competencies, the online learning seem to be less effective in comparisons with the face-to-face learning. The means for online learning was a 2.53, and for conventional learning is 3.75, which prove a huge gap between the two forms of learning in social competence boosting. This is according to student perception regarding their own experience. And following is the effectiveness of online learning in terms of increasing language skill. 4 language skills are under consideration: listening skill, reading skill, speaking skill, and writing skill. Among those, listening skill, listening skill, speaking skill, and writing skill share the same pattern with apparent differentiation, like quite contrasting between the online learning and face-to-face effectiveness. Like for listening, for reading skill, the means of 3.25 and the face-to-face classroom is 3.56 respectively, while listening skill observe a fewer, even more enormous gap with the online learning records. The means for 2.92 and the means for face-to-face class is 3.58. Quite a lot. And regarding speaking and writing skill, the means of the two environments also share the apparent contrast between the online learning and face-to-face, with more preference and effectiveness given for face-to-face classroom. The next one is the effect of student attitude on online study involvement. Three aspects of attitude were put under consideration, that is to attitude towards self-paced learning, attitude toward teacher as an assisted tutor, and attitude toward multimedia instruction. The means for attitude towards self-paced learning was quite high. It was actually the highest one with a means for 3.51, whereas the teacher as an assisted tutor also affect the student involvement quite significantly with a mean 3.48, and the attitude toward multimedia instruction 3.36. And looking at the percentage in the table, it can be easily seen that the recognition for 3, 4, and 5 receive quite high frequencies of appearance. So it means that students recognize clearly the effect of their attitude on these criteria, effect on their involvement in learning process. And the last one of the last concerns of the study is the level of online learning acceptance. The level of approval range widely. The ranking scale is from number 1 to 5. However, no reports from for choice for number 1 were recorded. So, which means the level of acceptance of student was range a little bit quite high with a massive willingness of acceptance. And the frequency of choice for number 3 and 4 were most frequently recorded. So it's proof that a massive willingness in enjoying online learning environment, especially in the setting of COVID-19 pandemic with the social distancing periods. So despite all the effort and careful qualitative, quantitative statistical description and calculation and analysis, there are some limitation of the study. The time of the survey was in the September 2021, which means that the student has been exposed to online learning previously, and this is the time that they have been familiarized with the condition of online learning. Therefore, their acceptance can be affected by being familiar with the setting of study. So it may affect a little bit with their real attitude of acceptance. And the next one is reliability of student answer. They has been well informed about the seriousness of the study and asked to give the very sincere and reliable information. However, the survey was conducted at their own home through the Microsoft form survey, and therefore in their comfort zones, the author can hardly be sure about the reliability of student answer. So this is all about my study report, and following is the reference. And I would be thank you very much for the attention today, and I would be willing to receive any question regarding the contents of my study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyệt. We like your sharing of the research finding, and we believe that the finding that will help us to have more understanding of the online language learner in context of unprecedented time. This is critical to the success of our online teaching. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the engagement and your questions. Once again, I would like to thank all the presenters today for their sharing expertise and contribution to the empowering teachers and students in the current teaching context. Now it's time for the Q&A sessions. All your questions will be welcome. And I'm going to share the screen so that you can see the question, and then we will together discuss. Thank you. And maybe the first one for Dr. Khoi, would you please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuan, for sharing the screen. I can see the question now. What are the best practices that a teacher can do in order to cope up with various challenges in online mode of learning? I think the first thing we can do is to change our way of teaching. Like I mentioned in the presentation, that we need to make our teaching more student-centered, more student-led, so that it's going to be less lecture time, make it more enticing for the student. A teacher may try to use more collaborative tasks via micro platform or Padlet or Jamboard, so the student collaborate and work on a particular project. We can think about inquiry-based learning or problem-based learning. So the student will be given the situation and they will have to work on it. And when the student have to do the work to solve a problem themselves that they find interesting, then they will put more thoughts and more efforts into the learning. And as teacher, we no longer lecturer, but we work as facilitator, and it's more healthy that way. We also might need to think about flipped classroom, or even at a higher level, the use of LMS, so that the teachers can give student material to read or to watch before they go into class, so that they have some ideas, and the Zoom session will be reserved just for discussion and mostly initiate ideas, questions from students. This is just my thinking, but I believe that teachers have come up with a lot of other ways as well. And I would encourage everyone to find a community of practice that are available in your current location, so that you can actively share and talk with more educators and teachers to have more better idea as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Khoi. And now maybe the question should be a little bit long, so I hope that we can briefly address the following one, and we will move to the next. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tuan. For this particular question, and thank you for the question as well. This is a very interesting question, and this is something that we face every day. So the first thing I want to point out is that behind every blank screen, there's probably a student with technical problem as well. So this is something that I read on a teacher sharing forum. So sometimes students, for example, when they're living in mountainous area, they don't have access to fast Wi-Fi or 3G networks. They're having a problem as well. But what if the student refuse to turn on their webcam, although their Wi-Fi is good? So I think in this case, then we need to set rules with the student at the beginning of the course, or we need to actively share with students about our expectation, our feeling as a teachers when we talk to the world or talk to the void as well. So when students understand us and our expectation, then hopefully this negative behavior going to reduce. And most importantly, as teacher, then we always try to channel our energy to students. So we need to come up with well-being strategy to nurture our own resilience so that we can channel good energy to students. And I do hope
thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a nice answer and question as well. Here we go. Thanks. The other of this next question.
This is a big question. For the school administrators, I think the first thing is to set realistic goal for the teacher themselves, because when they are staying at home, like the finding have found out, there are other things they have to do at the same time. For example, I think care of their own kids who are studying online at the same time as well. And supports are essential, are very important, both in terms of financial support and also come up with structure like an MNS system or a database for teacher to share material to teach online, or practical webinar for them to, or training session for them to make use of teaching tools. These are the things that I think administrator can work together, and also to build a community for teachers to share ideas and resources.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Khoi. And I do believe that the top-down policy is also important in addressing how we integrate technologies in this context. They will see the problem, but now what we need more is a teacher professional development in this aspect. I hope it will be more engaged and capture more attention from teacher practitioner in their teaching context, even regardless their ages. I know that the younger is more tech savvy, but hope that the previous generation will be improved with their skill also. Let's move to the next question. Thank you, Dr. Khoi and everyone. Here is the following one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tuan. This seems to be very straightforward question, but quite difficult to answer because there are so many resources nowadays on the internet, helping teachers to teach online better. From my own experience, then I will recommend a particular resource that I found very useful. Coming from the Cornell University, I recall they come up with a series of webinar sessions to help teachers to transition to online teaching. They have different topics like getting started in Canvas, using Zoom for teaching online, how to use poll in online classes, how to design remote assessment. I'm going to put that link in the chat box so everyone can take a look. However, I would still recommend that teacher reach out to the local community so that they can attend, face-to-face on, work with teachers who are in the same area. And collaboration is going to help us to work much better, and it's going to be better for our own students as well. So thank you for the question.
Yes, thank you for your answer. It's a direct question and direct answer also. I do believe that the community of inquiry, now it is commonly used the community of practice. If you search it on the internet, you will find a very popular community for you to engage in. TESOL technology, TESOL, Viet TESOL, or a lot of group in Vietnam and as well as in Asia and many countries in the world. And I do believe that it will help you to empower your ability of using ICT in this context. So hopefully it is equal to everyone, and we have equality to access the internet if we can, luckily. Thank you, Dr. Khoi, and now again, Nguyet, thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry for any misunderstanding about the author of Quizlet when I mentioned earlier about the Australian citizenship. Maybe he's American. I just repeat it. Sorry to distract you, but this is my correction for the previous statement, and now the question is yours. Thank you.
Yes, so this question is the questions from Dr. Khoi, right? I will talk about from my own experience. I think that the online resources, as Dr. Khoi have referred to, a very wonderful link, and another. So normally when I encounter to any situation, I will talk to my college at my school, and I also join some group online like Viet TESOL, and so you can refer to the local group, so you will have the same problem maybe, and then you can solve it together better. There are some online courses as well, so you can refer to like maybe some online courses from Cambridge or British Council. That is quite the good one, resources for you to refer to. That's all for my own experience. Yes.
Right answer. Thank you, Ms. Nguyet, because I agree with you in terms that the subgroup, the local group and international group, we both benefit from this kind of group, because sometimes we need to have our local problem, so our peer colleges understand it most, and they understand the context so that it can be specifically solve our problem. In other case, we can engage in international environment to benchmark our understanding and to see where we are, so that we can both benefit from the community, as you have mentioned. Thank you again for your answer. And now the next one, please.
Oh, yes. So the question is about the prior to learning vocabulary. How long did I train my student to be familiar with the gamification? In fact, it did not take too much time for me to guide my students, but there's one recommendation for you, is that because you can just, for instance, when I introduce GameKit for my students, I let them watch how they can play in that video. I also refer to GameKit, like to the model that they are already familiar with, like Kahoot. So they play Kahoot before GameKit. They know how to play Kahoot already. So I refer to GameKit is that one. It's just exactly the same way that they need to answer the questions. But GameKit has more interesting mode, and you need to solve the problem. There's some strategy in that one. And we're going to watch this video to understand how you can play that one. So for the very first round, we just focus on like, you just need to pay attention to how to play, how to answer the question first. And then after the next, for the next lessons, I will guide them like how to play that game. Like they need to buy the items in the shop and to win the game. And then we try different modes. So after they are familiar with one mode, we would like, how to say, a different one to make our lessons more interesting. Then we try the new one. But yes, when they need to familiar with the first one, one mode first, and then we can switch to the next one. Yes. So it will not take that long, around maybe 5 to 7 minutes for them to watch the video.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyệt. Yeah, it's interesting to mention Kahoot or other kind of Menti or etc. I believe that when we search for Kahoot and we compare versus with something, and Google will suggest another tool so that we can expand our expertise. Maybe you can see a website like 100. I'm sorry for the noise. The 100 webtoon for education or something like that. You will find the ranking from the list by year. So it's useful, I hope. And thank you. And now let's move to the next question for Mr. Thanh. Thank you, Nguyệt, and welcome back, Mr. Thanh, again, please.
Yes, thank you. I can see the question now. How can teacher ensure the effectiveness of online learning? The teacher can only try their best to design, to prepare, and to facilitate an online lesson. And the effectiveness can be assessed by a lot of criteria ranging from student performance, and we got tests or other kind of assessment, continuous assessment or examination to justify the level of effectiveness. What are the best pedagogical strategies that language teacher can employ in order to engage the learner? I believe that whether it's online learning or offline learnings, teachers should have their principle to follow, like from preparation, leading, maintaining the procedure of online learning or offline learning through variety of activity, supporting of purpose in teaching, and we're going to receive the reflection, receive the answer, and the sharing of students. And with that resources, we can give more like inputs for the student for further interaction. And I believe that the for preparation, preparation and answer the following question: why, what task to follow, in what time, how much time is suitable, together with a tool for online learning specifically, and with a specific text or topic of teaching. That would be the one that I follow.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. I understand that understanding of making a perfect plan is important to the success of our teaching. And we also need to have a plan A and plan B just in case that there's a failure in technical issue. We cannot 100% expect the successful online teaching due to many reasons that we have experienced.
Yes.
And thank you for your answer. And let's move to the final question. Thank you everyone for your patience. And it is the final one before we have a good lunch.
How can you check plagiarism in online classes? Actually, we got I got to require students to turn on the camera in their writing sessions, and there are a lot of kind of technical tools to check the plagiarism, especially the writing product. And I want to apply the tool to justify whether it's come from the sources. And the system will notice if the writing of students violates the other writing or the same with other students in the system, or the other or with the source outside. As in the portal or Canvas, we apply in teaching. Yes, the system can inform the teacher, and the student will automatically receive 0 for the writing piece. For other form of writing assignment, I believe a student can check it on through Google. Sometimes lazy student, just copy and apply the thing automatically without concerning much about the editing. Or sometimes they want to develop the original form, the original information, but they just don't know how to develop it, and then they violate the plagiarism policy. And for this case, we need to instruct students that when you quote, when you do something to develop the original form, you need to cite, or you need to redesign the information in the one word instead of just taking the whole place into the writing answer. So that is the way I assign and warn my students about plagiarism.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tang, for your sharing. I understand that you use technology to help us identify the level of integrity of students. So it's kind of study ethic. And regarding this, I believe that is also related to culture of learning, and students should be trained about the value of integrity in their learning. And maybe punishment sometimes be applied seriously. And from my experience, I often use plagiarism checker online, or maybe I need to search for Google in quotation marks, so that I will identify exactly if it matches the result on searching. Another is turn it in. If you do not have it, you can search for Grammarly. Grammarly is a nice tool for us to experience. Even we can compare between documents in our Microsoft Office. So Microsoft Office allows us to compare 2 versions of a document, and it highlights the similarity for us. It's important for checking similarity tools. And I do believe that we all have our strategy to identify the plagiarism from students. Once again, thank you, everyone. All the questions are very interesting and valuable. The answer is very good also. I do believe that the sharing has given us some good experience, and hope that after the session, you will come back this afternoon. Once again, thank you for your time, and I hand over to the MC, and goodbye soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tuyên, for moderating this session. And I would like to say thank you to Dr. Khôi, Ms. Minh Nguyệt, and Ms. Thanh Thanh for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attentive listening. I believe it's time for a lunch break. We will continue with the presentation at 1:30 p.m. Vietnam time. Wish you all to have a nice lunch. See you in the afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and see you soon again, every attendant. Thank you. Attendees, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good lunch.
Bye, everyone.
All right. Okay. So, a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me? Is my audio clear? Can you show a thumbs up? Okay. I hope everyone had a good lunch break, and somehow I see a lot of participants saying good afternoon from their locations. So if you're enjoying TESOL 2021, kindly send a happy face in your chat, okay? In the chat box, send a happy face, please, so we will know how much you appreciate this event, okay? Oh, wow. That's a nice reaction that we have there. Welcome to our third plenary session, Emerging Technologies and Applications for ELT and Language Testing and Assessment.
Good afternoon, Miss Maria Victoria Pineda. It's good to see you from Vietnam.
Oh, hello.
We will see you in the plenary session number 3 at 2:15. So I will see you then.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm at the wrong time zone.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. So I'll be back.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 12th International Conference on TESOL 2021, English Language Teaching in the New Era, Empowering Teachers and Students, jointly organized by SEAMEO Regional Training Center in Vietnam, SEAMEO RETRAC, and Curtin University, Australia. Starting first in the afternoon will be a keynote speech brought to you by Dr. Lê Hoàng Dũng, Vice President, University of Social Sciences and Humanities, Vietnam National University, Ho Chi Minh City. And it is my pleasure to introduce to you moderator for this keynote speech, Dr. Nguyễn Thị Phương Nam, lecturer from Javon University. Welcome, Dr. Lê Hoàng Dũng and Dr. Nguyễn Thị Phương Nam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Lê Hoàng Dũng, and everyone. Thank you so much for beautiful. Can you hear me?
I don't think it's very clear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me check. Is it better now?
Can you speak louder, please?
I will move closer to my computer. Is it better now? Is it better now?
Dr. Phương Nam, it would be great if you can speak a little louder. Thank you.
I will try to be louder than my usual voice.
Thank you very much.
Is it better, Dr. Dũng?
Yes, I can hear now.
Okay, I will try to be louder. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Dr. Lê Hoàng Dũng. Today, the keynote of Dr. Lê Hoàng Dũng, and following the presenter from the morning till now about encouragement of student engagement, student activeness in classroom. We now will prepare for the keynote from Dr. Lê Hoàng Dũng. May I first introduce about him. At present, he is Vice President of University of Social Sciences and Ho Chi Minh Humanity in Ho Chi Minh City, and he is a Bachelor of Art in English Linguistics and Literature and Master in TESOL. And at present, he holds a PhD in Education from Manila. So his topic for today is Step Direction and Activeness for students in university level. We will listen to him, and I would appreciate for your question at the discussion session after his keynote speaking. Dr. Dũng, please start.
Allow me to share my screen. Excuse me, can you see my screen?
I see your screen.
Can you see it, right? Okay, so first of all, a very warm greetings from Ho Chi Minh City. A very good time, maybe morning or afternoon somewhere. Here in the Ho Chi Minh City is afternoon. A very good time to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be invited to share a few things at this international conference on TESOL. I have been working at the University of Social Sciences and Humanities, which is a member of Vietnam National University Ho Chi Minh City for more than 22 years. And I have been working since 1998 until now. I used to be Dean of the Faculty of English, Linguistics, and Literatures, as you may already know. In my sharing today, I am happy to share a few things about empowering undergraduate students of English through self-directed learning. The context of our teaching English as a foreign language or as a second language or whatever subject, whatever discipline we are teaching, we constantly asking questions like how can teachers of English or how can teachers in general, we ourselves prepare our students for better learning and better results. And I really love the topic of discussion today or the theme of the conference today. In my sharing, I am going to briefly present the key result from two important sources. The first one is the research project share for honor program at the Faculty of English, Linguistics, and Literature, which is
Hello, everyone. We are trying to reconnect to Dr. Dũng. So I hope that you can wait in a few minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Dr. Dũng.
Dũng, can you turn on your microphone? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just it automatically mute. So I'm going to share the screen again. All right. I'm sorry for the internet connection. Although I am at the university now, the internet usually very stable. As I mentioned earlier, my sharing would be extracted of the key result from the two sources. The first one is a scientific research project funded by our university, and I did with my college. And another one is from a paper we wrote on pivotal roles of teacher and learners in enhancing an active learning environment. The manuscript is in progress for publishing. So I am we'll continue with the sharing of the research focus. We have two important research questions. We mainly focus on the difficulties encountered by both the teacher and the student in building up a kind of active learning environment in a selected undergraduate program in English at my university. And the second question is, what should the teacher and the learner do to enhance an active learning environment in that particular program? We know that, let me introduce a little bit about our faculty. We have currently around more than 3,000 students of full-timer and part-timer. The study here focuses on the full-timer group, the regular program. And I will go very quickly with the key operational term that we apply in our research. First of all, let me remind you and everyone here, maybe you already know the idea of learning space, which refer to dynamic natures of learning style and its formation through different kind of transaction between the person and the environment. So the constant question that I raised at the beginning of the paper is also one of our administrator concern. How can we improve the student learning? How can we enhance their experience in learning, and especially during the context of COVID-19, you know? So many things that happen. Of course, our study do not simply focus on the pandemic period, but that is for a kind of normal situation. How can teacher help students in a specific classroom context to become an active learners or active learner who are readily responsible for their learning and successful attainment of their learning outcomes? This is a kind of urging questions that lead us to come up with the project or the paper. And in the next slide, let me draw your attention back to the definition of Gazipura in 2018. The author identified the active learning environment as one of the thing where the teacher really appreciate a formative evaluation and continuous feedback to the student, which is an important and integral component of the student learning process, and which is focused on monitoring the student program, planning future learning activities. And it should provide collaborative support, being integrated in all other features of a rich, active learning environment. And it should allow different interpretative possibilities, meaning multiple perspectives can be involved, can be considered as an essential part of the classroom context. And that should clarify the aims, the content of the course to the learners, and creatively organizes the teaching and the learning activities. And of course, that should acknowledge the student interest and the student needs. So you can see that we have reviewed a number of authors, and in our project, we did come up with a conceptual framework, but basically we focus on the characteristic of an active learning environment. We focus on different aspects of the learning environment, including the psychological factor, including the behavioral factor, the intellectual environment, and the interaction between the teacher and the student. But in this context of limited time, we just mainly focus on some key points. The teacher in this regard need to maximize the determinants of the student learning autonomy in order to get involved the student actively in their class. And the idea that we really like is co-construct of meaning, construction of values of the lesson, and the application of the learner-centeredness in the class, as well as the development of student metacognition. So in the context of our study, we believe that the teacher in any context, either synchronous or asynchronous or even bichronous. Maybe the new term here is bichronous. One of my very good colleagues from the Philippines in IT, he used the term bichronous to refer the time that we are working together here like this online, but synchronously. So this really helps us, and sometimes we combine both at the same time as well. It is expected that the teacher should be a kind of smart designer for learning, an intelligent predictor, and a certain intelligent planner of how the learner should learn, and give the available resources for the learner to follow and to live in. So we are thinking of that, and we come up with the conceptual framework in our study, mainly focused on the operational definition of the term active learning. We did our study, our case study during the period of January until June 2021. We did a survey to 233 students currently taking an honor undergraduate program of English at our university. We did interview selected member of the teaching staff and a few support staff. So 10 full-time teachers and 2 are the supporting staff in charge of the program. The sources of data come from both the interview and the answer, the responses from the survey of 233 students, which account for almost 80% of our population of 293 students of the honor programs, including the 3 years of training. We exclude the first year student because at that time they just came into the university for a first 2 or 3 months. So we excluded out of our sample. The finding, we found major difficulty by the learners or by the student, including the limited training on active learning for the student. The students are in need of the kind of training for active learning. We may have taught a lot, even in your own context of your own country or other provinces of Vietnam. We may have talked a lot about active learning, creative learning, and so. But we may not share with the student what we mean by active learning and what the student should do with that kind of notion when we mention it in our class context. And the second major difficulty is the low learning autonomy among the students. I just extract a few numbers to show with you later. And limited learning resources. But the key thing here is, why do we include limited learning resources as one of the major difficulty identified by the student? And we raised the question mark here. Probably there might be some other issue related to it. Even today context, you know that in Ho Chi Minh City, we don't think that we don't have enough learning resources. But why such a thing happened? And the last important difficulty found in the study is the expectation gap between the student and the teacher. So for example, if you take a look at the number in the table here, like the student, we ask the student if they have clear learning goals, whether they make efforts to participate in class activity, whether they make efforts to join activity beyond the class time, and whether they ask questions about what they do not know, what they are not very clear in the class, and so on. We have a number of items like those based on our conceptual framework of the study. But if you look at the mean score, generally speaking, we can see that although here the mean score tend to be higher than average. However, they are not too high as expected, because you know that this is a kind of honor program, and we expect our students to be very active. And we are trying to compare the regular program and the honor program as well. And we tend to think that the honor program students tend to be more active than the other one. However, when we found such a thing, we found out that the students tend not to be very active as we expected. So we know that the mean score here may indicate something, especially in the last two items. The two last items you can see, I make proposal about learning content with my teacher when necessary, or I have discussion with my teacher about my test result. For example, the student seem not to be confident enough in sharing with their teacher in the class, especially in terms of the related content or the assessment task and so on and so forth. So we can say that that shows some certain level of inactiveness as we defined in the literature review of our study. In the interview result, specifically, like we see that 8 out of 12 teachers and staff were not very happy with their student productivity and effort made for learning. And the teacher also shared that although the students try hard in their learning in their classes, but not really in the entire learning process, both in and outside of the classroom. And this, of course, makes the student do not really fully absorb all the book assigned them to read, or maybe the extra reading that we assign them to do. So usually that's the reason why they may come up with some kind of answer sharing that they do not have the resources of references. So that's another thing. So student participation prevented the teacher from boosting the quality of teaching and learning in an active learning environment. Although in another finding, we found that the teacher qualification is one of our strengths of our faculty member. We also find an interesting gap between the student and the teacher expectation. Why the student may not want or may not dare to ask questions or propose idea or seek the feedback from the teacher. But the teacher tend to expect that the student should be more active. So whether we communicate that kind of expectation to the learner, when we do introduce our core syllabus to our student, do we focus much on the methodology of teaching and the methodology of learning within the classroom context? We may share a lot. However, as I observed in my own experience, as well as we found in the sharing by the teacher during the interview, we do believe that, and we do find that the teachers tend to briefly introduce the core syllabus, do not focus much on the how to learn or the metacognition level. So that is important thing. The finding also point out that there's a strong need to train a teacher on the active learning as well, as shared by 10 out of 12 interviewed teacher and staff. So all of the 10 teachers here already share the same way. The teacher need to work harder and the student need to actively engage in the class activity. That's how the teacher believes. And I may probably think that this also be similarly found in other contexts as well. Sometimes when we teach the student, we may not monitor the progress or checking the progress of our student. Maybe we do not have enough time, or maybe some other reason. but the teacher should be well prepared for a transition to the active teaching approaches before they could help students become more active learner and participate in an active learning environment. So in another table, especially we focus on the key features of psychological environment. If you can see here, the student find most confident, especially like I have good relationship with my classmate, which can be indicated as the mean score of 4.07. So you can see that the student have very good relationship with the classmate, but probably not with the teacher. The teacher listen to my opinion. The teacher do care about my emotion. The teacher do care about issues in my learning. Teacher enthusiastically welcome new ideas. Relatively speaking, we can say the mean score is at the relative level, not a very high one as we expected it to be up more than or higher than 4.0 or at least like that. Here we receive only 3.6 or 3.7 as well as the others. And even you can see the last item, I have good relationship with my teacher, only 3.39. Although the term relationship here might be interpreted in a different term, a different way, but it doesn't mean that the relationship here is not important. There should be a kind of a rapid, a kind of good relationship between the teacher and the student so that the student can learn better if we think that the student and the teacher should cooperate in the class. There are a number of implications from our study. The lack of clear learning goals lead to the student low learning motivation and participation. The passive learner may need more constant pushing forces for their responsiveness, for their responsibility to be fully exhibited in the classroom context. Now I come to another issue. What should teachers and students do? I just like to share the screen. I will stop sharing. Can you see the screen?
I can see the screen, Dr.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Your son is a failure. He's barely passing my class, and with grades like this, I'm just not sure what kind of future he's gonna have. What do you say to yourself? You're supposed to graduate this year. Listen to Mr. Johnson. What kind of future do you think you're gonna have? With all due respect, don't call me a failure. Failure is an event, not a person, in fact. And you talk about the future, Mr. Johnson, but you're not preparing us for that. Excuse me? Just listen to what I'm saying. That should be good. Would you agree that in the future, most careers will become automated? Yeah, so the people who succeed will have to be curious, innovative, with resilience to adapt to new changes. What's your point? My point is, the focus in this school is not on that. It is on regurgitating information and testing, and that's just real. But in today's world, creativity is the most important leadership skill. Oh, that's how you feel. You don't have to believe it, but maybe you won't believe the 1,500 executives who recently said creativity is the most important leadership skill. See, pretty soon, no one will be hired because of what they know. Because who cares what you know if you memorize the fact? We've got Google and Siri for that. In the future, people will be hired because of what they can do with their knowledge. Can they creatively solve real world problems, not just follow instructions or directions, but multiple choice questions? So that's why I'm stressed.
Excuse me, you may not have shared heard the sound? I've got a notice.
We see the link, but we don't see the video anymore.
Oh, really? Yeah, because I stopped sharing because I received a message saying that I haven't shared the sound, but I think I did. Can you just click on the link and please, you can watch on your devices only 6 minutes, in like 6 minutes. And I think an important message is there. Excuse me, can you do that, everyone? But I am trying to share again. I think I did share the technical support. Can you just click on the link and share? Please.
We'll do that.
Dr. Dũng, we will share the video for you.
Yeah, thank you
Please
so
wait
much.
just a minute.
Yeah, thank you.
Your son is a failure. He's barely passing my class, and with grades like this, I'm just not sure what kind of future he's gonna have. What do you have to say for yourself? You're supposed to graduate this year.
Listen to Mr. Johnson. What kind of future do you think you're gonna have?
With all due respect, don't call me a failure. Failure is an event, not a person, in fact. And you talk about the future, Mr. Johnson, but you're not preparing us for that.
Excuse me?
Just listen to what I'm saying.
This should be good.
Would you agree that in the future, most careers will become automated?
Yeah, so?
So the people who succeed will have to be curious, innovative, with resilience to adapt to new changes.
What's your point?
My point is, the focus in this school is not on that. It is on regurgitating information and test taking, and that's just real. But in today's world, creativity is the most important leadership skill.
Oh, that's how you feel.
You don't have to believe me, but maybe you will believe the 1,500 executives who recently said creativity is the most important leadership skill. See, pretty soon, no one will be hired because of what they know. Because who cares what you know or if you've memorized a fact? We've got Google and Siri for that. In the future, people will be hired because of what they can do with their knowledge. Can they creatively solve real-world problems, not just follow instructions or directions and bubble in multiple choice questions? So, Mom, that's why I'm stressed, because these robotic tasks we learn in school should stop. Because no one can do a robot's job better than a robot. Billionaire founder of Alibaba, Jack Ma, said that we should not compete with artificial intelligence, but instead focus on developing unique human intelligence. Mr. Johnson, drills are for teeth, not the human mind. So these repetitive knowledge-based tasks we must leave behind. Or in the future, you're gonna find a lot of people graduating out of your class right into the unemployment line. See, many top companies today don't look at grades. Mom, that old way is expiring. Google has been quoted as saying GPAs are worthless criteria for hiring. Founder of Tesla, Elon Musk, agrees. So I say this with unease and sorrow. If you continue to teach today as you taught yesterday, then you rob us students of tomorrow. Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Sometimes sitting in your class is tough. I'm constantly thinking, if I don't look up at the clock, maybe it'll speed up. So I listen to you do my work and pay attention, feeling like an hour had to have gone by, but it was only 3 minutes. So if you wonder why we're bored in class, look, you wanna get a kid to hate reading? Give them this, a school textbook. And some people think it's our fault, and that hurts me. They say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And to that I say no. Firstly, you can put salt in that horse's hay and make him thirsty. And if you bring joy in your classroom, you can make any bad student nerdy. As he or she discovers the beauty of truly learning. Mr. Johnson, I mean no disrespect. You have the most important job on this planet. You build, create, and save lives. But if you really care about my future, like you say, then you have to fully commit and ask yourself honestly, how do I prepare a child for a future that doesn't yet exist? Here's a hint. The answer is not found in this. It's using this and this. See, in the future, we will need more passion and compassion. People with inspired hearts and wisdom to uplift this planet. And Mom, I love you, but can I be real?
Go ahead.
You want to know one of the biggest factors for childhood success? It's not IQ. It's family meals. And we haven't had one of those in a while. See, I know sometimes you don't feel proud because I may not be a straight A student, but I'm not stupid. These tests may be 70% of my grade, but they're 0% of my future. But don't worry, I'll pass this class and get through this. But I need you to give me the space I need to be me and live true. Because the best feeling in the world is that your own parents get you. There's a passage in a book called The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. And if you don't mind, I'd love to share it with you.
Go ahead.
See, he says, your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, they do not belong to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow. So, Mom, I'd appreciate it if you give me the love that I need to pursue my dreams. See, if we are to succeed, all three of us need behavior change on all fronts. We talk about the future, but the future is now, and it is created now by all of us.
I've never heard you speak like that before.
Yeah, I didn't know.
But I'm going to reach out to administration and try to change some things. You have my word.
Yeah, okay. I would like to say thank you so much, the technical support. So I'm back to the my screen. Do you see the PowerPoint, right?
See the PowerPoint.
Yeah, okay. Yep, so thank you so much. So you can see that after watching the very short video clip between the student and the teacher, but I believe that many of us here are deeply moved by some certain way, even in the way we educate our child, our children, our kids, in the way we educate our young learner, our student, and even in the way we communicate with our employee or different people we are working with. So especially in this case, we can see that we really want to force people to do something, but specifically in the class, we cannot do so. We have two important words, the passion and the compassion. And it seems that the teaching and the learning these days tend to touch the heart and the mind rather than on the textbook only. So probably we would get back to the suggestion that the teacher needs to actively play the role as a skillful organizer, planner, designer for learning, especially in the way or through the way we help the student understand very clearly of their learning goals, clarify their roles in the class and out of the class. But of course, we encourage them to do so. And we try our best to help them fully aware of their new roles. But we do believe that, and we do hope that our students will have such a kind of role and they understand they would play an active role in the new learning environment. And the new learning environment will continue to be newer and newer. And we should activate their prior learning to the current and the future learning content as well, and sensibly develop the active learning strategy. But that's not enough. That's not enough. That's not enough. There might be so many other things, but it can be also ascertained from the study finding that the teacher should organize the lecture, the lesson in a way that promote the active learning, be flexible in teaching and planning the lesson and so on and so forth. That's too small in words, but I do not want to read them all. The key point here is we try different way. We use the reverse or the inverted classroom organization, as I quote partly here, whereby the students are planned and driven to actively participate into activity both in and out of the class. So there's a lot of meaning here, and we definitely apply assessment-based and teaching and learning activity, and of course with different kind of tools that help the student to demonstrate. We are not going to check like examination, but we are trying to apply different kind of alternative assessment-based tasks and so on and so forth. And I do believe that there may be very interesting presentation soon after this sharing of mine. So what should the learner do? The learner should be readily prepared for the learning environment, not waiting until they are invited to. So probably this is complicated. If we don't tell them what to do, then will they do what they are supposed to do? Probably there should be some certain time at the beginning of the course or sometime in the whole course that we should instruct them on how to create and how to grab the opportunity for themselves to grab the knowledge and the opportunity to learn more and to know more about the lesson. Okay, I have one more slide only. Be highly and self-directed in learning, be highly responsible for and responsive in unexpected situations that may emerge in a normal way. So in my last slide, I just focus on the keyword empower as the main theme of our conference. So the meaning of the term is very important to you. It gives someone more control over their life and more power to do something. And in this regard, I would end my sharing with a question. What would happen when students own their learning? And if we remove the letter T in the word, I can't do it, we will have, I can do it. And let our student can do it too. So thank you so much. We focus on the self-directed learning. We let the student be self-directed in the way they learn. I do not expand the discussion by giving the definition of self-directed learning, but this is the recommendation of my sharing of our research project. The students should be instructed to be self-directed in the way they learn so that they can cope up with the new normal situation. So self-directedness is just the starting point to help the student gradually form their own long-term learning habit in order to actually realize the learning goal of an educational program or their lifelong learning for life. And especially during the pandemic, COVID-19 here, you can see the influence is even stronger, and we should help the student to become self-directed in their learning as well as in their life. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Dũng, and we listen to your thoughtful sharing. And I don't want to stop where the time is over, and we also have some time for technical problem. So in fact, you have a lot of questions, but because we have to stop at 2:15, that means 1 more minute. So may I suggest that we have one question, and the other question, please answer the question in the chat box. Is it possible?
Sure, I can answer in the chat box. I will read here in the chat box. I think we have 12 questions here, I think.
You have a lot of questions.
Oh, wow, great. It's my great pleasure to have your sharing. Thank you.
Yeah, you have a lot of questions. And one of the questions, maybe we have one question. How are we going to bridge the gap between teacher expectation and student expectation? How are we going to bridge the gap between teacher expectation and student expectation?
Yeah, thank you. So I can just share very quickly here. Only one keyword, communication. We let the student know and we let the student understand us. The student would really understand what we are doing for them, especially through our passion, through our devotion, through our teaching with our heart and mind at the same time. And then we keep on thinking of what we will communicate with our student. It doesn't mean that we go to the class just for doing the sake of teaching. At that time, you were just simply a teaching worker. But here, we empower the student. We help the student to become greater in the way they learn. I would never complain my student, in fact. I encourage them all the time. And that's how I keep my student with me. And that's just my personal story. But I think that the keyword communication is really important in any kind of setting, and mutual understanding too.
I see in the chat box some red heart for you. So I
thank you so much.
That's successful keynote, and because of time pressure, I have many things to talk to you. But I myself, as a teacher, I learned from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We end the keynote here, and please help the person with the question in the question and answer. Dr. Dũng, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lê Hoàng Dũng and Dr. Nguyễn Thị Phương Nam. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next part of our conference, I would like to introduce Miss Maria Victorina Pineda. Online learning consultant and a trainer facilitator, National University Asia Pacific College Consortium, Pineda Cybersecurity System and Cyber Optimist INC. She will be our moderator for the plenary session number 3, Emerging Technology and Application for ELT, Language Testing and Assessment. Please welcome.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Is my audio clear? How?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. So we will now proceed to our session presentations. I'll be introducing the speaker, and then I'll turn over the time to the presenter. And then after our 3 sets of presenters, we will have the question and answer. So all the presenters are given 15 to 20 minutes for their chance or their session. Our first speaker for this afternoon is a teacher at ULIS Middle School in Hanoi. She has also been working as a teacher at a private English language institute in which her main responsibilities involve teaching in the English language as a foreign language for high school students. Her main areas of interest include blended learning, language testing and assessment, teaching English language skills, English as a medium of instruction, and English language teacher education. Our first speaker for this afternoon is Ms. Nguyen Hom Van. Let's welcome her.
Okay, thank you very much. So now I'm going to share with you my screen, okay? And please just tell me if you can see my screen or not. Okay, so Hello, can you see my screen now, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor today to be here and present in the 12th International Conference on TESOL today. My name is Nguyễn Thị Hồng Vân, and I'd like to present a study related to teaching and learning activity for students titled The Implementation of Movie Dubbing in Learning and Teaching Speaking for Secondary Students. From the UMS students and teachers' perspective. The study was conducted by me and Ms. Minh Nguyệt. So in this report, we'll go through 6 sections related to the content of the research that we have done, specifically the introduction to the research problem. In this part, I will clearly state the rationale of the research, as well as our research purposes. Next, in the literature review, I will introduce some terms as well as the research framework to answer the research questions. Then I'll walk you through methodology section, findings and discussion, and finally the conclusions as well as implications for students and teachers in middle schools. Due to the limited time, I'll focus on the main content of the research. Okay, so first, we'll home in on section 1, the introduction to the research problem. One of the goals of the general education program in Vietnam is to equip Vietnamese students with the ability to use language knowledge in order to participate in communication activities. And at the secondary school level, teaching pronunciation mostly involves single vowels, diphthongs, semivowels, consonants, and the like. These contents are often associated with teaching specific sounds, as in the examples as you can see here. This, in fact, has caused some certain boredom to the students, and they usually report that learning individual sounds is quite abstract, not highly applicable to real-life communication, and they barely related to the students' speaking skills, especially for the students whose language competency is at pre or intermediate level, particularly the students in our school, the US middle school. Then such drilling exercises seem to be a little bit unattractive to them. Therefore, we have made efforts to find different teaching techniques to keep the students' engagement in learning. After applying different teaching methods and activities for pronunciation development, we've found a quite interesting activity that is movie dubbing. In Vietnam, there haven't been many studies on the benefits and the challenges of this teaching technique, especially for students at the middle school level. So we have decided to further research and share with you the results of this study about applying movie dubbing in teaching and learning speaking with 6th graders from US Middle School as our research participants. So the purpose of this study was to find out about the benefits of movie dubbing in learning speaking, along with the challenges of employing movie dubbing in learning for speaking students, Okay, with the aforementioned purpose, we hope to make suggestions to improve the middle school students' experience, as well as their performance in movie dubbing exercises to improve their speaking skills. I'm sorry for the typo here. To this end, we have conducted a study titled The Implementation of Movie Dubbing in Learning and Teaching Speaking for secondary students from the UMS students and teachers' perspectives. And in this study, we investigated perspectives of students and teachers from US Middle School. So in this section 2, literature review, I'd like to introduce some key terms, especially the concepts, specifically the concept of movie dubbing. Dubbing activity or movie dubbing can be divided into 2 main types. The first one is interlingual dubbing, which involves the oral translation of the original language to the spoken of the original L1 spoken dialogue into L2. And the second one is the intralingual dubbing, which involves the voice repetition of the original spoken language. So For the interlingual dubbing, the learners will have to translate the spoken words from the native language into a second language, while with the intralingual dubbing, the learners will only need to repeat the sentences in a dialogue from an original video. So with a view to improving and focusing on the students' phonological development, we adopted intralingual dubbing. Put it simply, the student will need to repeat an English conversation in a video so that the speed, the tone, and the intonation match the speed, tone, and intonation of the speakers in the video. Another term that needs to be clarified is students' perception. Students' perception is defined as the ability to employ different senses to realize and comprehend things. So studying students' perception is necessary because the learner's perception can affect their learning motivation, their learning attitude, expectation, as well as the strategies of the learners. Okay, so next, with the aim of the study to find out about the benefits of using movie dubbing in learning and teaching speaking for secondary school students as perceived by UMS students and the teachers. We have conducted a study with the 2 research questions. And in order to answer the first question, like as you can see on the screen, we have adopted a framework adapted from the study of he and Watson Tarasovitz in 2015, as well as Teeter in 2017. And you can see in this framework, we investigated 3 main groups of interest, including the students' efforts, perceived progress, and attractiveness of the assignment to the students. With the second question, what are the challenges of, what are the difficulties of using movie dubbing in learning and teaching speaking for secondary school students as perceived by UMS students and teachers? A research framework which synthesized from the research results from multiple sources have been employed to learn about the challenges of, that the teachers and the students may face. And in this framework, we covered the 7 groups of challenges, including English proficiency of the learners, students' time management skill, students' attitude towards the assignment, students' level of anxiety when performing the assignment, the task, teamwork skill, teacher support, as well as the requirements of the task. Regarding the research methods, we have combined mixed methods, namely a combination of quantitative and qualitative methods. About the data collection, we used a questionnaire consisting of 4 optioned questions on the Likert scale and open-ended questions combined with semi-structured interviews. The object of the study is the movie dubbing task, and specifically when participating in this task, the students will be able to watch a voice-over video as a model. After that, the students were allowed to choose a movie and send it to the teacher for so that the teacher can help them to find the script and cut the video, the extract video from that movie. Students will be able to practice at home and during the class hours with their friends. In addition, the students will have, at the end of the semester, the students will have a test and they will receive feedback before the test so that they can improve on the important day. In terms of the test format, the students were allowed to hold the script because they were just 6th graders, but actually we encouraged them to memorize the script and to dub in front of the whole class. The research subjects include 62 6th graders in the first semester of the school year, including 75 students participating in the survey and 7 students participating in the interview. To add to the information, in the first semester of the school year, 2020 and 2021, our school had only 92 6th graders because we were quite selective. Of the students participating in the study, 21 were the students from grade 6A1. As you can see, 23 from 6A2, 31% from 6A3, and 25% from 6A4. And we when we ask about the experience with movie dubbing, then 27% of the students participating in the study had dubbed before, and 73% of them had never had a similar dubbing experience. So after conducting the research, we've had positive results about the benefits of movie dubbing in teaching and learning speaking for middle school students from the perspective of UMass students. Specifically, when surveying the students' level of effort devoted, the majority say that they like the movie activity as well as feeling interested in this activity, with the average value at about 3.06. In addition, the results were also quite positive when many students reported that they have tried the best, which means that they have devoted their efforts in the exercise in order to complete the movie dubbing task. Regarding their own progress in English ability, many students have been somewhat aware of the improvements in English proficiency, pronunciation, as well as the confidence level when speaking. However, this number is still not high, with 2.88. So in general, the results of this survey also have similarities with the research of Sanchez-Requena in 2006, as in 2016, when we reported that movie dubbing is an activity with motivating and exciting factors for the students. In addition, this activity helped to boost learners' confidence and helps the learners develop fluency as well as the pronunciation at the same time in language learning. Next, when we examined the challenges of movie dubbing in learning and teaching speaking for middle school students, some conclusions were also been drawn. First of all, the biggest perceived challenge by students is the level of anxiety associated with the test. Most of them say that they felt nervous when they had to present in front of the whole class. Agreeing with this idea, one of our teachers also explained that some students who lacked confidence when there were some students who lacked confidence when practicing movie dubbing exercises. Some children were not confident in the pronunciation ability, and some were afraid. They were, merely afraid to speak in public. Besides, a student's English ability is also one of the main obstacles in performing dubbing activities. According to the students, the difficulties related to language ability include having to imitate the dialogue segments, imitating the script, speech rates, as well as the emotions of the characters in the movie. So I think that it was one of the most challenging factors to them. So it can be said that besides the excitement that the learners experienced from dubbing movies, imitating the dialogue segments, speaking speed, as well as the emotions of the characters, has made the dubbing exercise more challenging than other common phonic exercises in the secondary school program for UMass students. Our results, the results in our survey also aligned with the results in the study of He and Watson Tarasovitz in 2015. Specifically, in both studies, survey participants agreed on the difficulty and imitating the speech of the video, as well as the rhythm and intonation of the characters. Okay, and regarding the suggestions for improving this movie dubbing exercise, through the responses of the students and teachers participating in the study, it can be drawn that firstly, the students need to practice more to increase their confidence when doing exercises and better results when doing the test. Second, it is necessary to strengthen the cooperation from students and the group members, because this is a movie part, and when they dub the movie, they need to work in groups because there are a lot of characters within a movie. Third, support from teacher is necessary for the completion of students' assignments smoothly. Specifically, the teachers need to check the video content and the script earlier so that the students can have time to practice. And the teachers should also give the students feedback and advice so that they can practice early before the important day. Finally, for both teachers and the students should take advantage of the support from technology. After the interviews, we also realized, and because the students revealed to us that they could use the software, certain software and apps in order to reduce the speed of the original video so that they can make it easier for the student to practice during the practicing stage. Okay, so come to the conclusion and implication. After conducting a survey on the use of movie dubbing in learning and teaching speaking for middle school students, we can draw some of the conclusion. First, in terms of the advantages, two benefits of dubbing exercises can be clearly seen. The first one is the movie dubbing exercise. It engages students in developing speaking and pronunciation skills. Moreover, the students can be self-aware of their own progress through activities. About the challenges, the students and teachers both found that the biggest challenge was the anxiety when performing dubbing exercises in front of the class. In addition, the students also assessed that their language ability, specifically pronunciation ability, was not good enough to be able to complete the exercises. However, we personally, we think that it is not because of the of the students' ability, but the teacher actually thought that the students were not confident enough in their own ability and not confident enough to perform in front of the whole class. So in order to improve and apply the movie dubbing exercises to different subjects and different groups of students in the school, we'd like to make the following recommendations. Firstly, depending on the level of students, the teachers can give them similar exercises with different levels of difficulties. For example, for students at a basic level, the teachers can pre-select one or two, one video which lasts for about 1 or 2 minutes with slow reading speed on the topics related to daily life. Several video sources are available and can be found on YouTube, such as Easy English channel or some short videos released by British Council. In addition, the teachers need to have a specific educational plan so that and as well as the time allocation so that the students can have enough time to practice and prepare psychologically before performing the movie dubbing exercise in front of the whole class. Finally, giving timely comments and feedback to the students from the teacher's side is extremely important because such comments can help the student to remove the problems in the process of doing exercises and directly contribute part in improving students' speaking and pronunciation skills. So above is my presentation on the topic, the implementation of movie dubbing and learning and teaching speaking for secondary school students. We hope that the teachers and the professors who are interested in the topic can discuss and get the questions as well as asking questions for our presentation. Thank you, everyone, for listening and your interest in my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen Homban. I think it's a very, very comprehensive presentation and there are a lot of questions. So if we have time, we will deal with them later. Thank you for your questions and try to address write the name, type the name of to whom you want to address the questions. Our second set of speakers are Ms. Do T. Mai Tan and Ms. Phan T. Van Queen. Ms. Do T. Mai Tan is a lecturer of intercultural communication at University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University, Hanoi. She has been working and studying on intercultural communication and cross-cultural communication for over 20 years. Her fields of interest include inter and cross-cultural communication, social linguistics, pragmatics, with a focus on the relationship between language and sociocultural factors. Ms. Fanti Van Queen, on the other hand, has more than 20 years of experience as a lecturer at University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University, Hanoi. Her interests concern English language teaching, intercultural communications, and pragmatics. For their session, we will be watching their recorded presentation. Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone, we are Đỗ Thị Mai Thanh and Phan Thị Vinh Quyên from the University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University, Hanoi. Today, it is our pleasure to present you the topics assessment in culture-related courses for English major students. I will share viewpoints and practices. First of all, I'd like to say about the contents of our presentations. We will provide the backgrounds of our studies. And in the second part of our presentation, I'm going to give you some information about our course objectives, and the way we assess our students. And in the third part of our presentations, the conclusions of the study is provided. And intercultural communication and language, cultures and society are the two culture-related courses for English major students at University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University of Hanoi. The aims of these courses here are, first of all, to equip the future teachers of English, interpreters, translators, linguistic researchers with the social and cultural knowledge to facilitate the further language and culture teaching and study. And besides, these courses are also expected to raise the students' awareness of language and cultural differences, cultural biases, and cultural stereotypes, and also the social cultural impacts on the language users, thus respect the diversity of the world. So the knowledge gained through these classes will empower their flexibility, autonomy, creativity, and promote their critical thinking, sensitivity in language practice and intercultural communication. And therefore, in our courses, we focus on exploring students' creativities, competencies, and autonomy. So our share ideas on the philosophy of teaching culture-related courses are open-mindedness and diversity. And to evaluate our students' work and achievements, holistic assessment is often used. And now, I'm going to introduce about intercultural communication, our course objectives, and social language, culture, and society courses. Okay, the first part here is in the introductions about intercultural communication course objectives. The aim of intercultural communication course here are, first, students are able to apply basic concepts and processes of cross-cultural and intercultural communication in exploring, understanding, and analyzing cross-cultural and intercultural phenomena. Students can use the informed understanding and increase their sensitivities, their own sensitivities of cultures and of their own and others, to reflect on their own beliefs, actions, behaviors, and to observe those of others to enhance the effective intra, and cross-cultural communication. After the course, students can identify adaptive challenges facing a person or an organization in different cultural contexts and in their own context of constant change. Students can also demonstrate their improved communication skills through the ability to reflect, to suspend judgment, and to respect the differences. And here's language, culture, and society course objectives. The aims of this course are to cover the interrelationships of culture, society, and language, the influences of some socio-cultural factors, namely age, gender, social class, politics, and media on the use of language. And the students also learned about the issues related to language use, such as the stereotypes and biased language, linguistic politeness, persuasive language, and the power of language in many aspects of social life. And from this one, we will call the two courses intercultural communication and language, culture, and society. We just call this course the culture-related courses for short. So in our course, we use holistic assessment. And holistic assessment, the main function of holistic assessment, according to Agulio and Mayer Inutis, holistic assessment can help maximize student learning outcomes. Teachers and assessors should develop materials and course objectives that are relevant, realistic, motivating, and matching to the strengths of the student. And intercultural communication in language, culture, and society are the content, teachings, and project-based courses. So they should be adapted to fit the Vietnamese circumstances and context. That's why the course syllabus requirements here are changed to fit in the course objectives, and therefore assessments should be made to meet these criteria. What should be the assessments objectives of those contained teachings and project-based courses for English major students? Remember that our students here are English major students. They are going to become the English futures, English teachers, translators, linguistic researchers. And that's why if we want to assess the English language proficiencies, it is not necessary. And because this is the content teaching course, if we assess the English language proficiency is not necessary because in our courses, English is used as a medium to deliver the lesson and presentations. So assessment of the language proficiency, English language proficiency is not necessary. However, if the English is good, the delivery of their presentation or the expression in their papers would maximize the intended meaning, the conveyance of their intended meaning. Or the second questions in the assessment objectives here is, should we assess and not the knowledge of the subjects? Of course, it's our main focus because our main focus here is to provide students with culture-related knowledge. So we have to assess them to check if our student acquired what we conveyed, okay, or if our lectures delivered to them is effective or not. The third point of this here is, do we assess the progressive changes in skill and attitudes? This is our main assessment because besides checking the knowledge of the course here, we have to, assess the progressive changes, especially in skill, because these are the culture-related courses. We just see if there's any kinds of progressive changes in the skill, for example, their adaptation, their creativity, their critical thinking, and changes in attitudes, for example, the changes in values and beliefs, the reductions of ethnocentrism, prejudices, discriminations, and stereotypes. And these are our main assessment, because our students understand the concepts and know what to apply them in the real lives. And these could be reflected via their improvements in skill and changes in attitudes. Or sometimes the questions can be, should we accept the all of these aspects, the language proficiency, English language proficiency, the knowledge, or the progressive changes? It could be difficult for a student to achieve all of these criteria. And as I said before, English language proficiency is not our main focus, because there are many students whose knowledge, skills, and attitudes are good, but their English is not as good as some students who have high score of IELTS or TOEFL. And from this one, we are inclined to the knowledge they gain, to the changes in their progress. Okay, and these could be reflected through their work, for example, through their reflection essays, through their group presentations, through their personal blogs or papers, etc. So to meet all these requirements, as well as to fit our circumstances, the assessment approach and the course objectives should mutually complement. There should be some kinds of match between the course objectives and the course assessment. So our paper is here to share some methods using in our lesson to promote the students' personal strength, to foster students' creativities, to raise students' awareness of cultural differences, and to respect the cultural diversity among students. And here are the ways some different methods we employ to assess our students' work. We ask them to write the reflection and reflective, to do the reflection and reflective practice via writing the reflectives and mini essays, or make mini clips or portfolios, or ask them to write some kind of experiential learning essay, sharing their own cultural experiences. Or the second method here is we ask them to have a self-assessment through self-awareness activities. For example, we ask them to do the group presentation on task-based projects in order to explore the people around them. So from these activities, they can see the differences between their soundness, the cultural soundness, and other people's culture nets, or we say other nets. And we also ask them to do the group presentation creativities, and this activity. And as a result of this one, we can say the assessment here have supported the course objectives in the way that the student may have, the first thing that they have from this one here is the changes in their cultural attitudes. The the changes in values, belief, reduction of ethnocentrism, prejudices, or discrimination, and stereotypes. Okay. The second result here is the improvements of skill. They become more adapted, more creative. They become more critical. Okay? And this also enhances the sensitivity of intercultural communication and the awareness of cultural differences and diversity. So from this one, we can see our assessment have supported the course objectives a lot. I mean, in the way we assign the students different tasks and assignments here. So, I mean, further details, other details will be mentioned in our another presentations. In this conference, our presentation and other presentations entitled "Empowering Students via Different Formats of Presentation and Content-Based Teachings," also introduced by us. And here's our conclusion. Our paper can be summarized in the following points. The first one, to evaluate our student work and achievement, holistic assessment is used. The course weighting can be assessed via the student participation in the class by, giving them to write the reflective mini essays, to write portfolios, or they can have the peer and self-assessment. The assessment, the course assessment can be done via group presentation on particular task-based projects and final assignment. Okay, so we just assign them to write different kinds of essay, like an analytical, argumentative essay, or even experiential learning essay. And the main assessments in our course focuses on the student acquisition of the course knowledge and the progressive changes in skill, or basic communication skill like adaptation, creativity, critical thinking, and also the changes in attitudes, like example, the reduction of the ethnocentrism, prejudices, discriminations, and stereotypes, awareness of cultural differences, and the respects of cultural diversity. And again, here in our course assessment, here is not the focus on the English language proficiency. Okay. And to meet those rates, the assessment approach and the course objectives should mutually complement.
All right, so that ends the presentation from Ms. Dottie Mai Tan and Ms. Phan Thi Van Quinn. I believe there are so many questions flowing right now. One option that you can do also is to check the website later, check for the bio of these speakers. You can also email them directly. So before we go to the next speaker, you might want to stretch your arms a little, stretch your legs, okay? So you'll be in a better position to listen to our third speaker. Our third speaker is Mr. Nguyen Van Trinh. Mr. Nguyen Van Trinh is currently studying a PhD program in education at the University of Newcastle, Australia, where he has been awarded by this university a full scholarship entitled the Vice Chancellor's High Degree by Research Training Program since 2020. His interests in research include ICT-related teacher professional development in ELT, blended learning, language testing and assessment, and cross-cultural and communication. So please, let's hear from Mr. Nguyen Van Thuy.
Thank you very much, Maria. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me today. And thank you the programs to allow me to present my topic. So here is my topic. I hope that you can see the screen. Could you please just tell me? Do you see my screen now? Oh, not yet. I think so. Let me say it again. Oh, yes, it works now. Yeah. So this is my topic. And before I start, I would like to re-emphasize the finding a long time ago by the two researchers about the usefulness of a test in whatever context, whether it is online or traditional format, or it is formal high-stake test or classroom-made test. So to ensure these qualities, there should be many stages that we need to ensure. For example, here is the framework found by the Council of Europe. They found that to develop a test, that should have a long cycle from developing. Firstly is the decision making, and then developing, and then assembling, and then administering, and marking, and then grading, and finally reporting. But in context of my research scope, I just focus on part of this as the online affordance in terms of technical and ICT assessment literacy. So it includes the following part. So now let's move to the classification of common tests that I have found from the literature. We all find that we have two test types can be classified in two types: criterion and norm reference test. In criterion, that people use predetermined standard such as a score, other criterions like rubric to make a decision, and they do not compare among students or test takers. But in norm reference, the examiners or the test raters compare among students. And I do not believe that the norm reference test is fair to some extent. For example, basing on this, maybe bias can be happen. So criterion tests should be better advocated. Test type can be classified in another term, namely the formative and summative. The informative, it helps students to learn and practice. And in summative, as the name is say, is assess the students' performance. So the time, the reason, and the manner are also different. So for the formative, it is done throughout the course, but for the summative, it is done at the end of the instructional period, even after the end of a program, the end of semester, or the end of class session. And the reason for formative is to identify the gaps and to improve learning, but for the summative, to collect evidence for students' learning achievement. And the way that it is conducted is also different. One is for via approaches that support students' need, and others via exit learning product or cumulative assessment. Test type also can be classified in terms of standardized and teacher-made tests, as I mentioned earlier. The purpose, the scope, and the accuracy, and the refinement and norms or numbing is also different. Let's take an example. In terms of scope, of course, the scope of standardized test is wide, but for the classmate test, it is just limited to some context inside the teacher's classroom or inside school or the similar. Returning to the accuracy, you see that standardized tests are more accurate as a research found, and teacher method less accurate as this author found, because you see that there is not much validation or test administration or a lot of things that should be done before a standardized test can be put into real action. But for classroom tests, it is the teacher's autonomy to do so. So there are some other reasons that the accuracy is not as much as in the standardized. As a norming is also not provided in classroom teacher-made tests. So how can we guarantee the quality and we control the quality of classroom tests? It is the main theme that I would like to talk in the next session. In terms of classroom tests, we also see these two types of format. And normally, as my experience, I see that many teachers focus on achievement rather than placement tests, because placement tests are normally cannot be done due to the fixed class determined by the university, the school, or the institution. So a diagnostic test is very important also, because it helps us to understand the scenarios on the ongoing process of our teaching. As this author finds that good assessment is an integral part of good instruction, because they see that assessment is the two sides of a same coin. Assessment and instruction should be paralleled. It does not mean that learning for testing, but it is indispensable. In terms of the purpose for classroom tests, we all know that first is to establish the basis for assigning grade, to determine how well student has achieved the learning objective, to diagnose student problem, to identify areas where instruction need to improve, and then to motivate student. In this regard, I do believe that it also motivates teachers ourselves, if you are, because when we see the success of our student, we feel happy and motivated also. And it helps to communicate with the material, find what is more important to our curriculum design or something like that. In terms of purpose of testing and assessment, this author also finds that there is a broad perspective on types of construct assessment. It's moved from assessment of learning to assessment for learning. This philosophy is popular nowadays. I'm sure that you are agree with, you have been aware of that or too. Regarding task type, I just move quickly for several types besides MCQs, because as I mentioned earlier, MCQ cannot be guaranteed in some context, especially in an online environment. We cannot rely fully on Google Form for multiple choice tests and guarantee that it is 100 guarantee with in terms of reliability and the integrity or something like that from our student without unproctored testing and assessment. So these are several types of assignment that can be altered for MCQs, and I do believe that you all know about, and it can be done with written, oral, and more practical form. In online environment, we not only have the written form, but we also have the texture and oral form. Even when we teach our student asynchronously, we can use a voice also. So this should be balance the skills of our teachers, and we can measure what we would really want to measure in terms of the 4 micro skills. In terms of technical affordances, here are some of the links that I have used since a long time ago. sometimes in 3 years ago, but sometimes even 4 years ago. Maybe I will put it in the chat box so that you will see the link, and then you can view it again if you want. And just let me take a short share before we. Yeah, here you can see that I use a voice to ask my students and assess their pronunciation and their elevator pitch. And then by uploading or sending their link to the recording, I can assess their ability of oral ability. Or in writing, I can use it with feedback anonymously from students. I assign them with number and then give them the rubric so that they can know how to assess. It helps the peer assessment become more efficient. And maybe this is another one for even 4 years ago. And the feedback can be highlighted in this term, and so that students know how to correct themselves. Let me come back to the slide again. And in terms of the use of more professional learning management systems such as Blackboard, Canvas, Scholarly, or Moodle. So in this case, I just give an illustration of Moodle. You can find this link on website in sandbox.moodle.demo.net. It helps you to be an administrator without any registration. Just log in with the account they provide you with, so you can do the same like me, and you know how to control the quality of our testing from this platform. So by coming to the admin question bank, we create a category and then we put question in. For example, here I create 5 categories. For example, I have some question at A1 level, I have some question at B2 level, and similar. And then after creating this, I come to the question and I choose the right level, and then I can create questions, different kinds. For example, drag and drop, MCQ, essay, etc. Or I can import it from the pre-designed, as they can suggest you if you come there. You can also control the time and the date and the duration of the test. So by this way, it is more flexible, and you can control the scenario of the test rather than using Google Form, because the Google Form cannot help you as much as this. You also see that they have the number of attempts, the grade to pass, and many other things. And with the feedback, you also see that if you have students want to know the mark, the feedback, the correct answer, you can do all as time accordingly provided here during the attempt, immediately, or later. And the question should be one question per page, or every question per page. It is all available to you. You can choose a question from the bank specifically. For example, for listening, you would like to choose a specific question, you can. But if you want to choose a random question from the bank, like you withdraw money from ATM machine, the ATM will help you to withdraw the exact money as you order. So why the ATM can give you the correct money? Because they put the money in the right section, like we have done with the category. Here is an example. If you have a question here, we will have a number next to the level, for example, 1,000 questions and 248 questions with B2, for example. And here is the preview. You can send this review to your college and to help you to validate the test and to give a comment on this before you conduct it to your student. It helps us to have a better confidence about a test if you allow them to work in the community if this a test format. And another important is the alternative assessment of assignment workshop in Moodle. You see that there are 5 steps you can do, like a setup, submission, and assessment, and then we finish. You know that before we set up, we can provide the description, provide the rubric, and assign student who will accept what. For example, here, I assign this student to accept 5 students. And you see that if I am that student, I will see that the name of my friend. So maybe there will be bias in assessment. So in this case, I would move to the peer blind review, like in the second panel of the screen, as you can see, by going to workshop administration and permission, and then we remove the permission of student by click on the X symbol, and then the view their name. Student cannot see the author's name, and the reviewer cannot be appear on students' result also. So a student will not know who reviewed their assessment. It would be fairer in my class. And in terms of quality control and quality assurance, we see that quality control is more product-oriented, but quality assurance is process-oriented. And for the former, it's more reactive. The latter is proactive. And especially for quality control, it finds defect or error, but for quality assurance, it prevents defect. And in terms of testing and assessment to ensure the quality, you see that there are different sources of errors in a test score. So maybe the test score can be affected by the day, by the test taker, the test maker, the test version, and other reasons. So I'm going just to mention the test maker and the test version rather than test taker and other attribute. So in terms of raters, you see that there are common rater errors to avoid. Halo effect, leniency, central tendency, strictness, contrast effect, first impression error, and similar to me effect. All of this can add to the errors of our rating. So how we can minimize this? To minimize this, it is recommended that a rubric is needed because it helps to achieve, to measure student achievement systematically, and to specify instructors' instruction, expectation, and to list criterion and to describe level of quality. And it is recommended that both analytic and holistic rubric are used, because when we use analytic rubric, we have more evidence, and when we use holistic rubric, we have the pictures of everything. By looking at the holistic, you see the main message or the theme of students' writing. But by looking at the holistic rubric, we can see the linguistic features of students, how well they perform linguistically. So here are some, if you search for this keyword on the Google, and you will see that IELTS organizer, they provide you with the in public domain with the rubric, and it will help you why that student reached band 6, why that they have a band 7, why by 9, or why that student only have a band 5, for example. And it can be provided with speaking and writing rubric also. Even with Cambridge writing assessment, we can find this on the internet too. So due to the time limitation, I do not mention this much, but I do believe that it is one way of controlling our assessment in terms of quality. And one of the discussion is, another discussion to focus is that when, from my experience, I find that when starting assessing, the norming is important because we can compare our ratings with other teachers so that we have the norm. And then we conform to the rubric, as I have mentioned, and we have both the method of analyzing, and we use software, can be like TR Plus or Asia or ProQuest, or a lot of software that can help you. Even Excel can help you to validate your test. And of course, it helps you to be more professional. And here are some of the links that I believe it will, some of you may have used to check your students' integrity and to check their plagiarism, if any. And in terms of quality control, to ensure the veracity of quality assurance in a classroom assessment, it should be justified via the following. The first is the learning outcome of our student, the time, the method, the regulation, and weight distribution, and explicit rating. In another is the devising assessment rubric and the marking scheme to ensure the validity, reliability, and the fairness of students' assessment, and providing timely feedback that will be useful in quality control and quality, especially quality assurance. And providing students with ready access to a peer procedure is one of the way that we can ensure the quality of our testing and assessment. And finally, I would like to say that this is a recommended model for EFL classroom testing and assessment. Firstly, the core issue still assessment literacy, because it is the real thing that we want to test. And besides that, ICT literacy is one of the another important issue that will help us to have ability to control and to ensure the quality of our classroom testing and assessment in terms of the online environment where maybe unproctored or no evaluator is used in our online environment. So I hope it can be disseminated in other teaching contexts, and all the questions are welcome. Thank you so much for your time and patience. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sir Nguyen Van Thuy. I think assessment is really a big challenge this past 2 years that we are doing a lot of online teaching. Since this topic is still very fresh, maybe we could pose one question for you and the other question for Ms. Hong Van. The first question addressed to Mr. Nguyen Van Thuy. Okay, this is from Cambodia. Okay, no matter what type of assessment we employ, validity and reliability of the test assessment tasks need to be taken into consideration. Therefore, could you suggest some practical ways that classroom teachers can use to ensure validity and reliability of their assessment? This is from Eng Thit of Phnom Penh Department of Education, Cambodia.
Yes, thank you, Maria, and the questionnaire.
You can click the question and answer.
Yeah. I see it now. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So in terms of validity and reliability, I do agree that it is one of the two among the 6 quality that any test in any form needed. So to ensure it in an online and classroom teacher assessment, the first thing is that the teacher should have the assessment literacy, because when they have a knowledge of testing and assessment, they know what to do and what to measure, how to measure, what they want to measure. And beside that, as I mentioned from the proposed model, one of the ability to use ICT skill can help them. Because, for example, if the teachers know how to use the software to check the integrity or plagiarism of their student, they can provide students with convincing evidence that their test is valid or not. So that can help them improve the reliability. And in terms of the validity, it not be from the side of the test taker, it's from the side of the test designer. So again, he or she should have the knowledge of testing and assessment literacy. That will help, I hope. Thank you.
Okay, well said. So we're looking at the need also for our teachers to be digitally literate when it comes to assessment. Okay, and now we will have another question for Ms. Nguyen Hom Van. Would you kindly elaborate the procedures of teaching speaking via movie dubbing? I think this is an interesting question.
Okay, thank you very much. So, in our movie dubbing activity, the first step that we use, that we applied for the students is to set the context. So first of all, we will we will let the students to watch the videos as a whole class together and practice reading the script. By doing so, the students will try to familiarize themselves with the activity. And in this stage, it's just mere practice and there is no pressure for the students. They just try to mimic the emotions as well as the intonation of the speakers. So depend on the targeted content that we analyze the script together. For example, the intonation, then when the student practices, teachers will continuously give the feedback to the students. For example, when they need to change, they need to adapt the intonation or the pronunciation of certain sounds in order to match the sounds and the intonation of the speaker. And then we will allow the students to give some marks on the script. I mean, to mark the script. For example, which part to raise their voice and which part to lower their voice, etc. So basically, when we practice in the class, we will guide the students on steps to practice movie dubbing. And then at home, they will be allowed to work in groups, for example, a group of 3 to 4 students in order to practice a movie. Okay, and therefore, we will, okay, just wait me for a sec. And therefore, we will allow the students to have some time to work in groups together, and they can practice together and try to choose a movie that they want, because when they are interested in that movie, they will have more willingness to practice it. And the teacher, on that stage, the teacher will let the students, will have the student to find the script using YouTube, and the students will find the different ways, different approaches for them to practice. Yes. Yep. So basically that is the step. And then when they are confident enough, then they can perform in the class. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So maybe at this point, we can give a round of applause to all our presenters this afternoon. Maybe a smiley or clap your hands, icon emoji. Thank you so much. We enjoyed all the presentations this afternoon, and we will have a break and we will be back after 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you to our speaker, Ms. Hồng Vân, Ms. Mai Thanh, Ms. Vân Quyên, and Mr. Tuyên. Thank you very much, Ms. Maria. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to the next presentation, let's have a short break. We will be back at 3:35. See you later. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the plenary session number 4, Teacher Professional Development, and it is also our last session of the conference today. May I introduce to you the moderator for this session, Dr. Mai Ngọc Khôi, Lecturer, University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University.
Thank you very much, Bích Hà, for introducing me. And welcome everyone again to join our last plenary sessions this afternoon. I think you all have attended several useful, very informative sessions this morning and this early afternoon as well. So now it's my honor to welcome you to the last plenary session. Our first presentation today will be delivered by Dr. Mariette Takulau. I hope you're going to excuse my pronunciation if I pronounce her name wrong. She is a graduate of Doctor of Education major in Industrial Education Management from the Technological University of the Philippines. She is currently teaching in the College of Teacher Education and the Graduate School of Pamantasan Langsoy, Muntinlupa in the Philippines. She presented her research papers in the National International Conference and received a Best Research Presenter Award in 2019. In 2018 in the Red Team International Research Conference and another Best Research Presenter Award in 2019. So I'm very excited to listen to her presentation today. So Ms. Mariette, you're going to have 20 minutes for your presentation and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Toy. Am I audible?
Yes. So can you please sharing screen and go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Filipino participants, magandang hapon po. Thank you so much, SEAMEO, RETRAC, TESOL, and Curtin University for this opportunity to share our study. Thank you also to the CTESC and Project Pen from Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Muntinlupa. May I now share with you our study entitled Teaching Skills and Volunteerism of the Future Educators, Basis for Adopt a Child by Sharing Your Mic online project. In this study, I am with my co-researchers, namely Christian Ulysses P. Manalo and Ian Jonathan G. Vallarta. We are from Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Muntinlupa, Philippines. For the introduction, the chronically overworked state of public school teachers in the Philippines is well known. This is according to Esguerra in 2018. The workload of public school teachers is not only limited to teaching, but also to other non-teaching tasks. Given this workload, Actual teaching coupled with a lot of other responsibilities and roles that teachers play has to be faced with passion and commitment. With this data, the researchers focused on how the students in the College of Teacher Education will be fully prepared in the teaching and non-teaching tasks to ensure that they will all be ready in the real world of teachers' life. The challenges of engaging college students to become volunteers is a great responsibility of the College of Teacher Education. This responsibility ensures that the students will extend their help for the community and in turn feeling the need to train themselves and wanting to share. It is a fact that they should be directed to become volunteers who can develop adaptability and better communication skills. This study focuses on how to help students become prepared as future teachers while being trained in the skills needed and having their values in volunteerism honed as teachers should have as a basic function. In this study, teaching skills were based on the constructivist theory of Jerome Bruner in 1966, which states that learning is an active process in which learners construct new ideas or concepts based upon their current or past knowledge and directs each individuals to go beyond the information given. In addition, volunteerism was derived from the social-cultural theory of Lev Vygotsky in 1978. His theory emphasizes on the fundamental role of social interaction in the development of cognition, as he believed strongly that community plays a central role in the process of making meaning. From his point of view, human development is a socially mediated process in which children acquire their cultural values, beliefs, and problem-solving strategies through collaborative dialogues with more knowledgeable members of society. For the statement of the problem, the first one, what is the level of teaching skills of the respondents in terms of adaptability, communication, and leadership skills? Second question, what is the level of volunteerism of respondents in terms of psychological, social, and cognitive aspects? Third question, is there a significant relationship between the level of teaching skills and the level of volunteerism of the respondents? And the last question, based on the findings of the study, what research output may be proposed? For the methodology, we made use of descriptive method among the 154 selected students from the College of Teacher Education through convenient sampling, and we made use of the researcher-made questionnaire, which was properly validated. We also applied Pearson R for the statistical treatment. Let me share with you the results and discussions of our study. First question, what is the level of teaching skills of the respondents in terms of adaptability, communication, and leadership skills? Try to notice that rank 1 is leadership skills with a verbal interpretation of moderately skilled, but then rank 2 is communication skills, then rank 3 is adaptability skills, which are both interpreted as slightly skilled. With these results, adaptability and communication skills of the respondents need so much improvement because these two skills are very essential in teaching and learning process. For the number 2 question, what is the level of volunteerism of the respondents in terms of psychological, social, and cognitive aspects? From this table, it shows that the respondents should serve as volunteers to develop their social aspect, to reach out to those individuals included in the learning environment. Third question, is there a significant relationship between the level of teaching skills and the level of volunteerism of the respondents? The analysis revealed that the relationship between adaptability skills and the level of voluntarism was found to be significant at R equals 0.485, P is less than 0.01. Also, communication skills at R equals 0.518, P is less than 0.01, and leadership skills at R equals 0.548, P is less than 0.01, were found to be significant. This suggests that if the teaching skills improve, then the level of voluntarism will also improve. For the last question, based on the findings of the study, what research output may be proposed? This research output is entitled Adopt a Child by Sharing Your Might online project. This is actually a virtual community service. This output was proposed to address the respondents' slightly skilled level on their adaptability and communication skills, and the slight internal consistency for the social aspect in their level of voluntarism. This was conceptualized to give priority in helping the education students because the output will lead them to practice the trifocal functions of a teacher, such as instruction, research, and extension. These are all embedded in the said output while focusing on improving the adaptability and communication skills, and reaching out to the community will lead to the development of their social aspect. For the conclusion, the respondents need improvement in their adaptability and communication skills under the level of teaching skills, and improvement on all aspects under their level of voluntarism. Having much focus on the social aspect, which got the lowest rank among those with slight internal consistency results. There is a significant relationship between level of teaching skills to the level of voluntarism of the respondents. Therefore, it can be concluded that when the respondents are given the chance to experience and be trained while studying as future educators, they will become more ready to face the challenges in the actual teaching field. For the recommendations, the following are doable suggestions aligned with the findings of the study. The school heads to consider providing extracurricular activities promoting communication skills and adaptability skills. Thus, the output of this study must be utilized for this purpose. The teachers to help students engage in worthwhile activities leading to the understanding of true service for others and promoting the importance of social responsibility. The education students to improve their adaptability and communication skills while reaching out to the adopted learners of the community. And to the future researchers to conduct a follow-up study about the possible inclusion of the community research and its output implementation in the curriculum as an elective subject. Let me walk you through the research output. These are the objectives of Adopt a Child by Sharing Your Might online project. The student teachers will be properly guided through our objectives. Number one, identify and address the learning difficulties of the adopted learners or adopted learner from the community based on the most essential skills of the student teacher. Second, value the spirit of voluntarism through virtual community engagement. And the third, utilize the essential teaching skills in the meaningful transfer of learning. So basically, as we conceptualize this research output entitled Adopt a Child by Sharing Your Might online project, we considered what I have shared earlier about the trifocal functions of a teacher, such as instruction, research, and extension. And focusing, of course, we tried to focus on the low results, on adaptability, communication skills, and also the social aspects of the student respondents, okay? Now for the project flow of this Adopt a Child by Sharing Your Might online project, we would like to be clear on this, that Our student teachers are properly guided with the following steps. First, seeking of parental consent of the student teacher, and then sending informed consent to the guardian of the adopted learner, and then scheduling of the online academic tutorial, followed by conducting of the diagnostic assessment, and then applying appropriate strategy based on the diagnostic evaluation, followed by conducting formative assessment, and then analyzing formative evaluation, followed by planning for the intervention, implementing the intervention, conducting summative assessment, and then analyzing summative evaluation. These are our references. I'm just hoping that in one way or another, those who are listening right now may gain from this study. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for a very, very informative presentation and a very concise one as well. I'm sure that our audience is going to have a lot of questions for you later on today. Now, please join me to welcome the next presenter, Ms. Đậu Thị Thanh Lý. So she is currently working as an academic officer at SEAMEO Regional Training Center in Vietnam. Her responsibilities include designing English training curriculum for young learners, tests, and extra learning activities. Besides, she has been teaching English for more than 10 years. She received an MA degree in Applied Linguistics from Curtin University, Australia in 2014. And her research interest is engaging young learners with educational games and technology. So, Ms. Đậu Thị Thanh Lý, can you please start sharing your screen?
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Khôi. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me well over there?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen sharing now?
Yes, I can now.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome. My name is Đậu Thị Thanh Lý. I'm very honored to present my paper in the 12th SEAMEO RETRAC International TESOL Conference. Thank you for all of you who are being with us today and listening in. The topic of my presentation is Primary School EFL Teachers' Readiness for the Emergency Remote Teaching amid the COVID-19 pandemic in Vietnam. Today, I'll be covering these 6 parts of a paper from the introduction to the conclusion. I'm going to go very quickly through the literature review and the methodology so that I can focus more on the findings and discussion. I could be happy to answer any questions you may have in the end of the presentation. As an educator, you may understand that we've been spending the hardest time ever. The COVID-19 pandemic has created massive school closures all around the world. According to a report of the UNICEF in 2021, primary school students missed at least 3/4 of classroom instruction. Remote teaching has been rising in order to respond to the crisis. In Vietnam, the Ministry of Education and Training also quickly guided schools and teachers to implement remote learning via the internet or on television in order to ensure the continuity of learning for students. The quick switching to remote teaching, which is called emergency remote teaching, has brought teachers and other stakeholders many challenges. Hopefully, this presentation will bring you some information on how primary school teachers were ready to facilitate emergency remote teaching on an unprecedented situation. As you know, teachers' willingness plays an important role in the success of this teaching paradigm. And hopefully, the education sector can take the findings as a reference for future directions. Let's start with some key terms in the paper. There are a few definitions of teachers' readiness in the literature. In this research, I used the definition of Phan and Dang in 2017. Accordingly, teachers' readiness refers to their willingness, their preparation for basic technical and communication skills, and training new teaching methodology for e-learning. Regarding emergency remote teaching,
Hodges et al. In 2020 defined this approach as a temporary shift of instructional delivery to an alternate delivery mode due to crisis circumstances. In this situation is the COVID-19 pandemic. Now let's take a look at the review on the readiness of teachers for the emergency remote teaching to K-12 students in the world. Actually, there is still little research on this level. In China, the findings in 2020 show that majority of primary school students show their readiness to this teaching approach. The majority of teachers show their willingness to work alongside students and schools in this hard time. They also receive some types of training, even immediate training or training before the pandemic. That's why many of them have experience in remote teaching. However, the findings later show that teachers were quite ready to this teaching approach with their positive acceptance of ICTs, but not very confident in integrating ICT in pedagogy and subject matter. In Indonesia, the findings are quite different too. In 2020, Makawawa et al. Found that the majority of teachers in their study had TPEC competencies. TPEC stands for technology, pedagogy, and content knowledge. However, afterwards, in 2021, the findings of other studies show that teachers were not ready to this teaching approach yet, especially in terms of applying technology, insufficient online learning content, and teachers' negative attitude towards online teaching. So teachers needed more training in pedagogy. This difference may be because of the different investigation reasons and scopes. In the USA, K-12 teachers got support from schools who provided them with teaching platforms. However, teachers felt overwhelmed and underprepared or received no training. They also lack of parental support. The disparities across districts and subpopulations were also reviewed in terms of internet connection and technology devices. To understand the situation in Vietnam, this study employed and adapted 5 factors, which are considered influencing teachers' e-learning readiness from Phan and Dang in 2017. They built this framework for the online learning curriculum of Ho Chi Minh City Open University. These factors include teacher experience in remote teaching, teachers' pursuit support, teachers' ICT competence, teachers' pursuit challenges, and their overall perception on this teaching approach. The current research is guided by the question, how ready teachers are for the emergency remote teaching to primary school students. This study targeted at different primary public schools in Ho Chi Minh City, Bình Dương, and Dong Nai province, where various styles of remote teaching were implemented during the school lockdowns in the academic year 2020-2021. A mixed method design was employed. I sent a questionnaire to the participants via Google Forms and then collected 50 valid responses. At the same time, I conducted 10 semi-structured interviews via phones. As you can see from the slide, 78% of the participants were young teachers, aged 22 to 34. Now let's move on to the findings and discussion. Regarding the first influencing factor, as you can see in the slide, 84% teachers had experience in conducting remote teaching from a few months to 3 years, either synchronous or asynchronous teaching activities. I would like to talk a little bit more about these styles of remote teaching. In the synchronous teaching, teachers and students interact with each other and contact lively via video conference platforms, while in the asynchronous, students can learn at their own time and pace via discussion boards, video posted on YouTube or other social media pages, for example. This high percentage of experience is probably because I did the survey at the end of the academic year 2020-2021, when most of the teachers did some types of remote teaching when the pandemic came. Only 16% had no experience. When it comes to the support teachers received when they facilitated the emergency remote teaching, teachers show high perceptions on this factor. As you can see, 88% agreed that they got support from the management board of school who had to guide teachers how and what to do, organize some types of training, both official or informal sharing sessions. Some schools upgraded their Zoom account to premium for teachers. 78% agree that college also help each other to bring the best to students in this teaching situation by sharing ICT skills, teaching resources together. 70% agree that they got support from students' parents. Only 10% said they didn't get any support. Now, I would like to bring your attention to this chart. In this part, teachers were asked to self-report their ICT ability. It can be seen on the slide. The majority of teachers had high perceptions on their ICT skills. 50% teachers said that they knew many types of remote teaching tools or platforms. 64% told that they mastered those ICT tools before the pandemic. On the screen are also the ICT tools and platforms teachers use mostly in remote teaching. 70% said they explore the ICT tools by themselves more than what their schools provided. 86% proactively learn new ICT tools, and 90% admitted that they learn new ICT skills and pedagogies after teaching remotely in the pandemic. These findings are quite different from some of the study in 2011 and 2018, when the authors concluded that Vietnamese primary English teachers were low ICT users. However, teachers in the current study even use advanced applications to engage students or to check students' understanding, such as Kahoot quizzes or Google Forms. This difference may be explained by the fact that the majority of participants in this study were young teachers who are considered more tech-savvy. Let's move on to the challenges factor. In this part, teachers were asked to rate their opinions on the challenges they met in the emergency remote teaching. It can be seen from the slide. More than 90% of teachers agree that it is more difficult to work with young learners from a distance in comparison with other levels. Primary school students require parents' assistance, and the lesson need more interaction and hands-on activities to maintain students' focus. The majority of teachers also admitted that they got more workload and stress. From the interviews, teachers also reviewed more challenges, such as students didn't have learning devices. Most of them came from low-income families. Their parents were factory workers who went to work all day without leaving devices at home for their children. Teachers even had to organize the same lesson 2 or 3 times a day to meet parents' schedule. In addition, young students easily lose focus or fall asleep. They don't have ability in self-study skills. A few teachers also admitted that they were not proficient in ICT tools, so they couldn't fully exploit all the functions. This is because many teachers mainly learn new ICT tools from the internet. Some teachers also admitted that they felt unconfident in front of the camera when making video lessons. Making video lessons also requires more time, workload, and creativity. The biggest challenge that both teachers and students met is the technical issue. Low internet connection caused lots of disruption and demotivation in the teaching and learning process. In addition, some ICT tools and platforms are quite complicated to use for teachers as well as students. These findings are consistent with many of those in the previous studies. Because of the challenges, the majority of teachers believe that face-to-face class is more effective. Regarding the final factor, that is teachers' overall perception on the emergency remote teaching, teachers had different opinions of this teaching approach to primary school students. From the interviews, 70% teachers showed their positive attitudes toward this approach. They said this is a good measure to ensure educational continuity in the pandemic, and students can practice self-study skills too. Both teachers and students have opportunities to be exposed to the ICT and learning resources from the internet. And students can learn at their own time and pace in asynchronous activities, so their comprehension skills are improved. On the other hand, other teachers had mixed feelings. For them, this method is suitable in the pandemic, but not effective in actual practices. It is hard for young students to acquire knowledge through the screen, and this method is acceptable for students of grades 3 to 5, but very low effective to grades 1 and 2. However, being aware of the benefits of remote teaching, 76% of teachers intended to continue using remote teaching after the pandemic, and 92% plan to modify their teaching activities to take the advantages of ICTs. In conclusion, a lot of challenges emerge when facilitating emergency remote teaching. However, the majority of teachers show their positive attitudes toward remote teaching to primary school students. From the high percentage of agreement on its influencing factor, it can be interpreted that the majority of teachers show their pretty high readiness for this teaching approach. They also show high intention in continuing using remote teaching after the pandemic. Even their school doesn't require them to do so, they plan to organize extra online classes to help students review or learn new knowledge. In order to improve the effectiveness of remote learning, it is important to combine the roles of schools, teachers, and parents together. For schools, it is necessary to provide teachers with proper training, not only training in ICT skills, but in pedagogy skills. Schools need to invest more in ICT infrastructure and revise school curriculum to make them more suitable with remote teaching. For teachers, besides mastering ICT tools, being creative in designing lesson plans, it is also suggested that they need to share their ICT skills, teaching experience, and resources together. Finally, it is necessary for parents to support their children with technology, providing them with learning devices, and spending time with their children in the learning process. Although there are still several limitations, I hope that this study may contribute to the current literature and insight into EFL teachers' readiness to the emergency remote teaching to primary school students so that the education sector can take the findings for future plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dr. Tang Lui, for a very informative presentation. I totally agree with you that teaching online is difficult, and teaching online for primary level students are extremely difficult and challenging as well. So I think your presentation has filled a gap in the literature. And as I can read from the chat box, there are quite a few encouraging words for the presentation. So we look forward to the question and answer sessions. Now in the next presentation, our speaker, Mr. Michael Griffith, he cannot be with us today due to his sudden change of schedule. He currently lives in Ho Chi Minh City and works online and offline as a teacher, trainer, and consultant. He started his TESOL career in 2000 in South Korea, teaching students of all ages. He began teacher training and trainer training in 2009 and has become an SIT licensed trainer in 2010. He has an MA in TESOL from the New School, and he has taught curriculum development, writing TESOL material and portfolio course on the New School MA TESOL program. Michael frequently works with World Learning on the US State Department Open Program for teachers around the world. Unfortunately, he cannot be here with us today, so we're going to watch a video of his recorded presentation.
Hello and welcome. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you. Thank you for taking the time to watch this talk. As you can see the title, Empowering Teachers Through Curriculum Development Questions. We could also say questions about your course or questions to consider as you plan or think about a course. As you can see, my name is Michael. Please call me Mike. On my second screen here, you can see a quote that I quite like. I can't promise that I'm going to enlighten anyone today with these questions, but I hope that through thinking about certain questions, you can get a new perspective on your course, maybe see some opportunities that are available to you, see some gaps in your course, and think in a different way. So I'm not promising enlightenment, but at least some things to think about, at least some questions to ponder. Let me tell you very briefly about myself and about this session. I've been teaching on a curriculum development course for 11 years in New York, well, mostly online, but through the New School in New York. And I do quite a lot of teacher training and development kind of things. But this is my first time to sit down and record a presentation by myself. A little bit unusual to be talking to myself, especially when I make jokes soon. But it's a pleasure to be here. And again, thank you for joining. One of the reasons I wanted to do this talk is because I think curriculum development sounds intimidating. It sounds like something that's beyond a lot of teachers in terms of their expectation or in terms of what they think they're allowed to do or they can do. They think these decisions are not for teachers. And I think that's not very empowering. So through considering where there is room to make changes, where there's room to consider different options and alternatives, I think this can be quite empowering to think about questions. And I think that fits in, of course, with our theme today. So hopefully through examining different questions you might ask yourself, you can find some avenues for change and empowerment. Again, I realize that maybe teachers don't feel completely comfortable and don't think they have complete control, and that's okay, and that's the world that we live in. But maybe there's some small areas that you can change, some things that you can think about, some questions you didn't know were available to ask. This session is kind of unusual because it's just a bunch of questions, and I just offer them up for you to think about. But if you'd like to share your answers or further questions with me, please do get in touch. My email you can find at the end or at the beginning. So on the course that I teach, the curriculum development course that I teach, this is the book that we use. It's quite a bit old now, but I think it's a really great book. Maybe it's not for everyone, but I think it's a useful book and a great book. And this book offers a kind of a system or a pattern that we can follow as we design courses. I want to say now, I'll say it a few times maybe, but she offers, Graves, the author, offers 8 components that you want to think about, and she offers them in a particular order, but that order is not set. We can be flexible with that. Many times students in my TESOL course, in my MA TESOL course, they say, oh, why is this here? Why does this have to be here? It doesn't. We can be flexible with those steps. So this is one way to go about it. I don't want to suggest that it's a fixed order. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. As we go through today, it might be worthwhile for you to think about a particular course, real or imagined, or even as your experience as a student, to consider these questions. So you can take a moment and think about one particular course that might help you focus as I throw these questions at you in rapid fire. Here's some questions to consider. I call these the big questions to consider. And we'll start by talking about context and how does context impact your decisions about your course? What areas of the context are important? What are your beliefs, first of all, and how do your beliefs impact your course? What about assessment? What role does assessment play in your teaching and planning decisions? How about needs assessment? How is that done? And what role does that play? These are, again, just some questions to think about, and I call them the big questions. Designing a course is very easy. As you can see, you just follow these steps here. This is a joke. This is where hopefully face-to-face people would be laughing and confused and shocked and say, Mike, what are you talking about? Hopefully this will become a little bit more clear as we go on. I won't talk about this right now, but this is the system that Graves offers in her book. And I think it looks a little bit jarring, surprising, shocking, and maybe again, intimidating. But we'll try to make it less intimidating as we continue. So again, here are the 8 components that she suggests. And I want to emphasize again that these don't have to be in this particular order, but this is a reasonable way to do it. And maybe this is the order that we could follow quite naturally, quite in a typical situation. Maybe some teachers would say, oh, I want to formulate the goals and objectives first. That's reasonable, but also thinking about the context and your beliefs first could be good. Some people would say, how can we assess needs without meeting the students? Great point. Maybe you can make a plan for assessing the needs and take it from there. I'll talk about each of these in turn and offer some questions to think about. I like this metaphor here. It's kind of a juggling act. We have to consider all of these components, but we don't have to finish them until the first day of class or until the last day of class. So I like to think that it's always up in the air until it's not. No decision is final until it has to be final. So we need to kind of juggle. We need to juggle all these decisions and choices until the final moment that we make a decision. And they're all, of course, interrelated. So according to Graves' system here, and again, it can be flexible, one of the first steps we want to follow is to define the context. And we want to think about where is this happening, what's happening, and I'll give you some specifics. Who are the students? Who are the stakeholders? And then we can get into some specifics about the location. These days, maybe we want to think about tech, whether it's on Zoom, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous, phones, all these kinds of things. And I think oftentimes people think, oh, this is so obvious, I know this. Yes, maybe, but by stating it and being clear about it and being explicit about it, it might help you to get a further understanding of your context. Also, if you explain it, you write it up in a way that someone who's outside the context can understand, that can be very helpful as well. So we have more questions about context to consider. The nature of the course, is it required? Is it mandatory? How does enrollment work? Do students come and go randomly? Are they in for a fixed amount of time? What about tests? What parts are required? Of course, we can consider resources like texts, materials, equipment, technology, all these kind of questions we'd want to answer. And this can be a great starting point to really get a full idea of your course. A further section here for context questions could be about time. How many hours a week? How long does the course last? How long is the session? Days and weeks. Also, how it fits into students' timelines. Are you expecting them to be on Zoom with you for 6 hours when they've already been on Zoom for 3 hours? This kind of thing. So these are just questions that we might answer. They might seem basic, but by being explicit about them, it might help us get some clarity about our course. So then we can jump along to articulating beliefs. And this is something I think that's not done so often. And again, I think here being clear about our beliefs and thinking about how they're manifested, how they're seen in the course is really important. And this is something, again, that I find is not always a step that's followed, but I think it's an important step. So questions here, what are your beliefs? What are your beliefs about learning? What are your beliefs about language? What are your beliefs about teaching, teachers? Of course, the context that you've already come to some understanding about would play a role here. So in my assignment for students on the MA TESOL course, we asked them to say clearly, what is the belief? Where does it come from? And how will it be seen in the course? So this kind of linking it exactly to, okay, I believe this is important. This will be seen in my course through the following ways, I think is really important to link those things together to make it as logical as possible. And again, I think as teachers, we don't necessarily always consider our beliefs. So having a moment to consider them, articulate them, examine them is really valuable. And also, do they match with the context? Do they match with the other stakeholders? This can cause some trouble and give us something to think about as well. So this is a step I would say is often skipped, but maybe we don't want to skip it. And as we move along here, I'm racing through, firing questions at you. Hopefully you'll have some time to reflect later. The next step, according to Graves, is conceptualizing the course. And this might sound unfamiliar or strange as well. We can think of this basically as a mind map. Thinking about a metaphor for the course, thinking about really stepping back and thinking, what is this course about? What does this course mean? Let me give you some examples. Don't be shocked. Don't look too carefully, you might get a headache. But the idea here is thinking about what are the organizing principles of the course? What's important in the course? What's the core? What's the core of the course? Here's another example. And another example. And as we can see with these mind maps, they're quite personal. It's really up to the teacher to think about what's my view of the course? How do I view this course? How do I conceptualize the course? And again, by being explicit and making it clear to someone else, we can maybe get a deeper understanding on what we want to do with the course. I think sometimes people don't like mind maps. They say, oh, I'm not a mind map person. That's fair. I'm not a mind map person at all, but I really value this process because it helps me think in a little bit different way, maybe be a little more creative and think instead of just charts and language points and this kind of thing, just think about the whole organization of the course. So I think this is a valuable step as well. Some questions to consider here on my screen. Really, what is the course? And we can see here my final question. I won't read them all out for you. Is there an idea that ties everything together? And above that, what's the organizing principle of the course? So these are some major questions that we want to consider that might not come up if we just make a chart with the language and functions and grammar and vocabulary and things like this. I don't want to say that grammar and vocabulary and functions are unimportant. They are, but here in this stage, we're thinking in a little bit different way. Maybe we're thinking about a particular metaphor that ties everything together. And also we're thinking what needs to be in the course, what makes the course what it is. So then we move on. And this one, sometimes teachers, students might say, oh, this should come first. Okay, I can't disagree with that. Oops. So other thing here, formulating goals and objectives. Again, this could come first in your way of doing things, but maybe by considering these other points first, it might be helpful so we can have a clearer idea of the goals and objectives. So we can go back to our mind map, we can go back to our context, we can go back to our beliefs and help us to formulate goals and objectives. You'll see my note there about SMART objectives, SMART wording, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time-bound. These kind of things are very important for us as we make the objectives for a course. And we're jumping along to the next step here. This one maybe not so familiar for everybody, but assessing needs. And I want to think of this in a few ways. First of all, seeing where students are, seeing what their ability is, but also thinking about their preferences and how they like to learn, thinking about their experiences, how what they've done with other languages, what they've done with their previous English classes. So the way that we organize this assignment on the MA TESOL course is to ask teachers to think about what do you want to know and how will you find it? When will you collect it? Maybe at the beginning, probably at the beginning, but also throughout. So we can think of needs assessment as an ongoing kind of thing. And please see my note at the bottom there. Needs assessment can help us consider what will be taught. I think people think about that frequently, but also how. So we have a different group, maybe we want to teach them in a slightly different way. And I think this is a point that I want to emphasize related to my previous point about teachers being empowered and or not feeling empowered. I think through using needs assessment, we can make certain changes in the way that we deal with the material, and we can make our own choices and have some autonomy as teachers here. So I think needs assessment can be a very empowering and important step in that. Then we move on, again, I'm racing here. Then we move on to creating a scope and sequence. This is maybe what people think about first when they think about designing a curriculum. So what do we do and when do we do it? What's the grammar? What's the vocab? What are we teaching? What's the writing genre we're doing here? So this is the step that people might think of first, but as you can see here, the way that I'm explaining it, the way that Graves proposes it, this comes quite late. So all the other steps can feed into this. And again, it doesn't have to be at this time, but it can be. So to say a little bit more about this is about the sequencing. What are the different units? Are there different strands that tie things together? We might have a cultural strand throughout each unit. Is there flexibility? Is there negotiation with students? What about recycling? Are we building in gaps to recycle material throughout? So these are, again, questions that we can consider as we sit down to make what people might consider a syllabus, where we have the days and times and what we're going to study, what we're going to cover. And I think this can also be under the theme of empowering. If we think about how much flexibility do I have? Do I have no flexibility? Do I absolutely have to cover every page by page, or can I do things a little bit differently? So I want to highlight that these questions can give teachers a bit more autonomy if we think about the choices that we might have available to us sometimes. So then after we've created this day by day, month by month kind of schedule, scope, and sequence, what will be covered in what order. On our course, we ask students to create a lesson plan. And this is not so usual necessarily, but this is where everything comes together and they give examples of all the principles that they've been talking about. So they choose one particular unit and they make a lesson plan on that. So this really, again, ties things together and helps make the thinking clear. So back when you mentioned your beliefs, you were very strong about student autonomy, but I'm not sure I see that here in your plan, just as an example. So here, we call it developing materials. What's the material? What are the activities? Again, what's the sequencing of the activities here? And this can really help students to see if they've done what they said they were going to do, if they followed their beliefs, and can also help illustrate what a unit might look like as part of the bigger picture of the scope and sequence. Are we done? Not quite done. We got one more. Here, and that's assessment plan. Maybe when teachers think of assessment, the first thing that comes to mind is tests. That's one way to do it, but we want to think about, and hopefully we're thinking about assessment all the way through, but here we want to make a plan for assessment. Some big questions: who assesses student learning? What's assessed? Why assess? And then also, who evaluates the course? What kind of feedback do we collect, and when? Also, what is evaluated, and how is it evaluated? So these are a little bit on the bigger side of questions. And then to get more specific, we might think about what's being assessed in terms of student learning, how often, when, how. And again, we might think test is always the default, but we can think about what options we have we could think of what options we have to do this in a little smaller pieces, quizzes here and there, writing, whatever it is. I think this can be empowering to think that we're not stuck by just the test, the big final test at the end. Again, how does this assessment relate to goals and objectives? How does it align to what's been practiced, taught, focused on, covered? So here's the 8 components again that I raced through here. Hopefully this is a little bit more clear now, but still it's a little bit confusing, I think. But what I want to emphasize here is that it's an ongoing process until it's not. And as I finish up here, I'd like to give you your final questions and homework here. And once again, you can feel free to email me and let me know what's on your mind in relation to all these questions and considerations that I just threw at you. Thank you very much for listening, and I wish you the best with your pondering and with your work.
Okay, so thank you, Michael, for a very engaging section. There are a lot of questions, very good food for thought. And as Michael have said, if you have any questions, you can email him directly. Our last presentation of the day will be delivered by Miss Maria Victoria Pineda. She is an online learning consultant and a trainer facilitator. She has a wide exposure on different learning management systems and has delivered Moodle capacity building to teachers of all levels, primary, secondary, and tertiary, where she introduced a variety of approaches and interactivities. She was a former trainer and instructor in the Lasalle University in Manila and an ICT specialist and trainer in SEAMEO RETRAC in Vietnam, and an education service manager in sector computing and a former board member of the Philippines E-Learning Society. At the present, she is also a consultant for the National University Asia Pacific College Consortium, Pineda Cybersecurity System, and Cyber Optimus Philippines. So please join me to welcome Miss Maria. Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, sir. I'll share my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Are you still with me? Can you share a thumbs up in the chat box so that I will know that you're still with me?
Yes, I wanna let you know once the time's come.
Okay. So, again, good afternoon. I am Maria, and the title of my presentation this afternoon is Designing a Virtual Teacher Training Program with a Dashboard Structure of Support Mechanisms During the Pandemic. This is not yet a formal study. You can consider this as a white paper because this design was made last year and was also applied to 2 universities. So my agenda this afternoon is actually 3 items, okay? To give an introduction about ASEAN work and what are the methodologies that we have in the past and what are the reinventions and why do we have to do redesigning of teacher training last year. And I think it's very important that we could look at this as something that could also be applied to English language training. As Dr. Pung said this morning, instructional technology has become more important because of this pandemic. And we also need to be prepared to a lot of changes. And so the challenge to adaptation is also there. So moving forward, this is the scenario during the past decade. When the ASEAN 2015 happened, the convening of the ASEAN countries, there was really a big opportunity for ASEAN to become the center of gravity in the world. Why? Because most of the world supply chain activities happened in the ASEAN region. led by the rapidly developing ASEAN 5, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. And because of this, we have witnessed also both employees and citizens in the ASEAN region, okay, becoming tech savvy, using the internet for at least 4 hours a day. And most of them, okay, particularly the educated internet literate workers, adapted to new roles in knowledge management and digital services. Both private and then public sectors invested so much on upskilling and retooling, even continuous learning and credentialing. And teacher training, for example, is a big item, particularly for Vietnam and even the Philippines and other ASEAN countries, because we believe that teacher training is very, very important. So here we will compare teacher training workshop before, okay, pre-pandemic, and what we call the new normal pandemic, and perhaps see what should we anticipate. So during pre-pandemic, most of the situation, we have the in-person or face-to-face training. So that's why we have dedicated laboratories, carefully planned syllabus. It could be face-to-face or blended approach, voluntary enlistment of participants, and we see extensive 2 to 3 upskilling days, whole day, okay? So I'll take you to a short journey of partly my experience as a teacher trainer. Okay, so this one is in Ho Chi Minh City, particularly SEAMEO RETRAC, where I was also a former trainer. And if you notice, okay, it's really an investment for not only the government, but even for all the institutions in Vietnam. SEAMEO RETRAC is actually a provider of very good training and also a model of teacher training. And similarly, in Vientiane, Laos, this is the kind of training that we had. So all the techniques that are needed, particularly team building or group learning, okay, was very, very evident. And then, again, we see that there's one trainer, one translator, 3 upskilling days. This is the modality. And all of the training will end with a nice ceremony, a closing ceremony like this, okay? So this situation is no different in the Philippines. In the Philippines, we also have what we call in-service teacher training. This is done twice a year, okay? And the teachers would also take part in a lot of digital literacy or digital upskilling. And if you notice here, we also use a lot of open tools, okay? So in the ASEAN region, the use of open source applications were very common. So that's why also Moodle, as one of the leading learning management system, was also very much used. Although because of the pandemic, a lot of the schools also shifted to other LMS. So similarly, we're looking at 25 to 30 participants, 3 upskilling days. So that's the ideal scenario. So the design flow, we have a context-based approach. Okay, so all the participants will be doing their projects based on what they need. So there is ample time to perform the task. The approach is really truly learning by doing, so that at the end of the day, they have something to bring with them and be able to cascade it to their classes. And there is also personalization of tasks and outputs. So because it's self-directed as well. And then there is the peer learning, because they refer to their other colleagues during the training. Coordination with the translators are done also. Okay, so now the pandemic came. everyone was caught off guard, and even the teachers themselves, they had this very huge dilemma because they had to manage on their own. We had the lockdown in March 2020. Most of them left their assignments and quizzes unchecked in the campus, and they're not allowed to go back. So it's a pretty much a scary situation. But slowly we have to help a lot of those teachers. And then, of course, we also have to prepare for the next school year, academic year. During this time, okay, there is really that call of duty. How do we support our teachers cross over to online teaching? Because this is, I mean, online teaching is a totally different modality compared to face-to-face or blended learning, as we have been familiar with. Okay. So this is the problem situation that we were faced. Okay, we have this huge university, City of Malabon, which is actually a state university in the Philippines. We were supposed to train 50 to 60 faculty. When we say 50 to 60 faculty, including the administrators, okay, in 3 weeks' time, because the 1st of September, they have to teach already using a learning management system. At that point, the learning management system portal is still being set up. So we're also faced with varying reliability of internet connectivity. Some will be using their data, some has wired, some would have wired internet, some would have Wi-Fi connectivity. So there are different situations. The question now, how can we help these teachers jumpstart their learning management system upskilling? Whether it's LMS or even language learning, I think this is something that we need to look at because it's something that happened right away. And the teachers will be carrying all the burden of the learning of all the students the whole year round, online teaching and learning. And we don't want to nail them on the cross, okay? So we need to, as mentioned by some of the speakers earlier, we really need to empower them. So we cannot be very ambitious, no? We need to anticipate the support that they need. So what's the basic approach that we had? The basic approach, we made it boot camp approach, shortened sessions. So 3 days were allotted for their training, but we did not consume those 3 days exclusively for training. They don't have to spend 6 hours in front of the computer. It's only 2.5 hours per session plus 1 hour orientation. Okay, so the rest of the period will be devoted for personal learning time. And how will they spend their personal learning time? They will spend it through the resources that we have provided.
I'm sorry, Miss
Okay.
Maria, to interrupt you. Can you please try to wrap up in 3 minutes?
3 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, really? Okay. So this is not the not so flip learning. Okay. And of course, the orientation of expectations was very, very important. And then, of course, the support from the institution must be carried out for them, must be explained to them. And of course, the very essence is the dashboard of support mechanisms. If you notice here, what we did is to create already a playlist of videos for them to work on, the Moodle break-in, Moodle Gearbox, and the gradebook. And then we have the Viber chat group that run for 7 days. There were 3 responders answering to all the inquiries that they have. And of course, the guidelines. And very important is the safekeeping of their accounts. So this is really actually the support mechanisms that we had. We also have recording of all the sessions so that it's going to be easy for them to go back to whatever session that they miss. If they have questions, During and after the training, there's the Viber chat group. During the session, they have the session assistant, and they have support mechanisms for the safekeeping of the accounts. And so this is how we view the virtual teacher training model that we had last year. So this is the summary. This is similar to what we had last time, but of course it is shortened bootcamp approach. And we also commenced with we ended with the teacher training, pictorial. And if you want to see the outputs that they have, you can go to this link. They have all the courses that some of these teachers, okay, were able to accomplish in 3 days' time. So this is very important, okay? So we have the pre-pandemic model, the new normal, so-called new normal pandemic period. We have bootcamp approach, and then we all have these mechanisms, and we all have these strategies. How about post-pandemic or hybrid new normal, another new normal model? Because this is what we are anticipating. This is something you need to think about. Hybrid will be the combination of what we had during the pre-pandemic and during the pandemic situation. So the trends in online learning, it will not go away. It will be there. And the demand for online learning will be very, very high. Our teachers are just getting started, okay? Upskilling is morphing and evolving, and we need to support our teachers, okay? So if you have questions, maybe you can look at my bio later and then email me if you want to discuss other models of teacher training. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maria. It's a very nice presentation with engaging content and great visual impact. I enjoyed very much. Now, I think we still have some time for maybe some questions for our presenter. I'm gonna share my screen so you can take a look at the questions. Yes, so the first question is for Dr. Maria. So the question is, were you able to reach out to private individual or industry that might have support this noble endeavor?
Were you able to reach out to private individuals or industries that might help support this noble endeavor? Actually, we do not need funding for this. You know why? Our main objective is to actually train our student teachers. While they're doing it, we started actually this semester. While they are doing it, it's only their online gadgets used for online teaching, which is needed in the process. But if in case there will be some sponsors, we would be happy to accept that. But basically, this Adapt a Child project, online project, does not require budget. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for your answer. I think the next question is for Ms. Dr. Thanh Lui. The question is, what are the key factors to make an online course effective while maintaining active learner motivation to learn?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. For me, the key factors to make an online course effective are that there are 6 ones. First is the learning objective. What we expect our students to get at the end of the course, so that we can design a suitable syllabus for the online course. And the second thing is the course materials and teaching activities. We need the relevant resources and practice opportunities in the online course context. And the third one is teacher and student interactions. This is very important to create interactive activities in online classes to keep student focused and engagement. And number 4 is the online student support. Students need support from all the stakeholders, parents, teachers, schools, and other stakeholders, for example. And number 5 is the technology requirement. Teachers need to be equipped with adequate technology devices so that they can create the learning activities more effective. And the last one is the evaluation and assessment. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Louis, for a very detailed answer. I think the next question is also something that I'm very interested in. So this is about primary school students. So they often lose focus easily in remote learning. So what the teacher do to improve the situation? A very practical question.
Yeah, primary school students' attention span is very short, and it is more difficult for them to focus in front of the screen for a long time. So teachers themselves understand this characteristic of their students. And in the interview, teachers said that students of grade 1 and 2 even got out of the chair, jumping around. They didn't care about what their teachers were saying. So to improve this situation, teachers had to put a lot of effort in designing lesson plans to make them more attractive. You know, children like playing game or competition. So teachers have to think about what to bring, what surprise to bring to the students in every single class to make them to attract students. Yeah, hands-on activities are as very good example to keep students focused. Bringing chant, songs, drawing, and presentation, for example.
Great answer. Thank you. I think we still have time for one more question. So these are questions for Ms. Maria. How do you handle students who are non-compliant?
Hello. Okay. How do you handle students who are not compliant? Well, first of all, okay, students will have different learning styles, and that's why we need to understand how they learn. And it's not anymore a situation wherein we offer only one track of learning for them. So even for training, for example, among teachers, they also have their own learning styles. Like last time, what we did, okay, or what I did, for some of them, I really give regular tasks, regular assignments, okay, so that they will be able to unearth what they really need. So it's a matter of when we say non-compliant, of course, there will be parameters that we have to look at. Will it be something that will be graded or something that will not be graded? Okay, so my tips to the teachers usually is one, don't lose your learning, don't lose your teaching style. You always can use your teaching style as an advantage in handling your students. What's effective in the past, you still do it when you handle with your non-compliant students. If they don't want to show their camera or their video, okay, you can ask different ways. Are you still sleeping? I mean, are you still awake, or are you already sleeping? Can you show your faces, or can you show your emoticons, for example? Okay, just to make sure that they are still there. So the other important thing is creating interactive activities, that are also not always graded. That way you'll be able to engage with them, and definitely they will end up being compliant or connected to you. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Maria. These are very open questions, but you also have provided very specific recommendations. And I would like to thank everyone for delivering a great presentation in our section. That will be the end of our session today, and I would like to hand over to the MC so that we can join the closing ceremony. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mai Ngọc Khôi. I would like to thank you to our speakers, Ms. Tagulao, Ms. Thanh Lũy, Mr. Griffin, and Ms. Pineda. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 12th International Conference on TESOL 2021, English Language Teaching in the New Era, Empowering Teachers and Students, jointly organized by SEAMEO Regional Training Center in Vietnam, SEAMEO RETRAC, and Curtin University, Australia, is about to finish. Thank you very much for your attention and the active participation. It is our chance to meet again Professor Rhonda Oliver, Head of School of Education, Curtin University, in her closing remarks.
There we go. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. I always enjoy this conference very much, and I want to thank the organisers again. SEAMEO RETRAC always does a fabulous job. Again, I'm sorry that I'm not there to be there with everyone. It would be nice, and hopefully one day, not too far future, we will be doing that. Thank you also for all the speakers. It's a wonderful opportunity to bring everyone together. And I do read the abstracts every year, all of them, and I was excited for the program this year. So thank you all, and I hope you will join us next year for the 13th TESOL International Conference held at SEAMEO RETRAC in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rhonda Oliver. Now, may I invite Dr. Hồ Thanh Mỹ Phương, Director of SEAMEO RETRAC, to deliver the closing remark.
Thank you, Hảo. Professor Rhonda Oliver, distinguished speakers, moderators, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, during the one day of the International Conference this year, we have listened to a variety of presentations from our distinguished speakers from many places. We can update ourselves very much on so many topics related to English language teaching, serving our ultimate goals, which are to improve the quality, effectiveness of teaching and learning English in the new year. All of the presentations are very informative, interesting, and practical for us to enrich our knowledge and especially teaching practices. The research findings and sharing of good practices from a variety of research projects in English teaching and learning, assessment, technological applications in English teaching, the reality of teaching and learning English during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how to deliver online teaching successfully, etc., are very precious, practical, and inspiring. On behalf of SEAMEO RETRAC, I'd like to express my special thanks to the two keynote speakers and all the speakers for spending your time to prepare for the paper and to make very interesting presentations at the conference. My sincere thanks go to all the moderators who have helped to make all the presentations go smoothly and inspiringly. I'd like to thank all the participants for being very attentive and for raising a lot of interesting questions. The Q&A sections have made the sharings of the speakers even more clearly, impressive, and meaningful. I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to Professor Rhonda Oliver, Head of the School of Education, Curtin University, for co-organizing this annual conference. Finally, I'd like to thank SEAMEO RETRAC's officers and staff for the commitment and hard work that you put into this conference. Before saying goodbye to you, I'd like to wish all of you good health, happiness, and success. I hope you find the conference today useful, interesting, and inspiring. I hope you are more motivated to apply some of the sharings at this conference into your teaching. It would be my great pleasure to welcome you back on our annual TESOL conference next year, hopefully in the face-to-face mode and in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Goodbye, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, take care and see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fu. Thank you very much, all distinguished speakers and participants. Your involvement has contributed to the success of our event. Ladies and gentlemen, before saying goodbye, please do not forget to complete the evaluation and e-certificate validation form by scanning the QR code or by clicking on the link sent by SEAMEO RETRAC in the chat box. Your feedback will help us improve the quality of our future activities. However, please be noted that this link is available within 30 minutes only. Besides, please ensure to check the spelling and order of your full name and email address before submitting the form to us. We use a system to generate the e-certificate of participation according to your provided information. Your e-certificate of participation will be sent to you via email in a month. For any inquiries, please feel free to contact us via the email below. The recording for this conference will be uploaded to YouTube in the next few days. You can also subscribe our channel to stay updated. Once again, thank you very much for your participation, and we are looking forward to welcoming you to our future events. Goodbye and hope to see you again soon.
Hi, Dad. What you doing?
Việc nói tiếng Anh đó hả?
Of course, Dad. What you doing?
I'm watering the plants.
Oh, so I think you're watering tomatoes and cauliflowers.
Don't worry, it has been very hot lately.
Oh, so the garden will need more water than usual?
Alright,
Bố thấy tiếng Anh của con giờ sao bố?
tiến bộ hơn nhiều rồi. Con gái của ba bây giờ nói tiếng Anh siêu thiệt.
Okay, thank you, Dad. Chào mọi người, mình là Thanh Nhã, năm nay mình 16 tuổi, mình hiện tại đang sinh sống và học tập tại Đà Nẵng. Việc được sinh sống tại Đà Nẵng là một lợi thế trong việc học tiếng Anh của mình, bởi có rất là nhiều khách nước ngoài đi đến. Tuy nhiên, vì vốn tiếng Anh của mình không có cho nên mình không đủ tự tin để ra ngoài bắt chuyện với họ. Và vì nghĩ rằng mất gốc thì có cố gắng đến mấy cũng chỉ thế thôi. Mãi cho đến kỳ thi tuyển sinh vào lớp 10, tiếng Anh của mình bị hỏng, làm mình mất đi điểm số tốt và mình bắt đầu ý thức
Hello. Anyone who can hear me? I really cannot access the link itself. I only 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Thank you.